What is your best met the high school beach/bully as an adult story? I ran into a high school classmate a while back. I've posted this before but it bears repeating. A guy in high school just didn't like me and I him. We got into a big damn fight. He broke my nose and I knocked a couple of his teeth out, off campus. No police were involved, but about 10 years later I saw him sleeping on the street near where I worked. I woke him up and asked him what was going on. He told me about his life after high school. He knocked up his girlfriend, her parents made them get married, divorce a year later. He got into drugs and ended up alienating everyone. I asked him if he was still using, and he said no, he couldn't buy a dose anyway. I felt bad for him, so I asked if he'd like to stay in my guest house, a one-room cottage, set up like an efficiency apartment, for a while. He took me up on it and got a night's sleep in an actual bed for the first time in years, his words. I bought him some clothes and fed him for about a month until I found him a job with a contractor I was doing some work for. Long story short, it's been 6 years. He now owns a contracting business, has a wife and a new baby boy, and just bought the house down the street from me. Edit. Thanks for the gold. Edit. Hey guys, I'm really appreciative of all the support and I'd like to ask you all for one thing. Pay it forward. If you can help, do it. Even if it's a small favor, the repercussions of good deeds tends to ripple out. Let's make this a big splash. Edit. Due to some questions regarding the times I've posted this, I have posted this story 3 times on Reddit. I didn't do it for the karma, but it is nice, rather to inspire others, to maybe take a moment and help each other. When I was a kid, I was fat. I used to get picked on all the time by this kid at church named Rusty. He was about 5 years older than me, and every couple of weeks he would beat me up. I moved away when I was about 14, and thankfully, I didn't have to deal with him anymore. When I went to college, I decided to get my act together and get healthy. To that end, I started taking mixed martial arts. I did it for about 2 years, and lost about 40 pounds. When I graduated, I moved back to where I was from, and started looking for a new MMA gym. I went to the most reputable one, and who should be there but Rusty. It sounds too good to be true, but I swear to God, it happened. He hadn't changed a bit. The first thing he said to me was, finally trying to learn to defend yourself. I had called ahead, and the instructor knew my deal, and had arranged for me to come watch. I left my gear in the car. At the end of class, they do free rolling, jujitsu sparring. Rusty comes up to me, having no knowledge that I'm the least bit experienced, and starts begging the instructor to let him spar me so he can show me the ropes. After all, he's been in MMA for 3 months now, and he never misses a UFC pay-per-view. I went outside and changed. Long story short, we sparred, and I choked him out 3 times. Afterwards, I signed up for classes. He grabbed his bag, left, and never came back. This is my favorite story out of everything that has happened in my life thus far. I'm the only person I know that got to beat up my childhood bully as an adult. Sorry if this seems sparse. I'm on mobile. Edit. Holy crap. I made this post this afternoon and get back to my computer to see this totally blow up. Thanks a lot for the encouragement, everyone, and thanks for the Reddit gold. I was never really picked on in high school, besides the fact that I was years behind everyone in growth. Late bloomer, I guess you could say. I was part of the cool people clique. Although I was generally nice to everyone, I did let my popularity go to my head a few times, and would treat a few guys in some of my classes like they were my minions or servants. As I grew up as a person, I realized how much of a faking tool I was, and felt terrible about it for years. It just so happens that 2 of the main guys I picked on were gay, and are now life partners with each other. I instantly recognized them coming at an expensive place I was taking my girlfriend out to eat for our anniversary. They didn't make reservations, and there was at least hour wait. We had just been seated, but I instantly knew this was my time to say I was sorry. So after a few minutes of explaining to my girlfriend why I needed to do this, I called them over, told them to take our seats, and how sorry I was for being a dickbag to them in high school. Wished them luck, and paid for their dinner and dessert. Me and my girlfriend decided to get some fast food and go for a picnic. 2 weeks later I got a message from both of them saying that was the nicest thing anyone has ever done for them and they forgive me for all the times I treated them like shit. I live in the deep south where being gay is heavily unaccepted. 2 months after that I got a wedding invite. One of the coolest weddings I have ever been to, and so glad that's how it all played out. My dad is a very large man. We're talking 6 feet 7 inches 300 pounds big. He would always tell me this story to cheer me up when girls would be bitches to me. He was pretty chubby in high school, so he played football and was good at it, but just really loved playing basketball. So his freshman year he tried out for the team and didn't make it. The coach, who was a history teacher at the school, stated his weight as an issue. Fair enough, he worked hard to lose some weight over the summer blah blah blah. Enter sophomore year, ends up having the coach as his history teacher. Great, he thinks. He can be a good student and hopefully get on the team. Wrong. This adult man decided to call my father names related to his weight and harass him in front of the class. Not cool, but my dad was too proud and never said anything. Ended up making varsity his sophomore year because of a coaching change. Fast forward about 5 years, my dad was working as a bouncer at a bar in a nearby town to where he went to school. It was a regular night when who walks in? Jackass history teacher. Perfect. He thinks I'll let it go, be professional. Until he recognizes my dad as a chubby kid who was a coward. My dad looks at him and says, "Sir, I think you've had too much to drink. It's time for you to go home." The coach is saying, no, I'm fine etc. My dad grabs him by his shirt and says, "No. It's time for you to step outside. You have had too much to drink." The coach decides to swing at my dad and that's when he loses it. He states, "This is for all the kids you've called fat, you piece of shit," and proceeds to beat the tar out of him. A long story I know, but my favorite by far. My dad and his old bouncer friends always tell it when they got together too. Our revenge. Edit grammar, and noting that my dad wasn't 6 feet 7 inches as a freshman, but more like 6 feet 3 inches. Still tall though. I definitely didn't take the high road here, but it was fantastic when I was bouncing. I saw my ex-bully walk into my bar. This guy made my high school life hell through every method except violence. I was bigger than him by a fair margin. I knew he lived a couple towns over. This was small town New Zealand after all. I also knew he was driving. I looked for his car, and it was parked in a tow-away area. I gleefully called the company who handles this for us, and they towed it. He was in the pub at the time. He was none the wiser. I also got one of our glasses to follow him around and take his glass every time he put it down for more than 5 seconds. It was pretty busy that night and he wasn't overly bright, so again he was none the wiser. After a few hours of this, he came outside for a smoke where it was pouring rain and afterwards turned around to go back inside. I blocked his way and he tried to shove past me. I told him he was acting aggressively and I wouldn't be letting him back in. He started shouting that he'd left his wallet inside. I told him that if he'd thought of that before trying to shove past me, maybe I would have gone to get it for him. At this point, in his eyes, I stopped being a bouncer and was again the scared little 17-year-old from 7 years earlier. He took a swing at me, missed, and fell over in the gutter. He wasn't drunk. It was just that the ground was wet and he slipped. We had a couple of cops who used to come in for a few drinks off duty every now and again, and they happened to be smokers. They saw what had happened and called their buddy who was on duty and he swung by, picked this jerk up, and threw him in the drunk tank. I'm not proud of my feelings about this, but seeing the guy who destroyed high school for me getting thrown into the drunk tank, after being ripped off at a pub, getting humiliated while trying to look like the big man, being sober enough to be hugely frustrated over this whole thing, and knowing that, when he gets out of the drunk tank in the morning, his car won't be where he'd left it made me feel great. I never messed with him again after that. I felt we were even. At the tender age of 14, and standing a bit over 5 feet tall, I was sent to boarding school. I had braces, a body perm, and weighed not more than 70 pounds. About as scared as a rabbit in a thunderstorm, I kept my head low and tried to stay under the radar. A group of older girls somehow noticed me anyhow and began harassing me, at first in small ways such as making snide remarks, but quickly escalating to physical abuse. Walking back to the girls' dorm after class, my heart rate would increase as I planned out my route through the lobby and up the stairs to my room. Much of the time, I'd get intercepted, and if nobody else was around, pinned to the ground and given sailor taps while being laughed at. One of the girls in particular seemed to really have it out for me, and long after the others lost interest, she'd still openly make fun of me and corner me at every opportunity for a bit of physical abuse. I'd lie in my bed at night conjuring all sorts of scenarios in which I could humiliate her. It was all for naught, though, as morning would come, and I'd still be the nerdy little kid who'd be wise not to try anything. She'd still be the big boobed popular girl who walked around pulling a wake of disciples in her path point many years later, now standing well over 6 feet tall, and known within my circle of business as an attractive woman who was not to be messed with. I scheduled a lunch meeting with a few possible vendors, to be located at the shopping mall I was helping develop. Seated with representatives from Radio Shack, Sears, and a few others, our waitress approached the table. She was a wreck of a woman, crispy fried bleached blonde hair, pock-marked complexion, and cheap clothing stretched over a body several pounds too large for it. As she fumbled around for a pen in her apron, our eyes met, and it would be difficult to describe what was exchanged wordlessly as we recognized each other. The tables had turned dramatically. Vengeance was mine. I said it was nice to see her after all these years, and that I couldn't think of anyone I'd be happier to have as my server. The meeting went well, table service was impeccable, and I left a tip equal to our tab for the meal. Haven't seen her since, but now when I think of her I get all warm and tingly with the deliciousness of winning. For those of you asking what sailor taps are, I also googled it to no avail, and have to believe that we made the term up. Can't find it anywhere. We use that phrase to describe someone pinning you down and rapping repeatedly on your sternum using their knuckles. Hurt like a beach and left my chest violently discolored and painful for days after. /u/Blackadelac explains history of the term. When somebody receives a warfare designator in the Navy, they get a little metal warfare device decoration pinned to their uniform at the collarbone level. It's a hush-hush Navy tradition for people to slap or punch the new pin on the person's chest throughout the day and say congratulations. The little metal spikes that attach the pin to the uniform are driven into the receiving party's collarbone. In today's Navy they call it tacking on the pin. The older term that moved to the civilian world is sailor tap. TLDR. Sailors amuse themselves by punching each other's metallic warfare decorations into each other's chests. Sailor tap. And u/enjoy tells how he used it. What you described as sailor taps is what I was taught in the military to check if someone was faking being dead/unconscious/asleep. That shit hurts, and you gotta be a pro to not respond to it. Growing up, my wife had a cat that would go everywhere with her. It would ride on the handlebars of her bike and in her backpack. The two were inseparable. Then one day the cat disappeared. A couple days later in school a kid came up to her and told my wife he'd shot the cat with his bow. The cat screamed and screamed, he said, and he laughed. Broke my wife's heart. She still doesn't know where/if the cat is buried. Fast forward a couple years later, the bully has found God and is a preacher. My wife shows up to one of his services, stands up in the middle of his sermon, and asks if he remembers how he tortured her cat when she was a little girl. Everyone is speechless. The bully stammers. My wife tells everyone that the man standing before them, preaching about love and kindness, murdered her favorite pet and made her childhood a living hell. Edit 1 from what she describes. He looked mortified and stammered and started tearing up. He may have just been embarrassed or truly apologetic, we don't know. But my wife isn't one to forgive and forget so easily, believe me, especially when it comes to an event that still haunts her. She waited for him to respond, but he remained silent and just sort of helplessly shook his head, mouth agape. My wife kind of nodded and left it at that. She walked out, but is fairly certain he didn't finish his sermon that day. I don't know if she's run across him since, but she says that from the look of terror in his eyes she'd gotten her point across. She feels a little better, but not knowing exactly what happened to that cat still tears at her. Edit 2 Thanks for the gold. Posting from Alien Blue. So hopefully this replies in the right spot. Don't want to leave you all hanging. I'll also ask her when she gets home if he ever apologized. He may have written her a letter. I'll update. Update texted my wife explaining that the internet loves her but demands to know if the guy who killed her cat ever apologized. She says he did reach out to her via Facebook to apologize after the church incident. He said he regrets what he did. Apparently after killing the cat, he would taunt my wife relentlessly. He told her he shot it with a bow, then buried it while it was still screaming. I didn't know that part. So, he did apologize and say that he's changed. My wife says she thanked him for his apology, but that she did not forgive him, nor would she ever forgive him. She has moved on and is happy, but she would never forget the pain he caused her. And she is happy he supposedly changed, but she hopes his actions continue to haunt him and serve as a reminder that no matter how good and decent he may be today, he's still the monster in her nightmares. Moved to a new school in 7th grade and was doing fine, making friends, good grades. Then somehow ran afoul of this bigger kid. He'd been held back a few times. Typical bully, pushed little kids into lockers, loved to torment girls, and ran with a pack of acolytes who adored and aped him. In Texas at the time, if a kid didn't like you, he called you out, challenged you to a fight after school. Well, Zed calls me out one day because I was a faggot from New York. Clueless me, moved there from said New York, where people are civilized. I said, sure, okay. A few days later, in front of his acolytes and a small group of my friends, he proceeds to beat the shit out of me. It was 7th grade, so the damage wasn't excessive, mostly to my pride. Spent the rest of middle school known as one of the guys Zed beat the shit out of. Fast forward about 7 years, home from college, and going to the grocery store for mom. Who should I see bagging my goodies but Zed? Taking a look at him, I see a horrible scar running from the top of his head down around the back of his skull and neck, and under his shirt. His face lights up when he sees me, and he says, in slightly slurred speech, "Hey, didn't we go to school together? We are friends from school, right?" He walks with me out to the parking lot, and as we walk I learn that he had been hit by a car in high school while biking home one day. Accident required a half dozen surgeries and had left Zed mentally impaired and a completely different person. He put my stuff in the car, shook my hand for a good 30 seconds, and kept asking me to come back and see me sometime. I had hated few people in my life to that point, and no one more than him. Almost cried driving home. I felt so bad for him and disgusted with myself for my previous hatred. One of mine was this kid named Patrick. One incident led to 2 of my ribs being broken when he jumped on my chest with his knees. Another resulted in a broken eye socket after being kicked in the face by him and 2 of his friends. Eventually I moved in with my father and didn't see any of my old bullies again except for a few. Some have been relatively nice and some are sheetheads. During high school I filled out a bunch and took some martial arts classes, taekwondo. I was always a larger kid, but too timid to fight back, but martial arts helped me overcome that. Fast forward to a year or 2 after high school and I go over to visit my mother. She had moved in with a real sheethead who was into God knows what. And guess who's there? Patrick. He's now almost a foot shorter than me, skinny as a middle school girl, and was undoubtedly on meth. I later found out he also did heroin and a myriad of other drugs. We end up talking, and I tell him about how I have sinus trouble because of the beating I got from him and his friends. He laughed. I looked around at my younger brother, who had got very skinny from not eating, and sister, the environment they were in, and right then I made a decision. I turned to my mother and said, I don't give a shit if this is the kind of people you want to be around, indicating the piece of sheet next to me, but we are leaving. So I piled my siblings in my car and brought them home with me. They shortly moved in with my father officially and have been much better off since. Patrick made a comment about me disrespecting him and my mother, and I told him he had no respect for himself obviously, so who is he to talk like that? He went to hit me, and I just stared at him. He dropped his fist quick after I stared him down for what felt like an hour. TLDR, met middle school bully, he's a meth head, was living with my mother, took my siblings, and left after verbally sparring with him. Feels good man. Edit. Wow, this got a lot more calmer than I thought. Didn't have time to write this up earlier, but to clear a few things up. He didn't have sex with my mother. I don't think. He was basically just there all the time like drugs addicts are wont to do. My mother was living and faking her boyfriend at the time, whose house it actually was. And the thought of snapping him like a twig did occur to me, but that paled in comparison to what he was doing to himself. If he didn't clean his ways up by now, he's likely dead or in prison getting his rap daily. Beating the shit out of him wouldn't have made me feel any better. Plus it's a lot easier on the knuckles. Background: I was bullied a lot in middle school and, for unrelated reasons, ended up going to a different high school from most of my classmates and obviously didn't keep in touch. I was back home from college for Christmas a year or two ago and was at the mall with my little sister and my fiance. I recognized a girl from my middle school across the food court, but we had never been friends, so I simply made a mental note that she was there and went back to eating. A few moments later my fiance and sister both got up to use the restroom, and I was by myself. The girl gets up, comes over, makes nice for half a second. "Oh hi, how are you? Haven't seen you in forever, blah blah," and then immediately transitions into how I look pathetic and desperate sitting by myself, and how it's no wonder the people I was with left. I'm completely taken aback, and it takes me a moment to form words. I hadn't seen this girl in 6 or 7 years, and hadn't said more than 5 words to her. I picked up my purse, stood up from my table, and said, "We are grown-ups now," in the most condescending tone I could manage through my surprise. I wanted to say something about how she needed to stop acting like a child, or how there were no teachers around to stop me from leaving, but in that moment I had too many thoughts and couldn't express them all at once eloquently, so I just left. I think, or at least hope, she got the message. Background: I was bullied a lot in middle school and, for unrelated reasons, ended up going to a different high school from most of my classmates and obviously didn't keep in touch. I was back home from college for Christmas a year or two ago and was at the mall with my little sister and my fiance. I recognized a girl from my middle school across the food court, but we had never been friends, so I simply made a mental note that she was there and went back to eating. A few moments later my fiance and sister both got up to use the restroom, and I was by myself. The girl gets up, comes over, makes nice for half a second. "Oh hi, how are you? Haven't seen you in forever, blah blah," and then immediately transitions into how I look pathetic and desperate sitting by myself, and how it's no wonder the people I was with left. I'm completely taken aback, and it takes me a moment to form words. I hadn't seen this girl in 6 or 7 years, and hadn't said more than 5 words to her. I picked up my purse, stood up from my table, and said, "We are grown-ups now," in the most condescending tone I could manage through my surprise. I wanted to say something about how she needed to stop acting like a child, or how there were no teachers around to stop me from leaving, but in that moment I had too many thoughts and couldn't express them all at once eloquently, so I just left. I think, or at least hope, she got the message. Probably doomed as this thread is large, but I had an experience with an old grade school bully that made me very happy. Was sitting at my house playing video games one day, about a year out of high school, when I heard a knock at my front door. I open it to see, I'll call him Jim, standing on my front porch. He said hello, and then immediately just launched into a lengthy apology. He felt horrible for mistreating me and many other nerdy kids back in school. We were in classes together from about 3rd grade through junior year. I was one of the people he had decided to personally track down and speak with. Turns out, he had made some bad mistakes after graduating and spent about 9 months in prison. It was a wake-up call for him. He was sober and really trying to get his life in order. He gave me his phone number and said that I ever felt like getting together, I should give him a call. I called him later that week on a whim, and we ended up becoming good friends for the next 3 years. Unfortunately, he began to slip. I walked into his house as he was doing meth in the living room. I hung out a handful of times after that, but saw him doing worse and worse. Meth was one of the triggers for the violent behavior that got Jim into prison initially. I did not want to see a repeat, so I quietly took my leave. I haven't spoken with him since. I hope he's doing well. Good guy at heart. This girl at college tried to get me kicked out for bullying her. My college was attached to the secondary school, UK, so we'd been at school together for 7 years, though I'd actually actively been staying out of her way as I knew she didn't like me. Fast forward a few months and I walk into our A-level results day with an acceptance letter from my first choice university in my pocket, which this bitch had spent the last year telling me I was too stupid to get into. She missed both her first and second choices and sat crying on the phone trying to find a university to take her. 4 years later I have my degree and I moved back to a town near where my family lives to work as a manager in a busy and successful restaurant. She comes in with a work party and sneers when she sees me waiting tables. Her face when they ask me for the manager to complain about me, for no reason I might add, was priceless. That would be me. How can I help? Turns out she works as a coffee slave in a cafe in the local, crappy, shopping center, and last time I walked past I saw she'd stolen some of my business ideas and passed them off under her name. She still comes to the restaurant occasionally, but I'll let my second in command deal with her table as I can't promise to be impartial. I even make sure I go nowhere near their food or drinks, so there's no room for her to complain. It's a small victory, sure, but it makes me feel a bit vindicated. Not really a bully so much as a high school professor. High school was a tough time for me. I was smart, but immature and distracted by life. Then to top it off, my parents split my sophomore year. I didn't drink or do drugs, but I was certainly self-destructive. I suffered through my class walk all 4 years of high school and was generally looked down upon by classmates and professors. When it came to my work, one professor particularly liked to give me hard time and basically made me feel as though high school was it for me, that I would succumb to nothingness. I had other plans. After high school I moved to a large metropolitan area, removed myself from my hell, and worked for 2 years in AmeriCorps. I grew up. I read constantly and took it upon myself to learn. I then took classes at a local community college to demonstrate that my grades in high school were a reflection of those times for me and not the student I had the potential to be. I then crushed my SATs, went to a really great undergraduate institution, was recruited to work at a prestigious consulting firm, then applied to law school, got in, crushed that too, and now work at a national law firm where I'm sincerely happy. About 2 months ago I received a friend request from my old professor. Bygones are bygones, so I accepted. About a week later he wrote me an incredible letter saying he always saw potential in me, that my disruptive behavior in high school was actually more focused and intelligent than the proper behavior of my peers. He said I had a knack for questioning authority and that it was no surprise I had achieved success in many ways my peers only dreamed. I'm a 32-year-old man. I wept. His message to me confirmed that I wasn't a failure all those years back as so many had told me. Maybe not what this thread is about, but certainly felt very similar to me. She was in my ward in the Mormon church. Wards are determined by location. She lived only 2 streets down, right around the park. Before we had cell phones, most kids started getting them around middle school, but our Mormon leaders counseled our parents to have us wait, lest we communicate or interact without supervision. I'd talk to her on the landline, then slowly start to walk over. She could always tell by the static that I was coming over. It was a weird relationship. We were friends sometimes, and I never seemed to know when she'd want me around. But we were in church together, which meant for over a decade we saw each other every day. Once she promised to have her mom give me a ride home after a game. We were in church basketball together. She was our star player. I was decent at assists. I'd pass the ball to her. She'd sink it. It was a good strategy. We defeated all the other wards in our stake, which might have been impressive if we weren't female. The guys had ceremonies and medals. We got green jello with carrots and a lecture from the high council not to wear such short shorts afterwards. When the parking lot was empty and everyone had already gone home, she told me the car was full. She, another girl, and her mom laughed at me and left. It took me 3 hours to walk home. After I told her I was in therapy, my mother had cancer, when I was 12, she told everyone in school that I was crazy. That persisted through my senior year of high school. Mormons aren't Scientologists, but they are not big on psychiatry. There have been some women coming forward, saying they were molested by their fathers, their leaders, their bishops and several prominent members of the apostles. Clearly their minds were twisted by therapists to create false memories. Therapists led astray by Satan. I have many stories like this, but they all end the same way. I forgave her and hated myself. It was easy to forgive her. She was incredibly beautiful. Just takes your breath away beautiful. Tall, tan, a volleyball and vocal star. Her eyes were the burnt sunflower brown. She got an athletic scholarship, which she turned down to get married. When we went out together, boys and full grown men would approach her. I was short, acneed, with green hair from swimming. One of her favorite jokes, "What's short, loud, and turns green in the summer?" She once told me I had the spirit of Satan inside me. I suppose that's how she, and the rest of the ward, justified their behavior. It was true. I was always trying to get out of church activities. I never bore my testimony, because I had none, and because I had no desire to talk in front of the people who made my life miserable about how much I loved the church. Being told I was going to hell didn't hurt me as much as other things she'd said. At least there wouldn't be any Mormons there. She said that shortly after I walked into a bathroom where she and several other girls had been talking about me. We were up at girls camp, a week-long prayer and scripture session up in the woods. I'd come into the bathroom to brush my teeth and stumbled on all the rest of my cabin taking showers. I said hi and joked with them a bit, but I suppose I fell silent or something because they thought I left. And once they did, they called me pathetic. Asked if I had seriously followed them after they had tried to get away from me. Asked how anyone could be so oblivious. Then imitated my voice, my manner. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds. The length of a very long painful breath. But they seemed to say so much before I managed to open my mouth and tell them to stop, that I was here, and god damn it I apologized. I told them I was sorry for overhearing, then made a break for it before they could get out. I spent the next couple hours, at least it felt like hours, hiding in the cafeteria. My mom was working there, although at nights she was in the leader's cabin. The next day, when I did find her and told her what happened, when I begged her to take me home, she told me I deserved it. My mother never believed what was happening, even when there were incidents in front of her. I would beg her to stay home from temple trips, from church, from seminary, but none of that was as important as church. The bully friend said it to my face, just a day or two after she'd begged my forgiveness for the shower incident. It was because I had an MP3 player, much smaller than iPods. It only held 24 songs. After the bathroom, I hadn't seen much point in attending sessions. Instead, I'd go wandering along the trails, listening to my MP3 player. I ignored her and left anyway. Her mother came after me a couple hours later and hauled me back to camp, lecturing me the whole way. She also mentioned the Satan spirit. That night, at the fireside, the leaders gave a talk about how some girls were bringing devils into the camp, smuggled inside their hearts, as I said. This is how they justified themselves. She got married right out of high school, 2 months before she turned 18. I wasn't invited, but that was okay. I'd been to Mormon weddings. You mostly wait outside the temple until they come out, then you take a lot of pictures. I hated having my picture taken almost more than being around Mormons. I now only went to church when I visited home from college. I didn't have the energy to fight my parents anymore. I saw a couple pictures of her on my Facebook feed. I could have hidden her status updates, but I didn't. Even after everything, she had this charisma. It was warm and beautiful, like her. The way she laughed, the way she moved, the way she never interrupted you. She had grace in everything, even in conversation. Some sense of rhythm, and other people that seemed magic to me, who couldn't open her mouth without shoving her foot in. She was pregnant by Christmas, separated before I graduated. Divorce is serious in the Mormon church. It takes years and can only be done in the temple, like a marriage. And the stigma is terrible. There was this girl, Brittany. She and my bully friend were close for a couple years. She used to torture me too. Until her parents separated. There were a lot of comments about how children of divorce grew up to do drugs and have lots of sex, how the scars of divorce never go away. She was damaged goods. She stopped being invited to things. Eventually, she just faded away. She was only 11. I saw her, my bully friend, for the last time my junior year of college. Another girl from my ward had gotten married. Since the temple bit is so short, Mormons often have large receptions. My parents had serious money. Our backyard was a popular spot. This girl, who I called Redhead, when we first met at camp, her name tag had said Redhead, but the had flaked off, had been in those showers. Once, I tried to tell her that I'd been assaulted. I told her a boy had put his hands on me when I said no, and that he had leaned in close, thrust his tongue in my ear, and ooh, she had said on the phone, "Don't tell me anymore." So, I didn't. I never called her again. I don't think she noticed. I helped with her wedding, yard work, arranging decorations, cleaning out my parents' koi pond. My parents are the worst kind of rich. On her wedding day, my mother told me to go upstairs and change into something more modest. Mormons hate sleeveless, clingy, short, anything that made me feel pretty or sexy. So I wore my little sister's prom dress to her reception. I wasn't particularly interested in watching Redhead strut, so I wandered to my side yard. She was there, shooting hoops. I stopped and watched. She used to come over sometimes to play horse, even though she had her own hoop at home. She was just as beautiful as she'd been in high school. After a while, I joined her. She told me about her life. How bored she was, alone with her kid all day. She had worked at a whitewater rafting operation, something that had seemed so cool to me as a teenager, but she'd quit when she got pregnant. She told me about her husband, about their problems, and how lonely she felt, stranded in our hometown, still living with her parents. She didn't tell me she was pregnant again, although maybe she didn't know. We went up to my old room and I gave her an armful of books to read, the books I hadn't loved enough to take with me to college. She used to make fun of me for reading. So had her mom. There goes 7:45 p.m., living vicariously through her books. She had told me this, then asked me what vicariously meant. She had loved the Narnia books though, and Lord of the Rings. I remembered that, so I gave her both series. I'd never been a big fan anyway. I had preferred Harry Potter. There's a picture of us, on New Year's 2000, holding up our favorite books, 11 and grinning. I still have it somewhere, buried under math notes, half-finished short stories, and the decoy journals I filled with lies, to throw off my mother. I told her to call me if she ever wanted more books, or someone to talk to. She promised she would. I wasn't surprised when she didn't. From the FASA book, I know about the separation and the second kid. I know she's still living with her parents. I never asked for the books back. Sometimes, I open up a window on FASA book chat and type, over and over again, "I love you, I love you, I love you." I never send it. EDIT equals thanks to whoever gave me gold. Second time I've been paid for writing. I got a sandwich at a playwriting competition. And a plaque, but I liked the sandwich better. Guess this isn't my throwaway account anymore. Thanks to everyone for the compliments, which I find both heartwarming and baffling. Now I'm off to find out what this Reddit gold does. I had a teacher in grade 12 for modern Western history. The class was incredibly boring as a result of her teaching style and I didn't pay much attention during the year. I was sporting a solid D in the class and Mrs. Censored would make reference to me being a dullard continuously. On many occasions over the year people would laugh at me as a result of a comment she made. At the time I didn't think she was trying to be vindictive, just trying to jeer me into doing better in the class. Nonetheless, I'm sure it did have some impact on my self-esteem. Fast forward 8 years, I'm running a college pro painting franchise, standing in a customer's driveway getting supplies out of the back of my wicked awesome Chevy Lumina minivan. Mrs. Censored walks by, recognizes me and says, "Oh, I'm so glad you got a job. You know, I could have told you were going to go into a manual labor trade. You were never really focused." In as flat a tone as I could, I got to tell her that not only am I running this franchise that employed 12 people that summer, but that I'm doing it while still a full-time student getting my BCom. The best satisfaction I have ever had, because it didn't have to be confrontational, but I definition got to set her straight. Fast forward another 7 years and I'm running an internet advertising business. Her son applies for the job. He was underqualified, but during the interview we started talking about his mom, not in a bad way. Turns out she is way harder on him than she ever was to me. Constantly berating him because he wasn't very studious and dropped out of university. I gave him the job and he is now our best employee. I see Mrs. Censored from time to time, never spoken about how she made my life hell my last year of high school, but I now have the satisfaction of defying expectations of me and her son while being his biggest benefactor. Reddit, Grandma. There was this girl who used to be a huge beach to me in middle school. Always used to physically push me into the walls in the hallways, call me ugly, make fun of me for not having any friends. It was extra obnoxious because I'm a guy, so this then led to being made fun of by the guys, which in turn spurred her on. And I couldn't hit her back or anything because that would turn public opinion against me. Anyway, we went to the same high school and things sort of wound down. She tried to carry on for a bit, but no one else found it funny, so she decided to stick to whispering ugly and loner when we passed each other in the hallways. It was only when other people were around though. Turns out we lived quite close to each other, and the couple times we walked past each other in the street she looked terrified, which I remember making my day each time. Fast forward nearly a decade, I'm now 24. A few months ago I was buying some food, and she was on the registers. She looked pretty worn down, recognized me, smiled and asked how things have been. Like we are old friends, I was nice to her. We had a chat, then as I was leaving I stopped, turned back and said, paraphrasing, "It's weird, when you're a kid everything's so black and white. People who were assholes to you got built up in your mind until they're these monsters who want nothing but to ruin your life. Then when you grow up you realize they're just humans like you, and it kind of makes everything that happened feel so hollow, because to not forgive the past makes you a guy who holds grudges against children." She just smiled at me weakly with sad eyes, and I went home and cried like a beach. I actually have a decent story for this thread, hoping it doesn't get buried. It's a good one, stay with me. Growing up I was very athletic, but was one of only 3 kids on most of the sports teams in my town. That was also in honors/advanced classes. Up until my sophomore year in high school, I was just a shade over 5 feet tall. Middle school and freshman year of high school sports were a misery for me because I was little. I loved to play and did more than hold my own, but was picked on relentlessly since I was a nerd who spent just as much time on schoolwork. I got shoved face down in mud, thrown against lockers, verbally abused day in and day out, you name it. It didn't help that I was a little wise ass who didn't take their shit, and my quick retorts and insults just resulted in more beatings, where I couldn't defend myself physically. There were 2 major culprits behind my bullying. We can call them Tom and Jerry for the sake of anonymity. Tom and Jerry were best friends, both much larger than me at the time, and Jerry was the bigger dickhead of the bunch on a daily basis. It was lacrosse season my freshman year of high school, and I was always a standout player in this sport despite my stature. During an internal scrimmage, Tom and Jerry decided to see who could get away with slashing me more. Slashing, for those of you who don't know, is when you hack at somebody in unprotected areas with your stick, or swing with the intent to hurt instead of the intent to defend. Tom stopped after 1 or 2 after I slashed him back, lightly. I made my point, but our team couldn't afford to lose him, but Jerry went to town as much as he could regardless of what I did. I got hurt pretty badly that day, but didn't retaliate as I didn't want to injure my own teammates. It was the last straw for me, and I had a discussion with my coach after practice, and was told to stop being such a bussy. After that I went home, had a serious talk with my parents, and I begged them to let me go to the private high school that had been heavily recruiting me to go there on a full ride for athletics and academics. My parents obliged me with a visit. I loved it, and I transferred away from public school at the end of my freshman year. Tangentially, this was the best decision I ever made, by the way. Made lasting friendships, and had an incredible high school experience after that point. The summer between freshman and sophomore year I grew over a foot, and stood at 6 feet 2. I had also began working out, and was really seeing results. I had the good fortune of playing lacrosse at a high level, and both Tom and Jerry were also good players in high school. I was always a defenseman, and one of the highlights of my life was being told that we were playing their team in an exhibition match. Long story short, the opposing team's goaltender threw a hospital pass to Jerry. A hospital pass is one that's high up in the air, so you have to extend upwards and expose your torso completely if you want to wrangle the ball in. I acted very quickly, and with perfect timing I speared the living shit out of Jerry with a vicious, but legal, body check as soon as his feet hit the ground. Vicious. I hit him perfectly with my right shoulder, lifted him off the ground, and quite literally drove him back about 8 feet from where he was standing when he landed. I heard the crowd react to the hit, and heard the ref blow the whistle immediately to stop play, but my hit was so forceful that I separated my shoulder and got the wind knocked out of me. I also caught my arm on his helmet going down and was gushing blood from the gash. I was on the ground for about a minute before I could move. Jerry fared worse, however, as he was out cold from the force of it. I'd later find out he broke his wrist from the fall and a few ribs from the hit. Separated shoulder and all, I pulled myself up, tore off my helmet, dropped it on the ground, and made my way over to where Jerry had came back to consciousness on the field. My old coach was there and immediately recognized me, with shock in his eyes, but Jerry was too stupid to realize that I was the same 5-foot kid from 8 months ago. My coach was also on the field at the time and he knew my background with this team and these two kids. All of the memories, him picking fights with me, the name calling, the physical pain, the embarrassment of being torn apart in front of girls, his parents telling my parents to fuck off when they approached them to discuss Jerry's bullying. It was a perfect moment. Eyes smoldering, I made my way to the other side of my old coach. The ref probably thought I was checking on him in good sportsmanship, but no, not quite. Remember me, as whole? Sometimes the little guys get bigger. I hocked the best logi I could muster, spit in his face, and was promptly thrown out of the game. He was howling in pain, and I got to add insult to injury. He also missed the remainder of the season. The entire time, Tom was about 15 feet away to witness the whole thing. He was on the same midfield line as Jerry, and I could see a mixture of shock, surprise, and fear in his face as he recognized me and saw that I was capable of delivering the physical punishment I just delivered to Jerry, and that I remained stoic despite the obvious physical pain I had to be in. I eyeballed him the entire time I was being escorted off the field. Bloody, separated shoulder. Jerry was out of school for a few days, and when he came back looking rough, word eventually spread around my hometown that I was the reason. I haven't seen Jerry since, but I do know from mutual friends he has been in and out of prison and is a deadbeat dad to 2 children. For the rest of high school, though, I was told he stopped picking on other kids. So did Tom. As chance would have it, Tom was in the city that I was living on business 10 years later. He added me on Facebook and asked if he could meet me for a drink 10 years later. Why not? So I met him, we shook hands, he bought me a drink and told me that day on the lacrosse field changed his perspective about how to treat other people and that he could tell the hit on Jerry was also meant for him. He told me, verbatim, that he got the message loud and clear when I stared him down that day. He apologized over and over for the years of misery, chalked it up to being young, stupid, and wanting to fit in with the cool crowd, and then told me he had his first kid on the way. We had more than a few more drinks and continued to catch up. He turned into a respectable man with a good head on his shoulders, has a beautiful family, and by all accounts, looks to be a model father to his children. He's also a successful entrepreneur. He hasn't spoken to Jerry at all since high school. TLDR, had 2 bullies. Got revenge on one, reconciled with the other. One is a criminal and deadbeat dad, the other is the exact opposite. Some people change, some people don't. This is very long. TLDR. High school bully ends up crying alone in a corner at 5-year high school reunion because more guys paid attention to me than to her at said reunion. I went to boarding prep school and there was this one girl, we'll call her D, who was always a rude beach. My first interaction with her was when I came back to my room in the second week of school my freshman year and found her ranting about my clothes with my roommate. I overheard them before I walked in to find her cutting up a sweater of mine. She said she was doing my roommate a favor so she wouldn't have to look at that sweater again. At this point, I had never even seen her before. I was shocked and confused and didn't say anything. Over the course of high school I had a lot of interactions with D, all of which sucked. They ranged from her cornering me because she was under the impression I was dating a new hot junior. I was dating his roommate, X, and he and I were just friends. He had a girlfriend back home with the same name as me and told me I should dump him because I wasn't good enough for him and he should be with someone hotter. She would always have something mean to say whenever we passed each other in the hallway. She was very proud of her Italian heritage and screamed at me in front of a group of 10 or so people because I had the audacity to say that I was half Italian, more than her. She didn't believe me because my last name wasn't Italian like hers. Hello, it's on my mother's side? Whatever. She said I wasn't good enough to be Italian. While I was good at hockey, she was on the varsity team and made sure I didn't join by making me feel very unwelcome, even though the coach asked me each year to please try out because he liked what he saw of me on JV. The list of stupid shit goes on and on. I was pretty shy at this time and already had fairly low self-esteem, so her attempts to make me feel like shit worked more often than not. Fast forward 5 years, and I'm gearing up for our big reunion. It's a weekend-long event full of lobster and open bar and something you look forward to from your freshman year of high school. Leading up to reunion weekend, I was nervous. My mom gave me the advice to think of the people I went to high school with as new people, as they will have grown up, and it's not fair to judge people by who they were in high school. A small group got together a few weeks before reunion weekend and D happened to be there as well. I remembered what my mom had told me, so when D came up to say hi, I was pleasantly surprised and optimistic about where the conversation would go. She started out nice enough but then said, "I heard you live with X, but I know that can't be true, because you are not cool enough to even be friends with X, and you didn't even know him at school as you remember. X and I dated back in high school, which was pretty common knowledge. X and I had remained friends and even became roommates post-college." I reminded her of such, and she just walked away. When reunion came around, I warned my boyfriend to stay away from D. I just wanted to have a good time, and if we avoided her, we would have a blast. My boyfriend didn't believe that someone could be so awful, so the first thing he does when I point her out to him is walk right up to her. She's having a conversation with another girl, and he waits politely to join in. D turns her back to him and continues talking. After a few minutes, he says excuse me and introduces himself as Ben. She looks at him with disgust and says, "You're Jess Mess 86's boyfriend, right?" And he replies in the affirmative. She then responds with, "That's all I need to know," and turns her back once again to him. He comes back laughing and telling me I was right. Reunion was fun despite her presence. I managed to avoid her. I have to admit that my confidence has soared post high school and that a lot of guys find that attractive. As the second night was winding down, I found myself in a circle of guys from my class who were all very curious about my life and very flirtatious. Among these guys were D's ex-boyfriend, whom she had stayed with all through college and had recently broken up, and the guy she had declared as hers for the weekend. Even though I had a boyfriend, they were all much more interested in talking to me than her. At one point I saw her literally crying, drunk in a corner by herself. The final day of the reunion, my boyfriend and I came to the dining hall for breakfast. We sat down at the table for our class and he was there looking worse for wear. We ignored her, and he had the whole table laughing at his jokes and stories. I looked up to see that she was the only one not laughing. Felt good to see her so miserable from her own doing, and to watch the misery increase as she saw how happy I was, and how awesome my boyfriend was, and how the guys would have rather hung out with me than her 10-year reunion is coming up next year and I can't wait. In middle school I was bullied for liking pro wrestling and alternative music. I'm female, by the way. Strange thing was, my main bully liked pro wrestling as well. He had a WWF backpack for God's sake. I guess I just liked the wrong guys? I don't even know. Anyway, they would sit next to me and whisper awful things to me in one class in particular, until I just ended up in the nurse's office every day in order to avoid them. My parents were splitting up at this time and neither of them seemed to notice that I was failing classes or getting notes sent home. The kids would yell at me as I walked down the hallway, make fun of my clothes. I was fairly poor in a fairly upper class small town, and generally just make my life hell, until I changed schools. Now I'm in my late 20s. I've certainly come out of my ugly duckling phase, thank God. I have a job managing a fairly successful band. I travel the world 9 months out of the year, and the last time I ran into my main bully was on tour. He was a busboy at a restaurant in the same town we happened to have a show in. He didn't look bad, maybe a little larger, but I had heard from mutual friends that he knocked some girl up and ended up stuck in this shit town. Never really did much of anything after high school. He definitely recognized me, and I made sure he knew I recognized him. But the real kicker? Eating dinner with me was a famous, as in crossover to mainstream media famous, WWE World Champion, who I happen to know through mutual friends. I've never felt more like I've made it than in that moment. TLDR made fun of for liking rock and roll and pro wrestling. Suck it everyone. Came late to the game so nobody will probably see it, but here it goes anyway. There was a freakishly large guy who walked the same way home as me in high school and used to mercilessly push me and say degrading things. My older brother was a monster and would stop him if he was ever there, but that rarely happened. Forward 4 years after graduation. I'm a successful casino supervisor and he is working at Big 5 in the sporting goods department. I of course held no hard feelings, understanding he had a shitty life and he was just acting out bad stuff and feelings that he had from growing up. Apparently he did not feel the same way and advised a man as he handed him a rifle it was not okay to point it at anybody in the store, except for me. He doubled down and told him the rifle was 10% off if the rifle was pointed at me. I looked at him and asked him if he understood what he was doing. He just smiled threateningly at me. At this point I was besides myself and couldn't believe he would make such a massive and illegal mistake. I went to the front and called the manager. I explained the situation and told him that I was calling the police immediately and contacting a lawyer unless said employee was fired on the spot and escorted from the store. When the manager looked into it, the guy wasn't even smart enough to lie. He just said it had been a joke and I was being a beach. The customer backed me up too. I told him we could avoid lawsuits and cops, just fire him and I would drop it. I got to watch with immense satisfaction as they escorted him from the premises about 20 minutes after the manager agreed, and the look of glee on my face just pushed his anger further. I had been willing to drop it, but that win was one of the best feelings of my whole life. TLDR got a dude who bullied me in high school fired on the spot from his job and removed from the store for asking a customer to point a gun at me. Edited, formatting and grammar. When I was in 4th grade, a kid on the playground pulled my pants down in front of all the girls, underwear and all. I was already going through puberty early, so given the crazy hormones going on, this was about the most embarrassing thing that could have happened until the aftermath. Most kids teased me a bit. However, one girl who I had a crush on started basically bullying me about it. She would bring it up all the time, long after everyone else had basically forgot about it. She wouldn't let me. To the point where I altered my behavior to avoid her for fear she'd say something again and make me relive it. I think probably the most extreme thing I did was walk to school half hour instead of taking the bus, just because I knew she'd be on it. I was so happy that when middle school came she was sent to another school. Thankfully time helped me forget. Then, when I was in high school and at a party, probably grade 10 or so, I saw her with some friends and I of course flashed back to those OFAC thoughts, even though it was so long past. Of course she came up to me, and of course, when we were talking just the two of us, she brought up the fact I was pants those years before. No one else could hear, thankfully, but it was still like my worst childhood fear coming true. Thankfully, at that moment, things took a bit of a turn for the good, I guess. She said the reason she teased me about it so much was that she had always had the biggest crush on me, and then she used some smooth line like, "That hasn't changed," or "I want to see it again." I was seeing red though, so I don't remember exactly what she said, and it took a minute to register she was basically hitting on me. And truth was, she was actually kinda hot at that point. Anyways, there is no glory story after that. I didn't take her in the back and shag and spank her to make her pay for making my younger life hell. I think I basically awkwardly excused myself. But it was some kinda faked up. In middle school there were obviously cliques, one of them being the cool kids. This clique had a self-proclaimed leader. Let's just call him Jay. This guy was the coolest kid in school, and as the self-proclaimed leader of this cool kid group, kids needed his permission to hang out in their area during lunch/recess. etc. I had other friends who were deemed cool enough to hang out in that area, so I wanted to join them. He would always tell me I wasn't cool enough to hang out there, or on days where he wanted like chips or a soda or something he would let me stay for $1. And being that little kid trying so hard to be in the cool kid club, I would give it to him. That lasted about 6 months before I got sick of the constant teasing from Jay and the other cool kids and decided to make new friends, since clearly my old ones now thought I was below them. Middle school logic. Anyways, this kind of tarnished my middle school experience, basically losing my best friends because I wasn't even allowed to hang out in the same area as them, but whatever. They obviously weren't great friends. I also ended up going to high school with Jay, but we never had classes together, or any interaction for that matter. We would see each other around campus, but not really acknowledge each other's existence. Fast forward to about 3 months ago. I'm now 25 years old, plenty of friends, look great. I used to be a fat ass, lost about 115 lbs. Finished college, great job, etc. etc. I went to the local Chili's, just an average bar and grill, and what a act now. Jay is my server. He instantly recognized me and made small talk. The typical "how have you been, what are you doing" blah blah. And through this, I learned that he recently had to drop out of college and take on 2 serving jobs to support a child that he had. I didn't ask, but I assumed it was unplanned. Dinner carried on, just the usual stuff, nothing out of the norm. Jay drops off the check, and we chat a bit more. At this point I just feel I have to say something, and just ask something along the lines of, do you realize you made my middle school experience absolutely miserable? It was probably a dick question, but damn, he faked my world up. His answer was very apologetic, how he didn't realize the impact of what he was doing, etc. etc. I told him it doesn't matter, it's in the past, but that I just wanted him to know. Our bill was around $35. I left him $140 in cash in the book, and left. I don't like that forced/awkward conversation that follows when someone is accepting a huge tip. I like to get out of there before they open it. Caught him on my way out, thanked him for the service, and wished him the best for himself and his son, and went on my way. I never did hear from him. It's not like we exchanged numbers, or are friends on FB, or whatever, but I hope that he used the $100+ tip to buy his son something nice. Grudges aren't worth holding onto, but I won't lie, simply telling him he made my life miserable felt relieving. I went to college in my hometown, but lived in my own house and my housemates were party animals. I was, but also was determined to get great grades. I was the first person in my family to even consider college an option. I was at Denny's really late one night studying my ass off for a huge exam, because my housemates were having people over, and the late night server was a friend from high school. The place was dead, so my server friend was sitting with me quizzing me when my girlfriend at the time showed up just to say hi and encourage me to take a break. While we were sitting there, this group of guys walked in, obviously drunk, and sat close to us, so the server went to service them. One of the guys was girlfriend's ex from something like 5 years ago, and he also went to high school with us and tortured me. Told everyone I was gay, so gym class sucked for me. Broke some of my sculptures in art class. Typical dickhead stuff. So my girlfriend and I are sitting there, and it's awkward for both of us, so we decide to jet. We are barely out the door when someone from behind pushes me, and as I stand up, there's a faking gun in my face, and on the other end is this bully. I do everything to keep my cool, but in the situation it's hard to think. I start asking the guy why he's such an asshole and we talk for a while, more argue, but whatever, when out of nowhere this cop tackles the bully and just starts stomping him on the ground while another officer covers him and keeps the rest of the drunk friends inside. I'd be a liar if I said I didn't really enjoy watching this cop stomp on this guy so hard he's a bloody mess. It's important to note that I hate the police. I never saw the bully again, left town for grad school, but sometimes when I'm laying in bed I think about that moment and can't help but smile a little. Pointy LDR gun in my face outside Denny's. Cop actually protected me. I got teased and made fun of a decent bit in middle school, but nothing crazy bad. I wasn't popular, but I wasn't the biggest nerd, so it was nothing terrible traumatic, just normal middle school bullshit. However, one time, a week before the 8th grade formal, one of the hottest girls in the grade, let's call her Kate, comes up to me and asks me if I will go to the dance with her friend. Now, this was a dream come true, because I was definitely in love with her friend. Let's call her Emily, but I wasn't stupid, so I knew there was something fishy. I said yes, just to see what the response would be, and she smiled and ran off. Later that week, this guy, call him Steve, comes up to me in the hallway and starts talking about the dance and how awesome it is going to be. I realize then that he has set up this whole joke. I don't know how it's going to end, but I know for certain that Emily isn't trying to date me because I'm not stupid. Anyway, Steve convinces me to eat lunch that day at the cool table. I sit down and everyone is grinning and staring at me. I know I'm about to be humiliated, but I was prepared, so I wasn't very worried. Kate speaks up and is like, guess what? I cut her off and say, Emily doesn't want to go to the dance with me because I'm a loser. Saw it coming. I'd rather play StarCraft anyway. Thanks guys. And went to sit at my table. I got ribbed for it a bit until the year was over, and then whatever. Throughout high school Kate would continue to passive aggressively pick on me, and Steve was always a nuisance. Flash forward to our 5-year high school reunion. I apparently am not nearly as ugly as I used to be, and things haven't gone well for Steve and Kate. Steve is bald, a recovering meth addict, and pushing 250 lbs. Kate got pregnant and doesn't know who the daddy is because she can't track down 3 guys and get them to take paternity tests. I see Kate, say hi and buy her and her friends a drink and leave a huge tip, then go back to talking to my friends. Steve walks over to us, drunk and a sweaty mess. I pretend to not notice who he is and ask him if he is taking orders. When he barks out, don't you know who I am? I play dumb and make him explain. Then he asks me for $5. I smile, pull out a $20, give it to him, and give him a soft slap on the face and a get some help. I don't run into Emily for another year. When I see her, Jesus, just Jesus, she's beautiful. It's at a Christmas party of my dad's friend, and she is stunning. She approaches me and starts nervous small talk. Finally she launches into what seems like an apology that she had been rehearsing for some time. I cut her off and tell her that it was a long time ago and there is no need to apologize. She starts crying and says that it was so cruel and that she got her comeuppance. She dated a string of dickheads who screwed with her, and she hasn't been happy since she went to the dark side popularity. I comfort her and we talk and drink into the night. We ended up hooking up for a while, but we both moved and lost touch for a while. My 10-year reunion is coming up. I saw Steve 2 weeks ago and he blurted out, "You hooked up with Emily." Haha, I hid it first in front of his buddies at the sports bar we were at. I replied with, "Oh." She told me. We laughed about it a lot. I don't know what was funnier, the 30 seconds of sex or the fact that you cried about it afterwards. He went completely pale. All his buddies gave me high fives. 2 stories. Wallow text 1. Had a group of guys torment me all through junior and senior high school. I was a nerd, but a weird nerd in the sense that I was very academic, and it was my main pursuit, but I was fairly athletic. I played football and wrestled at school. Outside of school I was studying martial arts. I had been training 4 years kung fu, kempo, boxing, kickboxing, a little aikido, etc. But never made a big deal of it because one sifu told me that it's something for me to improve myself and take care of myself should I need to. I should only let other PPL know as a last case scenario, and even then only at the blunt end of my fist. These guys would try to push PPL around at parties, etc. They tried to fight me several times and I usually got out of it. Once I floored 2 of them at a party in front of a lot of PPL. One shot KO'd one and threw the other on his head and FOD. I wasn't gonna fight 10 guys as an adult. Years later, I'm getting changed for class, and one of the guys walked into the change room. It was the one I flipped. He was new student for his first class. I remember the feelings creep up my spine. What the fuck was this asshole doing here? But it had been a long time. We were both in our early 20s. Try to make like I didn't see him on the way to the mat. Doing a little light warming up on the mat, he comes out, uncomfortable, looking for where he should go and what he should do, as many new students do. He sees me and comes over. "Hi, Icefirmer. I thought that was you. How have you been?" We chatted for a bit. He lost track of everyone after high school. Said he'd grown up a lot and was acting like a pretty chill guy. Was always interested in training, etc. Said he was glad he was getting his life together because he was a giant douche until about 2 years after high school. I laughed. First class went well. In the locker room, after he asked how long I'd been doing this for and commented on the darker belt around my waist. I told him about my time in that style and others. He said, "So that night at the party at X's house, you could have beat my ass worse than you did." Told him that the training wasn't really about that and why I trained. I didn't like fighting, but could defend myself if he needed to. Said that was the first wake up call he had. He and his friends thought they were awesome untouchable gangster wannabes in high school and had no idea about real life. He didn't exactly apologize, but I could tell he knew what he was and what he did back then. He trained there for about 2 years more until he moved. Was a much better guy. 2. Was tormented by a rather cute girl in high school. She stole my stuff. She threw things at me. She put rubber cement in my hair. Who the fuck puts rubber cement in someone's hair? She used to heckle me with her friends in the hallway and at social outings we both happened to be at. She always made an effort to do or say things to me. I thought she was a huge bitch. Again, I was the nerdy guy that happened to play sports, so outside of my 3 to 4 friends at school, all my social circle was from outside of school. In university years later, on summer break at a party, she was there. Apparently she went to another school out of town. Didn't know, didn't care. I was single at the time and everyone is having fun. This faking bitch comes up and says hi. I've always been polite, so I say hi back. She keeps talking to me. After a few minutes I stop and ask her, "Why are you being so nice to me?" She looked a little flabbergasted. "What do you mean?" She always cheat on me every chance she got in high school and now she seems so nice. "Has being an undergrad made you grow up a little?" She says. "Well, this is embarrassing. Okay, come with me." She grabs my hand and leads me outside. I make a joke about if I saw rubber cement she was in deep shit. My friends are all like, "What the fuck?" because I'm not known for being rude. She takes me outside to a bench with no one nearby and she sits me down. It was a gorgeous night outside. She says that she knows some of the jokes she pulled on my were a little bit rude/uncalled for. I say no shit. She did it, all of it, every little thing, because she had a huge crush on me. For the first time all night I'm speechless. She asks, "Do you see what I mean?" My response, "How the fuck does that work?" She explains that she liked me because I was a nice guy, a little different, really smart, in good shape and cute. My mind is still blown. So what about the rubber cement in the hair and being nasty? How did that factor in? She admitted that she didn't know what to do, and she also didn't want another one of her friends talking to me. Apparently she was interested as well, so the best way was to do stuff to me to keep my attention on her, while bad-mouthing me to her friends, so they wouldn't be interested. I should qualify, I never had a girlfriend until after high school. I had no game and no clue. University was much better, and I also started figuring things out a bit. I asked, "So you're the reason I didn't get laid until after high school?" She said she was sorry and how it was all really dumb. We ended up talking for hours and laughing about it in retrospect. I also realized there were some signs I missed. It was getting later and we kept talking. I wrapped her in my jacket and we talked for hours more. She moves close and kisses me. We end up making out on the bench for a long time. Missed most of the party. We ended up having a summer fling for a few weeks until she went back to school. TLDR, Story 1. Met a bully from high school on his first day at a martial arts class, where I'd been training for years. Story 2. Run into high school beach that put rubber cement in my hair at a summer party in university. Things turn unexpectedly. Mind blown. I had a fantastic occurrence of this. My dad was in the RAF when I was growing up, which resulted in a lot of moving around and changing schools as we went. I was always the new kid. I moved schools from Wales to England when I was about 13 and ended up being put into an absolutely awful social group who made it their personal mission to ruin my life on a daily basis. As a result of this, I reclused and became a hardcore geek and began teaching myself 3D art in the evenings after school as a bit of an escape. As school progressed and the bullying got worse, my 3D art skills became better and better, and that became my passion. I left school at 16 after failing my GCSEs due to spending too much time doing 3D art and not enough time revising. This ended up being a fantastic choice, as I ended up going almost immediately into a junior artist role at a games company using the skills I'd gained in my evenings. When I turned 17, I bought my first car and began driving into and from work. On my first ever journey home by myself in my car, I decided to stop at Burger King. I walked in, and the person behind the counter serving me was the ringleader of this bunch of twerps who'd been making my life hell throughout high school. It was a beautiful moment. I made my order and he started asking me what I'd been doing. I didn't even have to be a dick about it. The reality of the situation was so amazing that all I had to do was tell the plain truth. I'd been working at 17 on a PS3 game and had just bought my first car, had zero qualifications and more importantly no student loan. Seeing his face as he then had to process my order was like the universe giving me a big nudge and a wink. Like it was going, "See, I told you it'd all be worth it." TLDR, I got bullied at school and started teaching myself 3D art then. After leaving school at 16, got served in Burger King by the main bully just after buying my first car whilst making PS3 games. Sorry for bad grammar. This is why I became an artist and not a writer. I was a huge tomboy in grade school, a teacher's pet nerd/geek. Giant glasses tomboy. Point brushing hair was for sissy girls, and sissy girls were stupid. Point I didn't get along with any of the girls in my grade, but I did alright hanging with the guys, except for one guy. We'll call him Lopez. Lopez was the alpha of 4th grade, and it bothered him to have a girl sit at the guy's table. Point I tried ignoring him, but it didn't work. One day, while I was playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles with the guys, he came up and took over the game. Unusual critter, this is a guy's game. Shut up. I'm Leonardo. I've got 2 swords, and I'm the leader. He laughed and sneered a little. You're not Leonardo. You're Aimer. For the record, I still hate Aimer passionately. Point needless to say, the nickname stuck. Point the next time I tried to eat lunch with the guys, Lopez told me in no uncertain terms that there were no girls allowed at the guys' table. He told me I was girl, an ugly girl, but still a girl, and that girls were only good for growing up and having babies. Not that it mattered, because I was so nasty nobody would want to marry me anyways. In retrospect, he must have been parroting things he heard from his dad, because where the heck would a 9-year-old boy get that from? Anyways, slowly but surely, he turned the tide of the other guys against me, but by that point I'd burned my bridges hanging out with the girls. So that's why I spent the next 2 years of lunchtimes by myself at a corner table next to the autistic kid in our class, eating as fast as I could, so I could go play by myself on the swings, and not look so pathetic or break down crying in front of everyone. It was not very much fun. Point fast forward a couple years, and I saw him in the beginning of high school, and he turned into a young Brad Pitt. It was so unfair. He was just drop dead gorgeous. I hated him so much, had hated him for years, but as soon as I saw him my heart twisted inside me, and I fell hopelessly in lust for the first time of my young life. Point unfortunately, I was still a tomboy geek. I got heavy into grunge fashion in junior high, and just kept wearing it, because it was comfortable. Also, I wore patchouli oil, because I actually liked the way it smelled, and nobody had the decency to tell me that it smells like rat pee to the general populace. He wasn't mean to me, he just didn't know I existed. That was almost worse. I could have stood right in front of him, doing jumping jacks, and he would have just long gazed past me. Besides, hotter girls than me were flinging their vajayjays at him with reckless abandon, so I knew I didn't have a chance. Fast forward a couple of years, it was the end of sophomore year in college. I'd grown up, learned what a hairbrush was, and stopped hiding myself in giant flannel shirts. He, on the other hand, had gone a bit downhill. Not much, but he was no longer ripped. Turns out he did steroids in high school, his skin looked old, he did some cocaine, too, and he'd put on some weight. He was studying to be a computer programmer, and, well, yeah. It's hard to stay in shape doing that. I had put on weight too, but at that point it was a good thing, since I was too thin growing up. I'll just be blunt, I used to be hot. I saw him in the hallway, on a day I was wearing a brand new outfit I'd just splurged on a great hair day, where my makeup turned out just right. He stopped dead, and his mouth dropped open. Unusual critter? Is that you? Hey, Lopez, wow. You look amazing. We proceeded to chat for a while, just about nothing, but I was late for class and had to go. Right before I left, he shook his head. Who would have thought, all those years ago, he gestured at himself and at me, that I'd grow up to the nerd and you'd grow up to be, well, you look great. It's been over 10 years since that meeting, and it still makes me smile every time I think of it. TLDR, haha, Lopez, you could have had all the untrimmed, patchily scented poontang you wanted, but you missed your chance. Edit, spelling. First post ever, what's up Reddit. Just reading through this thread really hits home with me, so I've decided to stop lurking hardcore and share my story. As a kid I was really sick with asthma and eczema, in and out of the hospital type stuff. Parents tried everything and went to a laundry list of doctors to try and find something to help me. Eventually, I was able to be put into a test group for a new topical ointment around probably 99. I was still just a youngin' at the time. But before that we had tried some type of medical steroids or some nonsense, and I came to find out later in childhood that one of the side effects was weight gain. And I gained a lot. Towards the end of 4th grade, I was a big kid. So naturally, being the fat kid, school was hell. Even your friends make fun of you. Not a good experience. The bullying continued throughout middle school, and on top of that I had a stepdad who was verbally abusive. Middle school was a really rough time for me. By 8th grade my self-worth was a joke. Someone tells you how worthless/useless you are enough times you start to believe them. And I was still fat, lol. Perfect storm for a hell of a childhood. And I was a Boy Scout. Can't forget to add that. Fortunately it wasn't all terrible. By chance there were a small handful of people who were nothing but supportive and really helped me get through this. 3 of those people, and probably the most important, were my mother. I know, sounds silly, but my biological father wasn't around much during that time, so she was the only parent I had really, and she really was a huge component of me wanting to keep moving forward and be successful, etc. The other 2 people were my 2 best friends who fortunately lived 2 towns north of me, so as kids we couldn't hang out all the time. But thanks to Sparks Live we were able to communicate really often, and they really are the best friends I could have ever asked for. Genuinely great guys. We for a time were the epitome of a nerdy triforce. I'm the youngest of the 3 of us, and we are all either in college and working. I turn 21 in a couple months, and we are still best friends. We have been, since I was in the 4th grade. So thanks to them, I made it through the hell that middle school was, and into high school. For some reason, and I'm thankful for this, the bullying stopped for the most part when I was a freshman. Bullying really is an awful entity that exists, but looking back on it, it really helped me. Instead of being bitter it made me accepting, and instead of anger it motivated me. So despite the depression and heartache of it all, it made me a stronger person and helped me come out of my shell. Finally, the point of that story was so I can tell you this story. Long story short, jokes on all of the people who brutally and mercilessly poked fun at the fat kid because 1. Being fat and knowing people have a natural affinity to make fun of fat people, I developed a wicked sense of humor and actually became pretty funny. 2. Being a social outcast, I spent a lot of time playing Halo 2 on XBL, so naturally I became a pro at talking trash. 3. High school came around and all of the cool kids in middle school fell off and either became not cool and 4. Myself on the other hand played a season of football my freshman year, slimmed down enough to start running track until I was a junior, essentially went from zero to hero, went from knowing no one to knowing what I feel like was everyone by my junior year, including the seniors. Whoa, super cool, right? Started getting invited to parties, all the stereotypical cool kid activities I suppose. Had my first kiss the beginning of my junior year with a super cutie. I gained a few inches in height, lost a lot of weight, talked to / dated a few girls the beginning of junior year, then around December of 11th grade started dating my crush since my freshman year. Stopped partying the summer after my junior year so I could focus on school and my super awesome girlfriend, and by the time I graduated with a 3.1 GPA, as a slacker I couldn't have been more content. I still won the senior superlative life of the party, was nominated for Homecoming King, came in second by half a point in the senior boys talent show / beauty pageant. And I ended up having a really awesome high school experience point, so the joke is on the bullies, cause look at me now HATERZ. But on a serious note, I've had forgiven everyone a long time ago. I have no hard feelings. I understand those kids were going through just as much as I was, and in a way I hope I helped them get through their time of need. And I always was, and always will be, no matter how popular I got, or how big my ego was, I will always befriend the little guy and the outcasts, and I'll always do my best to help anyone who needs it. So I really should thank everyone who made fun of me. They catapulted me to my greatness. And in case anyone was curious, where I'm at now, turning 21 soon, starting a regiment of picking up heavy objects and putting them down on a regular basis. I have a goal to get seriously ripped, because I never have been, and I don't want to be fat again lol. I'm attending school, pursuing a BS and eventually a DPT. Physical therapy, and I'm still dating, going on 4 years this December, the former captain of the cheerleaders who is a soon to be very hot nurse. I have no complaints. Moral of the story, don't let people get you down point, and I apologize for the super long read. If you got through it all, thanks for reading. There was this guy named Warren I went to school with. He put me through hell. Physical and verbal abuse, steal my sheet and break it, scratched fag in my locker, stole the sunglasses my dad gave me, and scratched faggot across the lenses. Even saw him a couple years after high school, when I was in college. He drove by and yelled faking faggot. As you can tell, he didn't have much of a vocabulary, and this sorta triggered what I assume is a PTSD episode, as I started hyperventilating, got really dizzy, and went and hid in the bathroom at school. Some friends came and talked me through it, but it was half an hour before I could let a friend of mine owns a bar and gets me to help bounce when she's got a metal / rock band in, since I'm 6 feet 2, 240 pounds, and have a little martial arts training. A few weeks ago, I was there working, and lo and behold, Warren walks in. It's been 6 years since I last saw him, and I'm really not looking forward to having to deal with him drinking. I wasn't even sure if he recognized me point after a couple hours, though. He came over, beer in hand. Hey, Jmthetank. How you doing, man? Fine. Warren, thanks. Yourself? Good, man. Good. You're looking good, dude. Looks like you lost some weight. Thanks. Lost 50 pounds since January, right? On. Well done, man. You're looking fit. Got a woman? Oh, yeah. I've got a girlfriend. Awesome. Lose some weight, and they come flocking to ya. Got any kids? No, not yet. Kids are awesome. I've got 3 now, and 1 on the way, and I think that'll be enough. I see. Congratulations. Yeah, it's pretty good. Then, we just stood there, him watching the band, me surveying the crowd. After about 10 minutes, I had to go break up what was looking to become a fight in the mosh pit. Looked at him, said have a good night, enjoy the show, shook the hand he offered, and went back to work. I wanted to throw him out. I wanted to get him arrested. The cops come through regularly just to have a presence, and would haul out anyone I said was being a problem, and then throw them in the tank. I wanted revenge point, but I had a job to do, and pulling shit like that would make my buddy's bar look bad. so he got to enjoy the show and even helped me break up another fight later in the evening. So anyway, yeah, that's my bully story. We'll never be friends, but I'm no longer afraid to see him on the street. This will get buried, but oh well. I went to school with this girl and we used to be friends when we were younger, but as we got older things got different. I never bothered with her, but she always made it a point to make sure that everyone knew how poor I was. We both came from single mothers, but her father paid child support, so I knew that's how she got all her clothes and makeup. I admit I was a bit jealous, but then I realized she looked down on everyone for everything. I forgot about her as I got older, because I moved away, but I moved back to my hometown a few years later, and graduated with my JED. I didn't see her until a few years later, when we both ended up working at the same grocery store. I always made it a point to be nice to her, because I knew she had 4 kids to support, and her man didn't do anything. I guess it finally got to me how she was acting. She always commented on the customer's clothes or social situation. I really got pissed when she commented on an old man's grocery situation. He was on a fixed income and only bought the necessities. I ignored her and left my till to bring his groceries outside, apologizing for her attitude towards him. He was nice about it, but he had tears in his eyes. After that I reported her to the managers and pretty much made her life a living hell. I always one-upped her on customer service and encouraged the customers to report her for the attitude. She didn't last long, and to be honest I don't feel bad about it. I met her just last month and she was trying to be nice to me, but I told her quite nicely to stuff it because she's a horrible person. I haven't seen her since, but it still irks me how a person who has nothing can literally be a sheet sandwich still. I guess it bothers me because soon after she did that to the old man he passed away from a heart attack. Edited for misspelled words. I was a sophomore when one of my friends, Blake, died. He accidentally shot himself while handling a gun at home. It hit us all pretty hard when we heard the news the next day. The worst part is, Blake wasn't even the first of my friends to die that year. I was enrolled in an art class, the kind where they pretty much let us choose our own projects. So we had genuinely committed art students mixed in with lazy douchebags who were in it for the easy A. One such douchebag was a senior named Zach. I was a lanky, awkward drama kid, and therefore an ideal target for someone like Zach, being your typical popularity-driven dickhead of larger, heavier build. He and I had words every few days or so. He really got off on making me miserable. Anyway, day after Blake's death, I'm on edge, can't concentrate on anything. The air in the room is heavy with silence as the students struggle to focus on their art projects. Zach figures, hey, what better time to assert his dominance over Proto than in the wake of his friend's sudden and horrible death. He starts prodding, bumping into me as he crosses the room, sneaking in snide remarks, the works. I'm bottling it all up, cause I'm a good kid and whatnot, but it's really starting to boil. Zach ups his game by kicking the legs out from under my chair. I jump to my feet, red with anger, and a loud what the fuck crashes through my teeth. Zach, having achieved his goal, belts out a hearty laugh. I come unglued, harsh words are exchanged. Before the teacher can get the situation under control, Zach spews out some loud, vitriolic remark like, I'm not the one who's got dumbers friends that blow their own faces off. I attack him, but Zach puts a beating on me before the teacher splits us up. I'm absolutely shaking with frustration and defeat. Fast forward 5 years. I've been in the Air Force a while. I'm on my way home on leave to visit old friends, waiting on a connecting flight. I'm killing time at a Starbucks near that SAT checkpoint, when who do I see slinking through the metal detector but Zach. My chest quakes in an instant huff of derision. Being empowered by my military status, I make my approach. As I close the distance, I start to see just how shitty Zach looks. Broken, miserable. The sight makes me glow a little bit. I saunter up with a triumphant, "What's up, Zach?" He doesn't even recognize me. I have to remind him who I am. The conversation turns up a few interesting facts. Zach works at a dead-end job, still lives with his parents, and never went to college. Never accomplished anything, never escaped our shitty hometown, and I guessed that all his fair weather friends abandoned him after high school. This guy, this old king of high school, had nothing, and it showed. I got to brag about all the cool shit I'd been up to, all the places I've seen. Oh, nothing much, just catching some of the world's most dangerous bad guys, preserving billions of dollars worth of air power assets, saving lives. Hardly worth talking about. I never did get to return the beating Zach gave me in school, at least in the physical sense. But I absolutely adored how defeated that some bitch's face looked once he realized that this skinny drama geek had conquered some shit he never even dreamed about. I laugh every time I think about that chance encounter edit. Yeah, I know it's not very inspirational, but my friend didn't deserve to die, and he certainly didn't deserve to have his memory insulted the very next day. I still see the bully's situation as an appropriate case of comic whiplash. In middle, and even into high school, there was an asshole who picked on this disabled girl named Emily. This asshole tormented everyone he felt he could pick on, and no one liked him because of this, so most of us just tuned him out. But I knew that this girl, Emily, who was paralyzed and in a motorized wheelchair, really was hurt by Mr. Asshole. A couple people and I tried standing up for her, but he kept bullying her, and she moved schools freshman year. Because of him. I felt bad, but eventually I forgot about it and moved on. Now, 7 years out of high school, I work as a sound engineer. I run and design live sound systems freelance, but my constant source of employment comes from one venue. There, I run sound for anything from plays and musicals to live concerts about twice a month. We have a local kids with disabilities group come and watch a matinee performance of a play or musical, and afterwards, they meet the actors and stuff. Well, about 6 months ago, I was anxiously pacing in the lobby waiting for my boss to come in, because we had had something major break in our smaller theater. It just so happened that in the larger theater, the special needs kid group was watching a performance of The Little Mermaid, and one of the staff members from the special needs kids group was Mr. Asshole. The irony. I was shocked, but recognized him immediately. He had put on weight and was covered in tattoos. I was shocked to see him working with these kids, given his history. I went up and talked to him, and he recognized me, probably because I don't think I've changed since high school appearance-wise, size. Anyway, I asked about what he does, after he asked about my profession. Needless to say, he hadn't changed at all. Man, I hate these faking kids, but I can't find else to do. He said. Anyway, I ended the conversation and immediately went back to my booth to turn The Little Mermaid show. After the show, I wasted no time calling the person in charge of the disabilities group and telling them about Mr. Asshole's history and what he had said to me earlier in the day. Mr. Asshole was fired. I don't care if he couldn't find other work. He deserved it, and those kids don't do anything to have him care for them. My girlfriend's younger sister is autistic, and she's great. Mr. Asshole got what was coming to him. That was for Emily. I grew up in a small town where the people you went to kindergarten with were the same people you graduated high school with. If you were in, it was great. If you did something embarrassing, you could never live it down. I was friends with basically everyone, except one group of girls that really didn't like me because they were just horrible human beings, and I called them on it. They used to make fun of one kid because his mom died of cancer, absolutely tormented another girl when she was rapped and reported it, and of course the usual bullying of people who were fat or had acne. Yeah, you get the pie. So fast forward to college, all of the girls were accepted to one school, well known for its parties not academics, except for one girl I'll call K. I stayed more local for my general ed because I had a free ride at the junior college, one of the best in the nation, and wanted to save money. I ended up with one class with her, and she was obviously trying to impress this guy who wouldn't give her the time of day. I'm hanging out in the library with said guy and about 12 other people, and Kay comes running up and says, "Oh my god. Hey girl." Looks at guy. "Oh my god. Trapdoor underscore lalita, and I went to school together our whole lives. We are like best friends." I raised my eyebrows and said, "We are not friends. We haven't spoken since you told the exchange student to wash her dirty brown skin in gym. Honestly, if we were assigned to work together, or I saw her in public, I would have been civil, but I wasn't about to play along and pretend like we were ever friends. I don't associate with trash like that." I played football from grade school to high school with a couple of guys who not only were assholes to people on the team, but to others as well. One got kicked out of school for a while for bending a very quiet and sheltered girl over a desk and dry humping her, and the other was constantly picking fights with smaller, weaker kids. I saw both not too long ago. The one who always fought people is in prison for beating his wife, driving to the pizza place where he had ordered a pizza, and trying to fight a guy who worked there, who beat his ass and called the cops. He had some other charges and was on probation, so he got more time. The dry humper is an alcoholic who lives with his dad in a sheet apartment in a sheet part of town. This story is about myself. I never beat on him, but joked around with him a lot, but he never saw the joking as being just for fun. He wasn't what I would call a friend then. He was quiet, really nerdy and very socially awkward. We would talk on AIM sometimes, and would talk in school, but like any of my guy friends I would make fun of him, and he would try his best to do it back. Unfortunately, I guess with his social ineptness, he never understood I wasn't serious and it really bothered him. A few years after we graduated, he began working at the grocery store I worked at. One day on break he told me how bad his life was in middle and high school all because of me. I told him that I wasn't serious at all, and I'm sorry if I came off as mean. He said that he understood now, and that I helped bring him out of his shell. He had began playing organized sports as his sheltering mom never would allow it. He became agnostic after finally finding the courage to go against his family, and he found a girlfriend, which he was never allowed to have. I apologized again, but he just said it was okay and that in some faked up way I helped him. I still feel bad about it, and how I wasn't more upfront with him about the typical joking and ribbing guys do with their friends. But I saw him again a few months ago, and he is very outgoing. His stutter is gone, and he seems happy with his new life. I knew this guy throughout middle and high school. Football star and a real bruiser. I once saw him pick up a bike with a kid on it after the kid had mouthed off while passing and throw him to the ground. He was always pushing around or mocking other kids. He also happened to be smart, and we were in the same advanced classes. The one time he tried to get me to fight him, I was so unprepared. I lamely told him to pick on someone his own size. So he got down on his knees and asked, "Will you fight me now?" I couldn't help laughing, which broke the tension and probably saved my skin. Anyway, at our 20th reunion, this skinny guy yells out my name and comes over with a huge grin. I did not recognize him until he told me his name. He proceeded to tell me that he had always admired me, how I'd gone into the arts and made a career of it, and how jealous he was. Then he told me about how his dad had pushed him around, told him not to be weak, forced him into sports, and drilled aggression into him, basically prodded him to be a bully. His father never let him do anything remotely creative. As a direct result, he has supported his kids' choices and made sure they had access to creative outlets and refused to force them to be something they weren't. He has an amazing career and is married to his high school sweetheart, who helped him steady out after getting away from his dad. It was my most enjoyable experience of the night, and I was so disappointed to discover that he now lives several hours away. I think if he lived closer, we'd be great friends. TLDR as whole, because of dad, turns out to be amazing guy. I'm going to warn you alright, now that this will probably be a long story. My best friend growing up was named John. In hindsight, he was a terrible friend. He only spent time with me because we were the biggest losers in our class and the other kids didn't want anything to do with us. I was the fat cheeky kid who froze up around girls. John wasn't nerdy or fat, but he was incredibly awkward at times. He was the kind of person that laughed too loud at his own jokes. I was an only child who never had anyone to spend time with while I was growing up. I think that is why I was so desperate to be friends with John. Unfortunately, John only really spent time with me when he wanted something from me. He visited my home when he wanted to borrow my toys/basketball/money. I was so pathetic at the time that I would give him anything he wanted, and he rarely ever gave anything back. Our relationship was like that until we went to high school. John tried out for the basketball team our freshman year. He didn't make it, but the coach took pity on him and sort of made him an assistant manager for the sports department. So in one way or another, John became involved with every sports team our class had. This led to him spending more time with the popular kids. He sort of figured out how to stop being so awkward and he eventually became one of the cool kids. I tried to stay friends with him, but he made it painfully clear that he didn't want anything to do with me anymore. It was also around this time that I started going through some serious personal problems, medical issues / family issues / money issues. High school ended up being the worst period in my life. While I was going through hell, John was going to parties and living it up with his new friends. At one point in my senior year, I was considering killing myself. I practically begged John to spend some time with me. I didn't tell him I was suicidal though. He knew about some of the things I was going through, and I sort of expected him to take pity on me. He just brushed me off though, and ignored me. Well, I decided I wanted to at least live through college. So after high school, I started working hard to turn my life around. I lost weight, improved my social skill, and took care of some family issues. College helped me gain more confidence in myself, and afterwards I decided to start a small online business I had been thinking about for a while. I worked constantly to get things running, and now my business makes me quite a bit of money. I'm not filthy rich or anything, but I'm doing better than I ever expected I would be. I was so focused on improving my life that I had completely forgotten about John for a long time. I ran into him last year though. My girlfriend and I were out grocery shopping one morning. We turned the corner into an aisle and John was standing there stocking the shelf. He and I just stared at each other for what felt like an eternity. Last time we had seen each other, I was the fat loser, and he was a cool kid. Now I'm in great shape, and I had a gorgeous girl clinging to my side. John had gained 50 pounds and started going bald. I tried to talk to him, but he made some excuse about needing something in the back of the store and he ran away. I decided to find out what happened to him by looking up his Facebook, Twitter, and other online accounts. From what I can tell, he started working at the grocery store to help pay for college. All the kids from high school stopped talking to him and each other when they all separated for college. John went to school for some sort of sports administration degree. I'm not really sure what his major was, but he talked about becoming a basketball coach on his Facebook account. Well, he couldn't get another job after college, so he has just been working at the grocery store ever since. It sounds like he had student loans that took him a while to pay off, so he moved back into his mom's house to save money. His long-term girlfriend cheated on him. His only friends are the kids he works with at the grocery store. Most of them seem like assholes who just like to make fun of him on Facebook. He spends a lot of his money on beer and lottery tickets. He also spends most of his free time playing League of Legends. I use this site to look up his account, and he plays at least 5 games a day. His whole life just seems like one massive train wreck ever since high school. I have to admit that I was feeling pretty great about myself when I ran into John at the grocery store. It was nice to know that things had gone better for myself than they had for John. However, I just feel terrible for him now. I can't say that I have dealt with this from a student yet, but I had a really shitty second grade year because of my English teacher, Ms. Wilson. This teacher was a real bitch. She was 59 years old, real mean, and on her last year of teaching before she retired, she wanted to make some kid her bitch. Consequently, I was that kid. She did things to me that stuck with me in the academic sense. For 6 years back, when I was in the second grade, I had a speech impediment. It was severe stuttering that was the result of an allergic reaction to a decongestant I had to take. You would think it was bad enough trying to go through school being made fun of by the students because of this, but she made it even worse. She off the bat did not like me. On the first day, called me out for not being a fast enough reader. I was faster than most kids, and ridiculed me for it. Throughout the year, whenever I didn't do well on something, she would make an example of me and told the other kids to not do as sexually loaded. After only few weeks into school, she decided to give the nickname of Stutter. I was very self-conscious of my speech impediment, but after she started calling me that, the entire class and eventually the entire school called me that. The day before we left for Christmas break, she decided to call me out in the fact that my desk was somewhat messy. But instead of telling me to organize it, she decided it would be great to throw my desk on the ground and say to me, "Pick it up, you little sheet." All the while the entire class laughed at me. Finally, to put the icing on the cake, at the end of the year to fuck me over academically, she filled out a report that any elementary school teacher can fill out, which states that the teacher thinks the student is learning disabled. It is amazing how much power the teacher has in deciding whether a student should be placed into a special needs class. Whenever the principal would question something on the report, he would always disregard what my parents said and would always go off of what the teacher said. For the year after second, I was put into a special education course which I was not allowed to test out of. I got out of it from 4th grade and on, but the labels still follow me until high school. Fast forward 11 years from 2nd grade. I graduated from my high school in the top 5% and will be attending a university that is in the top 3% in the nation. This person never really left my mind because of how much she negatively affected on a social, mental, and academic way, which is why I decided to find out where she currently was. She in a home for the elderly only 20 minutes away. I decided to pay her a visit. Turns out she had some sort of cancer and only had a couple months to live. I told her that, because of what she did to me that year, it affected me so negatively that I was feeling the repercussions of it until high school. I told her where I was going to college and that I had actually made something of myself. She didn't say anything to me, not because she couldn't, but because she was ashamed of herself. I told her to have a great rest of her short life and that I will be enjoying mine. It made me feel good to know that I had risen above what she got me into. This is just an anti-bully story, sorry if it doesn't fit in here. Anyway, I have always hated bullies. I was never really the victim as I was fairly athletic / smart and possibly oblivious. Lol. Anyway, in high school I was in the advanced classes and one kid was sitting with me. I grew to like him. He was picked on all the time. I knew about it. You could see it often in the hallway. There was one hallway in particular where bullies liked to practice their ways. There was a long stairway and the same more popular crowd would be sitting on those stairs on off periods and lunch. Well, in high school I was the smallest of my friends and I was about 180 back then and working out daily. A few of my friends were topping out around 280. The one in this story was about 300. Mostly muscle as he was juicing even back then. Totally nice guy back then. I hear he is a career criminal now. Anyway, not to be pulled off story. We were all sitting on the stairs when I see my little buddy walking the gauntlet of the hallway. I notice a more popular kid walking towards him and starts in on him. Eventually has him pinned up against the lockers and is mocking and taunting him for everyone's enjoyment. I nudged my friend and pointed it out and said, "That is wrong." I forget my exact words. He looked over, then said, "Yeah, fuck that." This kid was only 17 or so at the time, but 280 to 300 pounds or so and very nimble. Anyway, he walked up behind Chad and without even a warning just grabbed him from behind and chucked him across the hall into the opposite lockers. He then walked over, picked him up like a child and dumped him right into a large open-mouthed garbage can. At that precise moment the vice principal came around the corner and saw it. He asked, "What is going on here?" I spoke up and said, "Just sending a message that we don't like bullies around here." He looked around, saw what had been going on. "I'm not lying," he said very loudly. "Good, I don't like bullies either." There was not one more incident at that high school. Everyone was convinced my monster-sized friend had a free pass to beat on them if they picked on anyone. Lol, feel good about that, even though it wasn't me that did anything. It'll get buried in here. Quite long / I was friends with a girl for many years from 6th grade to present time. In 2004, when we were juniors in high school, my friend gets a boyfriend that is 2 years older. Immediately, he gets the older guy infatuation. All is good. In 2005, I ended up working for him at a local Greek cafe. Now, if there is any lessons in life, never work with friends as you will become enemies. While working at the cafe, I always wanted to give my best while on the clock, but this guy would get high in the back office, invite other girls to the back office, and make very poor manager decisions. He made my shifts hell after not wanting to slack off. He gave me the worst shifts, never honored my requests off, and just was a poor manager. One night, we get into a heated argument, and he pulls a knife on me. This was with everyone looking at him. Immediately, he realized his actions were very poor and scuffles into the back office. A couple of days later, I notify the owner about his actions such as the knife incident, his antics in the back office, everything. This was the end of our friendship. I never told the cops about it, but all our mutual friends knew something went down that night. My friend dumps him a couple weeks later, but because of other issues, nothing related to this. He got fired immediately from the cafe and I took his position for a bit. But it's not over yet. Fast forward to 2013. I see him from time to time at gatherings, and he has put on massive weight. He doesn't have a girlfriend, still lives at home with his parents, and works for a friend. As for me, I'm working one of the big four in banking. I almost have my MBA in finance, and I'm very well into my career. He tries to talk to me about business each time, but I destroy him. Matt, if you are reading this, what now, motherfucker? You do not fuck with me, I will bury you. I live next to my bully now as an adult. Backstory. I, a guy, was incredibly short and scrawny all through high school, was picked on constantly, frequently beat up. I was quiet and kept my head down. Any day without an altercation was a good day. The worst though was the mental stuff. There was this gal who was honestly beautiful, real head cheerleader type. It got out that I liked her. Well, she wasn't having a spaz like me on the playing field. She made sure I knew she would never be with a guy like me, and her main man on the football team made sure I never forgot by beating me up on a semi-weekly basis. Well, I survived high school like most people and moved on to college, where suddenly skills like knowing how to read, playing guitar, suddenly becoming tall and handsome after late blooming are awarded. Much later, after I'd gone through my bachelor's degree and master's, my wife and I moved into a tiny little house in the city, and wouldn't you know it, our next door neighbor is the cheerleader. We share a wall in the townhouse. We can hear everything that goes on in their house and they can hear everything in ours, presumably. Sometimes I turn off the TV in my living room and just sit in silence, so I can hear her kids screaming at the top of their lungs, or her husband yell that he can't find his keys, or that she hasn't done the dishes. I can hear her 3 dogs barking when the ups man comes to the door, and then later her husband yelling that she spends all his money. But I don't do that often. I honestly don't spend a lot of time thinking about my neighbor/bully, but when I do, what I'm far more pleased by is when they can hear me never yelling about money with my beautiful, talented, and brilliant doctor wife, or when they can hear us chuckle to ourselves when our gracefully aging friends are over and one of them tells a clever anecdote, or when we listen to jazz records and clink highball glasses with expensive bourbon in them. Oh lords, the bully stories I have. Let's start with my biggest and best point. The first one of note was during 6th grade. I was bullied a lot by people. I'm talking scars that haunt me to this day. A lot of really depressing issues, but I hide them well and keep driving for success. But there was one in particular whom picked on me constantly. I was taught never to fight unless absolutely 100% necessary, and even then, don't even talk back to them. Obviously you take years of holding it in, you lash out. Luckily for me, I'm not dumb enough to end up on the 5 o'clock news. Moving on, he kept picking on me until one day I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I just woke up pissed, didn't want to go to school for obvious reasons, but was ushered anyway. He came up behind me and yanked my backpack. Mind you, I'm not a small guy. I'm currently 6 feet 2 and pushing 300 plus. At the time I was about a head taller than most kids, and wider, but I was always the gentle giant, quiet bookworm type in those days. Well, the faker decides to push my buttons for the last time, and I lose it. The second he pulls, I don't relax. I'll let him pull it off and I turn, ready to rock. I call him out in front of the entire school. I believe the exact words after him yanking my backpack all the time and grabbing me inappropriately. Kid was a weirdo. I had enough. I stormed toward him with every ounce of rage and hatred I had, and the dude took off. I calmly keep walking after him, and eventually around the corner comes the whole bully crew. I'd say 6, 7, including him. They all are pushing and laughing, figuring they were going to jump me. They soon realized that numbers wouldn't do shit in my mind. I kept marching forward, fists clenched, and all of what friends I had and have said I get a look in my eye. My best friend to this day told me that the look I get makes him shiver and feel horrible. They all saw this look, and all 7 of them ran off. Not one stood up. The bell rung, and I went to class, with a ton of people gossiping about me. Fast forward a few days later, it's school photo day. I'm doing my own thing as always, and while in line the poor sap gets to stand right next to me. He bawls his eyes out, he's 2 years older, and begs me not to kick his ass, that he's so sorry for bullying me, and he won't ever mess with me again. I agree, having time to cool my inner thoughts and collect myself. We shake hands. Never spoke again until a party earlier this year. The dude avoided me the entire time, but from what I understand, a lot of people say he straightened out and became a lot better of a person. TLDR bully got put in his place, cried, apologized, became a better person. My first love was this really terrible boy I met in middle school. I don't know why he would steal things from me, rip pages out of my books, say negative things about my appearance, tear up homework assignments of mine once in a while. I was really insecure and timid at the time and let it continue, because deep down I think I liked the attention, even though it was all negative. We dated for a couple weeks, before he broke up with me over the internet one day, saying he just wanted to be friends, even though he would continue to make me feel bad about myself all the time. Some friend, right? I was devastated for years, the rest of junior high. Oh, young love. We went to different high schools and I eventually forgot about him. Fast forward another 10 years, I have outgrown being shy and awkward and have emerged a confident and foxy young lady. On a night when I'm looking particularly good, I run into him at a bar where he is now apparently working. He looks greasy and strung out, is about 50 lbs overweight, and is now living in his van in between crashing on couches, because he is an irresponsible jerk and his life is a mess, despite having had good supportive parents, a decent upbringing, and many opportunities. When he recognizes me, he immediately looks stunned and regretful. He asks to exchange numbers to keep in touch, and we do. He sends me many texts telling me how gorgeous I am, how crazy it is to run into each other after all these years, blah blah blah, yet he never once apologizes for, or even acknowledges how cruel he was to me. I proceed to blatantly, yet very politely, reject him every single time he tries asking me on a date, telling him I'm only interested in platonic relationships at this particular time. Too late, asshole. We can still be friends, though. Another update. I randomly saw him waiting at a bus stop looking dirty and haggard as fuck just a few weeks ago. What happened to you, Joey? In 10th grade, the girls' school bully, a tall, big girl even then, chased me and threatened to beat my ass. Then when I ran, I weighed like 90 pounds and was a total band nerd. She and her friends laughed at me. I was scared for weeks. Several times after that for years the same girl would lunge at me and my dork ears would shrink away. She never actually caught me after school, though a friend of hers did, and she surprised me from behind and smacked me across the head. My glasses got knocked off and broke. Flash forward about 13 years, around 2009, and there I am, no more glasses, lean and petite in my stiletto heels, clacking down the hall at the hospital, where I was administrator. I was called to the front of the small psych hospital to tend to a very distressed family who has brought in a suicidal man. He had attempted to take his life and the family finally got him to the hospital, but he was resisting care. I talked the man down and convinced him to sign in, all the while I'm fully aware that his daughter is Miss Big Bully. She looks rough, she's gained a lot of weight. She still outweighs me by a ton, but I still run fast, so I'm just focused on the patient. After he's settled and getting admitted, the former bully is just sobbing. He's been like this for years. Her mom has been gone since she was young. He's been a suicidal alcoholic for a long time. She's sad and worn out and has never been able to live her own life. I mention that we went to high school together. She comments on how great I look. I don't mention she bullied me. I make her dad a VIP, assign him my favorite doctor and check on him every day. He does better and discharges. The end. So cathartic. There was this dude in my app history class that was like a massive intellectual elitist. He always wanted to be the best at everything. I had a knack for history, so I tended to compete with him a bit, as is my nature, but he was just such a faking douche about it. Belittled me for not knowing things, teased me in the hallways when he walked past, dumped food on me during lunch a few times. Just a real asshole point anyway. I have been out of high school roughly 5 years now, and just last week I was headed to a friend's place and decided to stop for some food in downtown. Along the way, I walk into a salad place and has the one assembling my salad. He seems very sad and doesn't even look at me until he rings me up, and he immediately recognizes me and calls me by an old teasing nickname he. So what are you doing these days? SC2 bench. Not much, just working, that type of thing. Oh, same. Where do you work? At this point I turn around and point out the large glass face of the salad shop to the nicest skyscraper in the city right across the street. Actually the place I work in, they're doing system and network administration. Oh, when I went to go sit down, he went on break and came and sat with me and chatted. He had dropped out of college because he never got it in his head that he couldn't cruise through it like he did in high school. I mentioned that I nearly dropped out for the same reason. Maybe we should have gone to the same college so we could have competed with each other the whole time. We would have both graduated summa cum laude, haha. I don't remember his exact words here, but he basically expressed that he liked competing with me in high school, but he didn't know how to express his appreciation of me in any way other than being mean to me, and that he was sorry for acting that way. He apparently never reached out to me because he was afraid I hated him. I kinda did, but the whole situation was very touching, so I forgave him. I talked to him on Facebook yesterday, and I think I'm going to try to get him into some kind of technology training like Treehouse or Codecademy. I figure I get him into the same field as me, and I can use our competitive natures to make us both better at our jobs. I've spent a good portion of my life in game dev. I graduated high school a year early and went straight to work for one of the major local arcade/console developers. About 7 years go by. I joined the military for some reason, and I returned to my hometown after getting out. All of my old co-workers/friends still worked for the main gamma dev company in the area, and I'm back in the industry. Point as a senior dev, I'm one of the big interviewers on my team. We get one guy coming in for an interview who was a bully to me from about 4th grade all the way up through high school. I was beaten up, made fun of for being a nerd, etc. I'd like to say I didn't realize it was going to be him, but I'll never forget the name, the face, etc. Anyways, the interview is for a junior dev position, and I'd already discussed with the other guys about his personality and what I remembered. If he seemed the same way, then we wouldn't hire him. A bad personality fit on a coding team is worse than someone who doesn't know how to program. Point. So he shows up, and what are the first words out of his mouth when he sees me in front of everyone else? "Too damn paranoid? What the hell are you doing here? You're supposed to be doing some stupid shit with NASA or something." I'm pretty sure he thought I was interviewing for the same job because he was acting like I was competition throughout the interview. I was even asking questions like, "This is the problem. How would you go about handling it?" He still wasn't getting it. His answer was, "Well, I don't know how you said you'd do it, but I'd." So, the interview is ending early. He didn't even do well enough for us to take him to lunch and see how he did during the "let's hang out and talk about the bullshit we like to do." All the other guys/girl in the room look at me and I said, "Alright. Thanks for coming up for an interview, guy who was a bully to nerds, but I just don't think you're the kind of material we want on this dev team. Go out, get some experience, and we'll see if we can work something out in the future." His eyes get wide, and he goes slack-jawed. Wait, and suddenly the light bulb turns on. Point. He goes into a defensive, "You've got to hire me. I spent 6 years in college for this, for a 4-year degree, by the way, not anything beyond." It went on like that for a few moments, and then he started getting aggressive. "Well, what the hell are you doing here? What experience do you have?" I simply said, "Remember when I got out of high school early? Well, I've been doing this. Oh, and a brief stint in crypto/intel for the military. That was some good stuff, but my guys here missed me, so I had to come back for my homies." Then he went through a stage of entitlement. "Blah blah, you have to hire me. I have a degree in blah and you can't do this to me. Blah blah." Point. I ask him to leave, and we are walking him out. As he's leaving he tells me to fuck off, to which I say well best of luck to you. You'd be surprised who knows me, by the way. Well, in the time I was in the Navy some former co-workers relocated and started working at other companies. When he applied to them, they noticed he was from my hometown and my age, so I was asked if I knew anything about him. To the best of my knowledge he was rejected as not being good enough at Midway, High Voltage, EA, LA and Montreal, Ubisoft, A2M, Blizzard, and Sony Online Entertainment. I recently heard through a friend of a friend via Facebook that he's teaching at an Inuit school somewhere in northern Canada. Telling this story fills me with jollies. He was one of the few people that really made me wish I had a doomsday device when I was younger. Long story. We'll try to condense. I was picked on mercilessly in middle school, as many were. I was attending a private school for 7th grade and did not mesh well with my fellow students. I was on scholarship, I acted weird, and I was coming from a classroom experience that was very friendly and didn't present a lot of social challenges. I was a fucking nerd, basical, and I mean that in the best way possible. So I got beat on a lot. They called me Minnie in response to an unfortunate incident in which I was observed skipping across a field, wearing a Minnie Mouse t-shirt, and singing Santa Claus is Coming to Town. I would say there are regrets, but frankly that could happen tomorrow and be consistent with my personality. So I got dead arms, taunted, beaten more severely a few times. Just your standard late 80s bullying. Probably caught a bloody nose or two. And more importantly school was just sucking. So at the end of the year I transferred to public school and life started to get better. Flash forward to senior year of high school. I had become a bit of a bad kid I guess, by which I mean I was getting poor grades, missing lot of school, and of course taking soft drugs, and drinking and whatnot. I had become cool I guess, for some value of that. Point is, I got invited to parties and all of that good stuff. And I was at a party up in Maine, I'm from Mass, and was at my summer house at a random beach fire on an Audubon reservation. I was drinking a beer hanging out when all of a sudden I hear a voice coming toward the fire from down the beach yell holy shit. It's Minnie. It was one of the principal offenders from 7th grade. Let's call him Ham, because I just ate a delicious ham sandwich. Ham was really excited to see me. Sam was pretty drunk. Sam was not friends with a lot of the people at the party. I played it off legit, though. I was friendly and smiled and shook his hand while I thought about what I could do to make his life suck a little. We got to talking and it turned out he was really looking hard for some smoke or something like that. He was using like a complete narc word, but wanted to smoke weed. As it happened, I had some really unbelievably stellar weed. And this was in '92 when it wasn't in ready supply and most people at that age were used to mids or Mexican brown weed. The particular joint I had on me also had a snake of glass opium running through the middle. It was a Jeffrey, basically. So I told Ham I had a joint and we could go smoke it, just the two of us. I didn't want to share. He did his best drunk covered look around and agreed, and I led him up the beach and into the Audubon Res. We walked pretty far into the woods, and he was not familiar with the area. And as I lit the joint and started passing it, I kept walking farther in, turning a lot. There is a maze of paths in the woods, and I knew them very well, having played there my whole childhood. Finally we finished the joint. We are like almost a mile away from the fire in the middle of the woods. It is pitch black. I tell Ham I have to go home and point in the opposite direction of the party and tell him that's where it is. Then I walk away really fast. He was too baked to know what was going on. He got lost for 12 hours. Not the greatest revenge in the world, but it settled well with me. Not a high school story, but a good one nonetheless. I was just barely out of HS working as a busboy at a high traffic restaurant. There was this one server, Jeff, who completely had it in for me. He and his wife, who worked there too, would openly make nasty, mocking, and often racist remarks about me to anyone who would listen, and often to my face. They would try to rally other team members to get me fired, steal from me by withholding my tip cuts, which was part of my pay. It was brutal working with them. Honestly, I wasn't a great busboy, but I didn't deserve that kind of treatment at all. Cut to approximately 10 years later. I had been working as a software engineer for years by then. I hadn't thought about that as hat in at least that long point. I was taking my family to Disney World, and we had stopped at a breakfast buffet place before heading into the parks. And as I was walking my son to get pancakes or some such thing, Jeff hustles by right in front of me on his way to clear plates off of a dirty table. And there it was. It was a quite sad moment for me. My life had moved on, and I had made something of myself. But old Jeffy was still hustling for tips, mind you. I have nothing but respect for people in food services. I did it for over 8 years. It's not easy, and it certainly is not lucrative. But for one moment I saw him for what he truly was. A person with no prospects, no options, no future point. I didn't say anything. I finished my breakfast and left a nice tip. Those folks depend on them. This will get buried, but I'd like to share. Growing up I was always in sports. Football and baseball like the majority of young boys, but my favorites were boxing and wrestling. When MMA became available to me, I jumped at the opportunity. By high school I had been training for about 3 years. We had a linebacker named Nathan. Typical jock douche to everyone smaller, would try to bro it up with people he thought were his equal, and was a total asshole to every girl he would date. His favorite pastime, as far as I could tell, was punching the underclassmen in the balls and creepily hitting on the freshman girls. When we became seniors, he was kicked off the football team by the coaches for a laundry list of reasons, thus giving him more free time to torment the physically weaker guys. That is until one day he walked into our MMA gym to learn UFC. After a few weeks his athletic ability was enough to where our trainer put him in against some of the vets. Mostly just combos against focus mitts and Thai pads. He wasn't bad, but very sloppy, and tried to make every punch a knockout shot. He tried to talk to me a few times, but I feigned exhaustion, so I wouldn't have to speak much. A month goes by, and we get paired up as sparring partners. Full MMA rules, full contact and 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. Time to make him feel what it's like, being the frail one. I toyed with him at first, landing crisp jabs to his eyes, while following up with round kicks to his leg. He would later walk out of the gym hobbling on his only good leg left to him. Round 2 starts, and I decide to take him down. He spends the next 3 minutes off his back with me making him eat leather. By this time he is done. All the fight is out of him, and he just spits out his mouthpiece in defeat. MMA/Muay Thai session is over, and he leaves before the jiu-jitsu session can begin. My trainer yells at me for going too rough on him, until I tell him why. He still chews my eyes out after Nathan quit the gym for the money he cold made off of another potential long-term student. Like all Rain, I've been chewed out before. It was worth it. My roommate a few years later was one of his many victims, and while what I did wouldn't make a difference, we both felt like at least some sort of justice/karma got him back. I was bullied for 2 years by a girl named JS. She terrorized me. Finally, in March of her senior, my junior year, I could not take it anymore. She always cornered me after homeroom when we passed each other in the hallway. Usually she called me names and threatened to kick my ass. This day I woke up and decided I was done. As she came around a corner I swerved to meet her. She was surprised that I came up to her. I said, "JS, we need to talk." As the word talk came out of my mouth I swung at her face as hard as I could. I knocked her down, and a crowd instantly formed around us. Everyone was telling me to kick her ass, and finally, this girl was known for even beating up the boys at our school. I was far from the only one that hated her. I was straddling her and hitting her, albeit not hard, as my full strength went into that first punch. The assistant principal showed up and pulled me off of her. He yelled, "JS, get in my office," and looked at me and said, "Come on." The whole way up 2 flights of stairs and across the school she kept yelling. She hit me first, and I kept yelling back, "Yep, and I'll do it again." They called our parents. Mine were relieved that I had stood up for myself finally. I was given 1 detention for fighting. She was suspended for 2 weeks because it was not her first fight of the year, by far. Because of the 2 weeks she was suspended, she missed finals and prom. Because she missed finals, she failed her senior year. She dropped out and never bothered any of us again. Now, to answer the original question, I ran into her a couple of years later. We were in the grocery store, me alone and her with her 3 kids. She was buying groceries with food stamps. I was home from college on Christmas break. I looked at her, she looked at me, and all I could do was smile. I effectively ruined her life, and we both knew it. Bully 0, me 1. At 6,000 comments this will probably get buried, but here it goes. In middle school I was your stereotypical loner type. I was overweight. Looking back, not overweight by today's standards, and I was shy. Friends didn't come easy, but I never really felt lonely. I became really good at entertaining myself. And a lot should be contributed to me imagination, which practically got me through school. It started as early as kindergarten. I vividly remember sneaking rocks into school and burying them in a particular area of the playground, which at that time had sand. I did this because I would enact stories in my head about how each rocks were tanks or spaceships, etc. etc. But this was every day. I had my one little corner with my rocks and my sand. I even broke out of the playground to grab an awesome looking rock I wanted to use across the street and snuck it back in to play with. Then came elementary and middle school. I remember those days vividly. I had a particular tree that I would spend my time at during breaks. I was not a big fan of reading, writing, art, sports, and so I worked with what I had. This particular tree had a largely segmented trunk, about chest height. I used small sticks that I found beneath the tree and used them by wedging them in between the branches. Using enough with the right sizes I managed to create cool little walls, forts, and generally little structures within the tree. This is where my story starts to come to context. Joel, another student of the same age, who was a good foot shorter than I was, but an ego twice his size, and 5 times my own. Without fail he would come up to me. Every day. He would hit me. He would call me names. You're the fattest person on the planet. Nice Tig's fattest worthless piece of shit. You get it. And every day, he would come over and break my structures in my tree. He made sure I watched. He would only do this when I was there. He would throw the sticks in my face and call me a worthless fattus, hit me repeatedly, and he would leave, laughing, loving what he has done. I hated him. There was nothing I hated more. Every day without fail this routine would continue. But I would always rebuild. I would always rebuild. I would cry. Sometimes for the rest of break. But come the next day, I would always rebuild. This is the only thing that kept my hatred inward. In fact, at the time I don't even think I hated him. I feared him. I hated him because he made me afraid. But I would always rebuild. Eventually I transferred out of the school district when we graduated, and I went to a different high school than most of my classmates. This was because the high school in my school district didn't have a band, and I wanted to be involved in a concert band. The getting away factor was a plus, but did not drive that decision. High school was great. I eventually found a group of friends I really connected with, and now, 5 years later I'm still best friends with a good portion of my high school friends. I was in band, I got good grades, I was senior prom king, and I had amazing friends. College came and went. I was in no way the same man I was when I was in middle school. I was more outward with people, and I was more social. I still grew tired and exhausted of socializing, so I spent much time alone. Always thinking of the day I would run into one of my old bullies. What I would say. What I would do. Would I shout from the rooftops about what a new man I was and how I wasn't going to take his shit any longer? Would I hit him? Would I avoid the situation? How could I know? I met him in a grocery store. We recognized each other instantly. We walked over to each other, my heart racing, pumping, fueled by a hatred driven by a long-dwelling fear of the past. That smug look on his face, his short faking stature, his eyes that only saw pain to my flesh, and my memories. He hugged me. He asked how I was doing, and that it was really good to see me. I was speechless. With every ounce of my being I looked into whatever soul I thought might inhabit that husk, and looked for any sign that he was disingenuous. Nothing. This son of a bitch was actually glad to see me, like a long-lost best friend lost at sea, finally to return home to his faithful childhood friend. He was happy. I wanted him to be in as whole. I wanted him to be the man I once feared. I wanted to rebuild, but nothing was destroyed but my predispositions. What do I do now? A man who brought torment to me has no recollection that he had left such a scar on my flesh that even a rebirth of a person's persona could heal. What do I rebuild now? I used to work in a milk bar, Australia, like a mom and pop corner shop for you Yanks, and this goofy looking kid used to come in who was being relentlessly bullied by this other kid. I could see this from the kids hanging around outside the shop. They were all about 10 years old. I went out of my way to be nice to this bullied kid. I used to slip him lollies, candies, when he came in, to get milk and bread and stuff like that. Finally I saw this one kid bully him right outside the shop before coming in, and there was no one else around. The kid had been sent by his parents to get bread and milk. He said, "I'd like a liter of milk thanks," and I said no. He said, "What do you mean no?" I said, "I'm not going to serve you. No one in this shop is going to serve you because you're a bully." He said, "What?" I said, "I've seen you bullying other kids, so you're not going to be able to buy anything from this shop again." He started getting upset and said, "What will I tell my parents?" I said, "Tell your parents that the lady in the shop won't sell you milk or bread because you're a bully." The kid left. I don't know whether he hung around till I'd finished my shift or what he did about getting bread and milk. Years later I was walking around when an intimidating guy in full leathers with a head covering helmet pulled up his flashy motorcycle in front of me. I thought, what the fuck? He took his helmet off, and it was the bullied kid, and he said, "Do you remember me?" "'Cause I remember you," and he said, "I'll always remember you because you made my childhood better." In junior high there was a complete bully kid who was simply hateful and mean-spirited. His folks were wealthy, and he was really handsome. I kept away from him because I was pretty much just trying to get through school and didn't need the grief. He was on par with a kid from Karate Kid. He was a real faker. In high school his dad kills himself in their garage. Everyone knows. He kind of lays low, and we all graduate. A few years later at our state college I see him at the bar. He smiles really big, and I walk over. I sat with him for about 10 minutes and just shot the sheet. He was so different and nice. I half wanted to tell him how much of a dick he was in school, but I thought that would be a bit cheaty. A year or so later at a different bar I find myself sitting near some girls from the same schools. One was in my physics class. She was one of the angriest girls I had known. She was so fucking cute though, and I secretly thought she was hot as hell. A cheerleader and small like a pixie. At the bar her friend gets up to go to the bathroom, and she turns to me. I asked if she went to Central High, and she started laughing. She said she thought it was me, and I waited for the angry girl to emerge. I waited. Still waiting. I move over a couple seats and we start talking. Her friend returns and decides to leave us alone. I told her that I had always thought she was so hot, and I took a deep breath. So mean. I was waiting for a really defensive barb. Nothing. She looked down and said had been going through a lot of terrible shit back then. I didn't press it, and we drank for a little bit. She insists on driving me to my apartment, only a few blocks away. We have to walk to her apartment, which is also a few blocks away. She drives me home, and we sit in the car outside my place, waiting. I look her in the eyes and ask her if she wants to come. She said no. We start making out, and I get to open her shirt and start sucking on her tigs. We make out for a while and I know she isn't coming into the apartment. So we do the parting ways thing and I walk inside with this raging boner. Never see her again. Mine was a douchebag in high school. Didn't really bully me, but he was a major ass. Thought he was better than everyone, and was well off, so he always had nice stuff. One year we had gym together, and one day as I was sitting on a bench, tying my shoes, he came up and said, "Hey, my name," and I looked up, and began to open my mouth and ask what? When he pulled out his balls, and shoved them towards my mouth. When I saw that I lurched backwards, and ended up falling on my ass between the bench and lockers. At which point he decided to teabag me. The rest of high school he'd occasionally ask me if he wanted to taste his balls again. Just a total jackass. After college I was visiting my parents and went out to a car with some friends who were also back in town. As the night progressed I noticed an attractive older woman drinking alone. I excused myself from my friends and went over to talk with the woman. I was drunk, and she was pretty drunk, so it didn't take too much time before we were in her car making out. She eventually suggests we go back to my place and I have to inform her I live out of town and I suggest we go to her place. Once we get into her place I wasted no time and told her I couldn't wait. I pulled up her dress, pushed her over the couch, and began just going at it. She was a bit taken aback, but seemed to be enjoying everything, and was soon yelling her encouragement. Things continue to progress, and eventually her dress is in shambles hanging off her body and I have her facing the door as we continue to go at it on the couch. I should mention that when I saw her at the bar I knew she was the mother of the asshole from high school. What I didn't intend to happen was her son, the douchebag, to come home right in the middle of it. Needless to say it was unmistakable what was happening and his mom and I were in a position where I had complete control. He was dumbfounded, as was his mom and I, but I got a hold of myself and said, "Hey, your mom has been so nice to me. I showed her that thing from high school. Want to give it a go? My balls are feeling a bit cold now." I had been fingering his mom's asshole with her encouragement, and as I finished my sentence I pulled out of her vagina with an audible ploop I should add, and then dove my penis straight into her ass. She moaned as I entered her too. I got a couple strokes and then the douchebag came running at me. Since I was blocked by the couch he ended up tripping. I leaned down, kissed his mom, and whispered in her ear, "Call me." We exchanged numbers on the drive to her place, and then booked it out of there. It was great, in every way possible, and, yes, she did call me again. We hooked up a few more times, and one of them, I explained what happened in high school to her. She wanted to reenact it, not exactly the same of course. It went much farther. I also learned he was living in the basement and could only hold down a part-time job at a Jack in the Box. I haven't had the chance to get petty revenge yet. I had 2 bullies since kindergarten class and until I was 13 and switched school. Every single day they would find some way to bully me. If I was dumb enough to bring something I liked with me to school, they would break it. They would do everything in their power to make my life a living hell, including a few memorable times in which they managed to get my entire class involved in bullying me. Beat me up, steal stuff from me, especially funny after hiding my clothes while I was in the shower, all sorts of shit. I was bullied to a point where I honestly considered waiting for the main bully somewhere out of school with my baseball bat and ambushing him. This was a good few years before Columbine, but if I'd had access to a gun back then, I'd have shot the faker and laughed. One of the bullies I kinda got payback on the 2 years before I switched schools. This would be the main bully. I started playing basketball on the same team my bully was on. At that point, we were about the same height, but he was a fat faker and I was regular sized. The coach would put us on opposing teams and make sure that we were guarding each other. Not sure if that's the correct term in English. I'd run circles around the faker, and the few times he tried to bully me at basketball training, the coach would punish him. But what kind of way is that to treat your teammate? That was faking gold. A few years later, I met him again. This time, I was with my girlfriend. By now we are close to our 11th anniversary. Let's just say I scored above my stand. Hot summer day, we met him, still a fatus, wearing short shorts, and generally looking like a hick. Didn't say shit to him, just gave him a smug smile. With my girlfriend on my arm. There were 2 main bullies. I've sworn to piss on their graves, and that's something I intend to do. They're shitty people, and thanks to them, I've had problems with depression, low self-worth and just in general hating many things about myself. The lowest point was when I almost killed myself. Semi-funny story. For some reason, fuck knows why, my old class decided to invite me to their reunion 5 years back. Telling them on Facebook that I would rather skin myself and jump in a pit of salt than voluntarily spend time with them ever again may have been one of the most satisfying things I've ever done for myself. Technically I was still in high school, but it was the last day that our senior class was together. I was bullied all through high school by a group of about 6 guys. They were all shrimpy skateboarders that couldn't take anyone in a fight, so they bullied people verbally and sometimes through food and crap. I got the brunt of it because it was a small school and I was basically the only person who didn't have an itch since I had transferred in. Well, cut to the last time our class is together. On the last day of our senior trip, the class officers decided to do this thing where we would all sit in a circle around a giant pile of Hershey's Kisses. The idea was that you would get up, give a kiss to someone, and tell them why you were giving it to them. The very first guy to go was one of these bullies. And he walks over to me and in front of the entire class says, "I was a dick to you for absolutely no reason, and you're actually one of the most awesome people I know, and I feel stupid for ripping on you instead of getting to know you." I was not expecting it at all. Started crying. Not an all-out bawling episode, just a few tears. A couple minutes later, another one of the guys gets up and does the same thing. And then another. After the third guy went, I had to get up and leave the room because I was an emotional wreck and I was embarrassed. And then a fourth guy followed me out and apologized to me in the bathroom and stayed with me until I could go back. The other two guys never apologized. Funny thing is, the four guys that apologized to me have their lives on track, while the other two are college dropouts who live on their friends' couches. This will likely not be read, but here goes. 3 guys specifically used to get under my skin. I was 6 feet in high school and played football, but was an unabashed geek. I shared a room and often a bed with my male best friend, so the whole school pretty much assumed we were gay. Anyway, I used to have screaming matches, shoving matches, fist fights, etc. with these guys. Here's what happened. Guy #1. A few months after high school I see him in a bar, and I plan on just ignoring him, but he comes by with a drink for me. Basically says, we should have been friends in high school and he always respected me, but his friends hated me. He gave into pressure, and he was a stupid kid, etc. Apologizes and says college really helped to sort him out. We cool. Guy #2. Near the end of school, he yanks on my hair so hard he nearly pulls me down. I turn around and hit him so hard he falls out of his chair and into the desk behind him. He stands back up and the gym teacher just looks at him and says, "You deserve that." He was later expelled for drug possession on school grounds and trying to fight the cops that were arresting him. Went to jail, dropped off the face of the planet. Guy #3. This guy was the linchpin. He was a hockey kid and came from a rich family. Worst part about him was he was so likable. Hell, we even chilled sometimes, and after a game of floor hockey once, he wanted to recruit me into his team as a defenseman. He could turn on you so fast though. On another day, he threw some random insult my way and I kind of casually flipped him off and kept walking. He charged him and shoulder rushed my from behind, nearly snapped my neck and knocked my out. End of high school I have a huge bash and he shows up with 6 to 7 girls. Popular cheerleader types, but really friendly. Most people liked them. They volunteered for the special ed friends program etc. He gets into a fight with my best friend, who's not a big guy. I tell him to knock it off, but he's at it again soon enough. I tell him to leave, and he looks about ready to get into it, but decides not to. He says, "Come on girls. This party suck anyway." It didn't, but they huddle into a circle and say over there should know, "We are gonna stay here." He got a full sports scholarship, tested positive for weed, coke, and steroids and lost it, and got expelled. He lives in a trailer and is trying to kickstart a rap career in Alabama. There was a guy who was somewhat cruel and the epitome of cool for a 1990s high schooler. He was gangster kid, complete with clothes, persona, and ubiquitous tag, and was the kid of very rich, very famous parents. I bet there were a lot of Oscars and Emmys in that house. Whatever, he was a rich kid douchebag white guy wanting to be black. I don't remember him being outwardly cruel to me, but he was in my 9-person homeroom and a lot of my classes all 4 years, and he seemed more than happy to collude in the totally socially isolating me along with most of the rest of the school. I guess I picked him out because he was so intimidating on so many levels and had many opportunities to treat me like I at least existed, which he declined. 20 years later we are at our high school reunion. He buys me a huge whiskey and we actually have a great conversation. Turns out he is really exceptionally smart. At some point he says, "You know, this is what a reunion should be about. Talking to someone you always thought was really cool, but never got the chance to hang out with." I guess we both should have given each other more of a chance. Bonus story, the guy who I was madly in love with and hooking up with my senior year, but would never deign to actually date me in public or even admit we were really dating to me or himself, told me at the same reunion that he had been consumed with regret at not marrying me. He went on to say that he had come to terms with it because my career was too dynamic. I guess he googled me and he needed a stay-at-home wife. His wife was about 3 feet away when he said this. Like I said, this guy was never even my boyfriend, so it was strange to hear, but good to know in a way. Way late on this, but here goes. When I was in elementary school I was picked on a lot. I nerdy, wore out of style hand-me-downs, and had teeth that stuck out. In addition, my dad was an alcoholic, and kids knew that I had no backup. No matter what they did I was on my own. There was one little boy I had a crush on. It was my first crush, and I'm sure I wasn't terribly subtle. So imagine my delight when he handed me a note on the bus. The note said that he liked me, asked if I liked him, and asked for a reply. When I handed it back to him, yes, I liked him, he stood up and read it in front of the whole bus. All the kids on the bus cracked up, and he carried on bullying and teasing me about it for the rest of the year. He never missed an opportunity to tell me that he could never like a girl as ugly as me in front of as many people as possible. On the last day of school, he finished up by getting his brother to hold my arms down while he beat me up. So I was quite happy to learn that sometime over the summer he moved, but I never forgot the humiliation of my first crush. Flash forward to 14 years later. The puberty fairy had been kind to me, and a judicious set of braces had straightened up my teeth. I was in college and waiting tables at a popular club that was well known for its hot waitresses and skimpy outfits. One night this rather unattractive guy comes to my section along with his friend. They spend the evening flirting with me and trying to pick up women with little success. I keep looking at the guy and thinking he looks familiar for some reason, but I can't place him. Then his friend says his name, and it dawns on me that he is my first crush. I continue to serve them all night and deliver drinks to girls around the bar for them. Neither one of them is successful, and by the end of the night they are looking discouraged. So he looks at me and says, "We are going to an after-hours bar. When we leave here, would you like to come with us?" I flash him my biggest smile and agree to go after I close out for the night. They are left sitting there as the bar starts to empty. As we were cashing out, I tell several of the waitresses what he had done to me all those years ago. So they all gather around when I announce that I changed my mind about going to the after-hours bar with them. I would never be seen with someone as ugly as him. They all cracked up, especially when I stuck my teeth out and told him my name. The look on his face when he realized who I was priceless. And to top it all off, we did wind up at the same after-hours bar, but I was there with my group of hot coworkers and a really cute guy I was seeing at the time. He and his friend left shortly after we arrived. I used to be a bully in high school. I didn't realize at the time, but I was. Me not realizing doesn't justify what I did, but it's important to mention as it only came to light recently how devastated the people were that I used to bully point to me. All I did was make jokes. As long as I got a laugh I didn't care. I used myself as the punchline of many jokes, so I figured that everyone else felt the same way. I thought that, so long as what I said was a joke then nobody would get hurt. Again, I'm not justifying what I did, I'm just showing how fucking ignorant I was. I added a guy from school on Facebook recently, and he messaged me this: "Why the fuck would I have you on Facebook? You ruined my life." At first I thought he was joking, so I asked what I did, and he wrote me another brief message: "You picked on me every day in school, you made me hate myself, fuck off, stop messaging me, fucking die." I haven't seen him for 10 years, and he still feels this way. Still torn up, still emotionally faked from what I did. I asked a few of my high school friends what I was like, and they said I was a little bit of a dick from time to time. So I probed more, and they told me about a few incidents in school that I had forgotten about. I fucking forgot about them, and they ruined a kid's life. One incident was towards the guy that messaged me. He wore a hearing aid, so, like the scene in Fawlty Towers, I tried to get him to turn it up and then shout in his ear. He ignored me, so I just shouted anyway, faking dick move. What cunt does that? but at the time I was so focused on making everybody laugh I didn't even consider his feelings. I'm different now. I'm so faking different now. There isn't a way that I can prove this to Reddit, but I swear I'm nothing like the cunt I was 10 years ago. I swear. It kills me to think about how many people might feel this way and I don't even know. There is nothing I can do. Even if I get given a list of people I faked over, they are scarred from my actions. Their deep-seated self-hate or confidence issues or social anxiety, I caused it, and I can't fix it. The worst this is, that I don't remember all the events. I remember the people, I remember them all but in my memory we are all laughing. So I can't just send out a blanket email. I can't ask random people if I bullied them. I just have to wait it out and hopefully someone else tells me that I was a cunt. A total faking cunt point. In fact, that isn't the worst thing. The worst thing relates to this post. If anyone that I hurt in high school ever meets me, I'm doing perfectly. I've traveled the world, have a great job, a long-term girlfriend, no kids, no debt, I'm healthy, and I have lots of friends. There won't be any stories on here of revenge or justice. I just hope that a genuine, faking genuine, apology would suffice. That's all I can do. I'm so faking sorry. I was the girl that hung out with everyone in high school. I hung out with the skaters, preps, the grungy kids, the jocks and cheerleaders, the weird artsy kids, the stoners, the thugs, the party kids, everyone. I hung out with everyone except for one group. It was the group of kids that thought they were better than everyone else. I can't even necessarily call them the popular kids, because they thought they were too good to hang out with anyone else so no one really knew them. There was this one girl in that group, who was drop dead gorgeous, the type of beauty that even women marvel at. I did. She could have been a model, and did not require one drop of makeup. She had an art class with me, and two of my weirdo stoner friends in high school. At the beginning of the semester, I would catch her glancing over at us while we were laughing and playing, and it was almost like she was thinking, who are these people? She was assigned to sit at the same table as us, but barely ever spoke, at first. As the weeks went on, she would overhear us talking about our crazy weekends, and laughing until one day, she is cracking up too, like she just could not contain herself. So we get quiet, and are just sitting there staring at her, and she is crying, she is laughing so hard. My friend, we will call him Scott, looks at her, and says in this really weird funny sarcastic tone of voice, "Oh, you think that's funny? You're laughing at my pain? I'm so happy I could amuse you." Scott originally was telling us how he managed to crash his car for like the 20th time. From that point on, we spoke every day with her. At first it was only in class, and then it turned into the hallways, and eventually we would all have breaks and lunches together. It still makes me feel really good knowing that we changed the way this girl saw everybody, and taught her to not be so judgmental. After that class I remember her being much more outgoing and friendly to people. I really hope she carried that attitude into her adult life. My maths teacher that I had between ages 14 to 16 was a draconian asshole who took a disliking to me because I was good at maths but hated it. Me and about 25 other kids did our GCSE exams 2 years early because we had the ability and the school wanted to show off. However, after this, we basically had 4 free periods a week that the teachers didn't know what to do with. The easiest option was to make us all do a maths A level early too. Given that I hated maths and only had to do it to GCSE, I was not keen on continuing. So, after his whole teacher announces to us we are being forced into doing A-level math, I think no way, and stay behind after the lesson to tell him what I thought of it. I said I'd prefer to spend my extra 4H a week doing an art qualification, since that was what I was most interested in. He said something that has always stuck in my mind and still makes me angry. He said, "Pills in a string, you are never going to get anywhere in life because you are as stubborn as a mule and you think you're above everybody. Everybody is going to dislike you for it. I'm not asking you to do the A level, I'm telling you. Now get out." Needless to say, I started skipping maths class, hiding at the back of the school library behind loads of stacks, and doing my artwork. After my mum got a load of angry letters home about my truancy, I came clean and showed everybody what I had been up to. I was submitted for the art qualification and got the highest grade in the year. I now study the history of art at Oxford University. I ran into this asshole of a teacher about 6 months ago, just before I was about to return to uni. He asked me where I was, and I said Oxford. He looked shocked. I then said as my parting shot, so I guess being stubborn and following what I wanted to do ended up getting me pretty far, didn't it? I don't know if he remembered what he said to me that time, but speaking as a ginormous nerd, it was the most badass I've ever felt. TLDR, as whole math teacher tries to stop me studying art, which was my passion. I end up studying art at one of the best universities in the world. Boom. I love to create. I always have, and I always will. I love to doodle. I love to paint. I love to play in clay. It brings me a happy release like nothing else. Growing up, I lived for school. Still to this day, I could imagine myself in a classroom every day for the rest of my life, and that brings me great joy. Naturally, art was my favorite subject, and I always tried my absolute hardest to both enjoy it, but to also be creative and make unique work. Our 3rd 5th grade art teacher wasn't exactly wonderful. She was very controlling, didn't like for students to ever step outside of the perimeters of the assignment. Still, that didn't deter me. I did my assignments as instructed, instead channeling more of my creativity outside of her classroom work. At the end of the first term with her, I received the equivalent of a C in her class, because I lacked artistic vision and skill. Her exact comment on my performance. I was absolutely devastated. Those words haunted me for many years, effectively silencing the voice in my head that told me to try my hardest in her class. Even after many exhibitions and awards throughout my K-12 education, after being accepted to one of the best art schools in the country, after graduating magna cum laude, and starting my own photography business, I still doubt myself and my skills. Fast forward to a few months ago. I was working on a documentary project on my hometown and the effects of an accident that killed 4 young men. The project got a lot of web traffic, and a family friend of ours who still worked at the elementary school told me that none other than the art teacher who said I lacked vision and skill loved my project, loved my photography, and really wanted me to photograph her family. I flat out declined, and goddamn did it feel good. Bullies happen, but mine were a pair of them. No revenge. Nothing that heady. Just one final message from across the room. In middle school I was fat. 2 guys 1 grade ahead of mine decided one day to call me basketball. They used a whining, lilting falsetto that I can still hear. Not sure what about the tone set me off. I had dealt with being the fat kid for years and had developed a thick skin, so I thought, well, after a few weeks of hearing them launch the diatribe each time I was around, I decided to do something, anything to shut them up. I confronted them and asked why they chose me to torment when there were other prey to choose from. I did not get a straight answer, and they asked me what I would do about it. I called one of them out after school, the short one that I thought I might have a chance against. We met at a local city park. They brought about 7 other guys to watch. I did not tell any of my friends about this and was alone. I was not proud that I had been goaded into such stupidity. I knew nothing about fighting and was pummeled by the one guy until I just gave up, and they let me go home. Beautiful purple, fading to yellow bruises. Had to tell people various stories, but would not tell anybody but my closest friends at the time what had happened. All those guys went on to high school. I went on to my last year at middle school. Ugly ducklings and fat boys can change a lot in just 2 years. Fast forward to high school gym class. I had been riding bicycles a lot, grew few inches, and looked kinda big. Not tall, just bigger in the arms, chest and legs than most guys my age. Then I started lifting. I had gotten very strong and could move more weight as a freshman than most seniors' first day of weight training pec class. These 2 clowns show up. Of course they recognize me. They do not talk to me. They try to pretend I'm not there as I start to do my regular routine around the circuit. They watched me pump off 10 reps using the stack at leg press, then I moved to the bench for my set. I looked over and grinned at both of them while easily bench pressing the equivalent of one of their sorry as they never ever looked me in eyes the next 3 years of high school, and quickly found other places to be whenever I was around. Finally, I have a story worth telling. During my freshman year of high school, I was taking a 0-hour class, a class that starts before the normal school session, on account of a seminary class I was taking during the normal class hours. I was quite tired one morning and a sophomore approached me after my 0-hour class and told me, "You look high as fuck." I gave him an awkward look because I, at this point in my life, was quite unfamiliar with what high could imply. He then asked, "Did you drink the bong water too?" I again gave him another awkward look as I sheepishly muttered, "What?" He replied, "Don't drink the bong water, man. Don't drink it." That's all I really remember from our first encounter, but every single time I saw him during passing periods or during lunch, he would tell me, "Don't drink the bong water. Don't drink it." I was pretty impressed with his persistence. Fast forward to 6 years after high school, haven't seen this guy in what, 7 or 8 years. It's late at night, I'm cruising through the Jack in the Box drive-thru to pick up some tacos. I arrive at the window and lo and behold, our eyes meet, his face lights up with glee, and I hear the words, "Don't drink the bong water, man, don't drink it." I probably looked like a deer caught in the headlights, just because I never once expected this, especially after 8 years. The persistence and dedication of this gentleman astounds me. At the same time I'm perplexed as to why he's working at Jack in the Box. TLDR, high school bully persistently offering friendly advice. I was relatively popular in primary school until a new kid who had moved from Scotland started in the final year. He was a monster, one of those 12-year-olds who could have passed for 16. For no apparent reason he instantly hated me, although I had tried to involve him in my group of friends. He really liked my best friend, seemed a bit jealous of me. He began a campaign to completely turn everyone against me, spreading rumors that I was gay and fancied various lads in the year. I love gay people, but when you are 12 that stuff hurts. He was a big guy with a big personality, so it worked. Over the course of 4 months I had lost all my friends and lunch times consisted of me hiding from little posses he would form to catch me. They would beat on me, or threw me down a sheer bank at the bottom of the playing fields into a muddy ditch. This went on for a few months, until I had had enough. With no friends and nothing to lose, when they came for me one lunch break I was ready. I had taken off my belt, and hid it behind my back. He went for me, and I whipped the buckle right into his head 3 times. He was hospitalized with nasty stitches. I got suspended for a week, and was very nearly expelled, but it was worth it as no one touched me again, and I won back some of my fickle friends. We went to different high schools so didn't see each other for a few years, until we met by chance when drinking with friends in a park. We were 15. He was with another group and we started trading insults. He threw a small log at me, and with a lucky shot broke my nose, and filled it with splinters. Did not see him for years after that, but a month after the log incident, a much bigger friend of mine saw him at a house party. They had a fight and my buddy managed to dislocate his shoulder and fuck him up in revenge. To cut a long story short, I met him in a bar years later, when we were both 20. He apologized, we drank together, and laughed our heads off at how dumb we were as kids. We both have the scars to prove it. Discovered he is actually a faking cool guy now, and we have been good mates ever since. Life is too short for grudges, but I still always love reminding him what a cunt he was. He does buy me a lot of drinks. Trouble making friends. Because of this I found myself in the cool group, and there was this one kid who I considered a close friend where him and I pretty much ran the social group. One day out of the blue another kid from this group told me in front of everyone, "You realize no one likes you, right? You're fat and ugly and everyone feels sorry for you." Everyone started laughing and hurling abuse at me, and I was beyond unconsolable. My social group had gone to shit, and I had no one else. Turns out I somehow had gotten on the bad side of the guy who I considered a friend, and he had warped everyone's opinion, and like a good herd of sheep they followed along, because they didn't want to get on his bad side. I didn't really have anyone else. I had friends, but not the type you would sit with. I honestly thought I could just tough it out, and it would eventually pass and everyone would quickly treat me as before. I was stupid to think it would work. I was physically and emotionally bullied for weeks. The whole group made a point of making my life hell, just because he said so. They'd embarrass me in class, get me in trouble, start chants on the school bus, hide my stuff, you name it, they did it. I became a shell of my former self to the point a couple of my teachers actually rang my parents and asked if I was okay. Because I didn't want to admit to my folks what was happening, I just bottled it up. After a particularly bad day of coping abuse, I came home in tears, and I found myself in the kitchen with a knife against my wrist digging into the skin. I held it there for a while, trembling and repeating over and over, "You don't want to do this. You don't want to do this." It's like my mind was in a battle with my body. Common sense prevailed, and I dropped the knife and vowed to move on. I sat by myself for a good couple months after that, making a point of finding somewhere where they couldn't find me. I found this one place under the auditorium, where there was this bench, and I would eat my lunch in darkness listening to everyone else laughing and playing outside, wishing it was me. It took a while, but I made new friends and things eventually got better. A couple years later the kid got actually expelled for abusing a teacher, and I somehow found myself slowly getting dragged back into the old social group. Things were different, but I never forgot what they did. Fast forward to about a fortnight ago, and I was working out at the gym when I noticed in the corner of my eye this dude looking at me. It turned out to be that guy who made my life hell trying to figure out who I was. The past couple years I've started taking my physique seriously, and I'm aiming to eventually compete. The look on his face when he realized the overweight kid whose life he made hell was now much bigger than him was priceless. I did eventually walk over and say hello, and he couldn't make himself look me in the eyes once. I didn't need any petty payback, just knowing he was intimidated was enough. In 5th grade we used to go to our elementary school on the weekends and play ball, run around, kid stuff. There was this kid named Monty that used to show up there from time to time. I remember he had this t-shirt on one time that said, "Don't be a dick" on the back of it, and remembered thinking, what dad would let their kid wear that? Obviously he had issues at home, but he was like 2 years older than us, and at age 10 that's a big difference in size and maturity. I remember him just being a total asshole to us, taking our sheet, even ripping my buddy's shell necklace off his neck. At one point, I had a golf driver on my shoulder like a baseball bat and was ready to swing at this kid. We felt terrorized by this jerk. Flash forward to 10 years later, I'm 20 years old and in jail. Totally different story, and not relevant, and in a 2-story room with 100 or so bunks, and probably 150 men in one room. We are all wearing orange jumpsuits, and the entire front of our room is glass, and facing other glass rooms. I look through the glass into the other room and see Monty. I'm the type of person that will never forget a face, and apparently he didn't forget mine. Except, I was 6 feet 3 inches 200 pounds now. Apparently he didn't grow at all since last time I saw him. I looked into his eyes and mouthed, "Do you remember me?" pointing at myself. He nodded with an obvious fear in his eyes and made a measuring gesture with his hands and mouthed, "You are big now." I smiled. He was scared shitless. Locked up in jail, feeling very vulnerable, and find out you're in with a kid you picked on and harassed 10 years earlier that's twice your size now. I kept my fists to myself, but just the fearful look in his eyes when he recognized me, I will never forget. Interviewed him for a job. Middle school bully, let us call him Jack, that took delight in throwing his weight around. He had a lot of it, and beating up / intimidating anyone he could. He stole from local shops and would happily vandalize the local area for a laugh. He ended up in prison after glassing a guy in a pub over some missing drug money. Fast forward 10 years, and I'm on an interview board for a small social enterprise. We are after a van driver to collect and deliver aid equipment. I hadn't been part of the selection process, just helped define the job description and requirements, but sat on the interview pane. This was a social enterprise company that supports people with long-term mental health problems to get back into work by giving them a job and training to help them support themselves. So I want a nice person for this role. Not only are they going to transport valuable IT equipment, but the company takes IT equipment on the understanding that it will ensure that no data is recoverable from the equipment. When we picked it up we had access to a lot of data that is protected by law. So in walks the bully from my childhood, still fat and still full of himself. I recognize him instantly, but he hasn't the foggiest who I'm even after I'm introduced. I admit I'm confused as this job will require a CRB check and this guy history will come up. So I pick up my copy of the application form and see that the name is Jason, not Jack. He then proceeded to go through the whole interview without saying a single thing that I consider true. He came across as believable, but gave a fabrication of a life for that hour. I admit he was good. If I hadn't known him, I would have believed him. He was told that a CRB would be required for the post and he didn't hesitate to say it wouldn't be a problem. By the end of the interview he looked confident and pleased with himself as I walked him back out of the building. He asked if I thought he stood a chance and his face crumbled when I said I don't think so. Jack. I have no idea how he thought he would get away with it. From the interview room you could see the pub that he attacked a guy in, and we are not talking about a big city here. I believe people can change and should have a second chance, and I have backed the employment of people with criminal records, but if you lie you haven't changed. I grew up in a fairly small town. Graduating class was 73 kids. The guy who bullied me from 6th grade until I graduated never got caught or disciplined for any of the hell he caused. He wasn't a smart guy by any means. He was just smart enough to not get caught. His brother was a special needs kid and got a lot of attention, so I think people focus more on that than this guy. He would do every stereotypical bully behavior, from tripping me in the hall, hitting way too hard in gym sports, verbal abuse to full-on beatings when I got caught alone with him and his cronies. I was a loudmouth fat kid and probably could have made life better for myself had I kept my mouth shut more often, but it was the only defense I had really. I was pretty good at hiding bruises and bumps, passed them off horseplay accidents with my buddies, or said I fell off my bike. I rode it every day for a paper route. Graduating and moving on with my life was one of the best things I could do for myself. Looking back, I really didn't like who I was in high school. I was kind of a little beach lol. I stopped thinking about this guy as I went about with my life. I've since gone to school, gotten married to a wonderful woman, got a great job, and have enough friends to be pretty happy. I'd say I'm a fairly successful middle class guy so far. Even lost some of the weight and put on some muscle. Just before my 30th birthday last year, I was writing a birthday message to a long distance friend on Facebook and noticed the bully's sister as a friend of a friend. I forgot he even had a sister, since everyone was so focused on his brother. She had an open profile, so I took a quick look at it, noticed him on her friends list and smiled. Decided to check him out too. He's got 2 kids by 2 different women, isn't in a relationship, lives in a crappy rental house, and by the look of it, never got an education. I smiled, closed the browser tab, and went about my life. A few days later I was getting gas at a station I almost never visit. I just happened to be driving by for work and needed to fuel up. As I went in to pay with my company gas card, who was working the counter but the bully? He looked like crap, missing a tooth, dirty, just plain trashy. It was all I could do to not say anything to him. It only got better as I finished paying for my gas and started putting my sunglasses on. His boss started yelling at him for not performing some task properly. It was all I could do to not start laughing in the store still. TLDR, I'm successful and my schoolyard bully works a minimum wage job. Who's got the last laugh now, asshole? Backstory: the kid ruined my high school life, stole from me, keyed my car, my parents' cars, defaced a lot of my personal property, and was just a royal pitter. We were best friends since elementary school, but I guess he wanted to be cool, so he picked on me. When we got to high school, I'd wake up and break into tears because I hated going to high school. Did I mention I'm male and was around 5 minutes and 11 seconds and 200 pounds. After high school, I went on to a great college, one he and his family loved. He never was able to get in or attempted to get in. He just a huge fanboy. Growing up, he and his parents always had aspirations for him to get into this university. Years later, I went to a Walgreens in the neighborhood we both grew up in. He was outside smoking a cigarette with his apron on. I was rocking anyways. He sees me walking up and puts out his cigarette to greet me and say hello. We exchange a few words and share our lives for a few minutes. He dropped out of community college, is now managing the Walgreens, making good money as a manager, with hopes of moving to Vega 74. With his girlfriend. I told him I got into the college finishing my double major, and getting ready to move to Silicon Valley to start my career in technology. Karma was enough for me that day. I never had to retaliate against him. The universe took care of it for me. He added me on Facebook a few weeks later, and since seeing him, he's gained about 50 pounds, balding, living out in the desert with an equally unattractive girlfriend. I was chased in high school for my appearance, mostly just because I was kinda grungy and I didn't wear makeup, and the girls I went to school with went to the extreme to be perfect every day. I just didn't care, and I didn't really mind being teased. A couple years after grad, I started to do the girl thing with makeup all over my face and form-fitting clothes and heels for days. I was working for a high-end cosmetic store, so of course, part of the dress code is being done up to the nines. Mother's Day rolls around, and this group of 5 guys I come in, looking for gifts, and immediately I recognize them as part of the group that teased me in high school. I still give them stellar service, help them pick out gifts, and they're flirting with me, and I'm just kinda doing my customer service thing and smiling, trying to make a good sale. Well, I'm ringing one of them through the till, and my coworker comes over to ask, "Hey Doll Revolution, did that new shipment of body scrubs come in?" And it clicks on the guy's face who I am. He looks to his bud, who is still making the eyes at me, and kinda nudges him, but he just goes, "Hey man, what?" and does not understand the subliminal panic his friend is trying to get across. I politely hand him his bags and he beelines out of the store, tearing his friends with him. A couple minutes later, the other 4 rush back over to the front of the door for a good double take. I was pretty satisfied with their reactions. LMAO. Not really a bully, but there was a girl I was good friends with. She was a year older and played the big sister role all through middle school. In high school, my freshman year, we both tried out for the soccer team. I made it, she didn't. Cue the horrible rumors, anger, and pure hatred for me, for years. Like, until she graduated high school. We didn't talk again. A year ago, so like 7 years, after I graduated high school, we reconnected on Facebook somehow. So I have a good job, I'm married, kid, house, dog, and cat, car, etc. She got some type of horrible health problem that has left her crippled, in terrible pain, unable to work. She is having a hard time getting disability and now she's too old to be on her dad's health insurance, so she has none. With all her health issues, she lives with her parents, not a lot of friends around, and oh, she got very fat from medications she has been on. Surprisingly, it doesn't make me feel good to see her like that. Actually, it makes me sad. She's turned into a very bitter person, and she has absolutely zero self-esteem. It's really sad, because she was really interesting and funny before, and even when she was hating me all the time, I still knew she could be a cool person. I try and help her out, give her constructive advice when she asks for it, and be an overall positive influence on her life, but I have a hard time figuring out how to be really nice and helpful when she, justifiably, has a pity party all the time, because the mean years are still in the back of my head. Mine is reverse. I'm the bully, and I got owned. I was in college and there was this girl in a class that I made every effort to get to know. I made sure we were in the same 3-person group for a semester project. No matter what I did, she wanted none of me. She was gorgeous, but come on, she wouldn't even let me drive her to her car across campus on a terribly hot day. I finally asked her what the problem was, and she told me. Back in high school I was pretty mean to the band kids. Nothing physical, just a lot of jokes, relentless jokes. It was funny material, because the whole band thing is funny. Years later there would be American Pie which capitalized on this. Also, the band at my high school was very good. State championship every year good. They were about to kick the ag department out of their building just because they could, and I was exacting revenge on them for their imperialistic endeavors. As you can guess, this girls was one of those band nerds I made fun of relentlessly. I didn't recognize her, because she went from just a random skinny band nerd to extremely hot in the time since we left high school. I didn't even recognize her until she enlightened me on who she once was. I'm from a very Hispanic community, and she has one of those Jose Ramirez type names that wouldn't tip me off that we went to high school together. As bad as that sounds, it's a real thing that I went to school with 50 girls named Mariah Lopez. She then went on to say how she really did have a crush on me back in the day and thought I had only gotten better looking with a little age. However, because I was such a dick back then, she'd never give me the satisfaction I sought now. No amount of being sorry would help. I learned my lesson. My god, did I ever learn my lesson. And I'm sure she felt like $1,000,000 getting that revenge on me. I used to play on my middle school football team. I wasn't very athletic, I was very short, and I weighed around 100 pounds, but I always worked harder than everybody else. Well, the coaches split the players up into 3 teams. The A team, made up of the best players, the B team, the not so good players, and the C team, the bad players. I was put on the C team, and because of that I was made fun of a lot. And the main person who did that was Joey Severed. The A team quarterback. After middle school I left and went to a private school. I grew and I worked very hard at becoming the best I could be. I played varsity football all 4 years of high school, and I was offered a scholarship to play college football for the Fresno State Bulldogs. All of my hard work had paid off. I was the starting running back on the team for 3 years, and I was drafted in the 4th round and played 2 years of NFL football until I blew out my knee and was unable to play again. Although I was devastated, I continued my life and got married and had 3 beautiful children. My family and I always donate large amounts to various charities. One day my wife and I went to help out at the soup kitchen, and guess who was in line for food? No other than Joey Severed. I couldn't recognize him, but I knew he recognized me. It took me a while, but I finally made the connection. At first I was furious, because I remembered all the horrible things he used to do to me. But then I realized that was in the past, and I could tell he felt terrible about what he did to me. I ended up sitting down with him, and we conversed for a while. I let him stay at my house for a while since he was homeless. And after 2 weeks I helped him get a job. He was very thankful, and we are still friends to this day. My bully was the kind that befriends you then destroys you. Elle and I shared this obsessive love for all things film and drama. I studied film at uni, she studied acting, and it was the main reason we became friends. We used to go to the cinema every few days, a place local to both of us that had lax enough security we could sneak into 2 or 3 different screenings in one go if we felt the need. But Elle was genuinely cruel and messed up, almost sociopathic. She undermined my confidence, isolated me from my friends, then turned them against me. To this day I don't know what she told them about me, but it must have been pretty awful, and also false, because I was genuinely just boring, and but nice. She made me feel worthless and horrible and incredibly depressed. It took me years to feel better, and the stress manifested in obsessive behaviors, EDS, bouts with depression, suicidal thoughts. I actually really hate to contribute that to her, and she wasn't the sole cause of my issues, but she absolutely made them worse and tipped them from general teen angst into something more dangerous. I'm far happier and more stable now. Anyway, to try and keep it short, I was home from university and hadn't seen her in 2 years. We were there to see The Dark Knight. It had been 3.5 since she was anything but hostile to me. This girl was like the devil. She was truly evil. I recognize she was incredibly messed up and probably very sad, but when you're an isolated teenager that's hard to grasp. She terrified me. The sight of her made me sick with fear. This girl had been so hateful to my face, behind my back. She destroyed me. So when I saw her taking a seat a few rows over from me, I expected to be terrified, but all I could think was how her hair looked crap. I said, "Oh, it's Elle," out of sheer surprise, and as she looked up and recognized me, I burst out laughing. It was the fact she didn't scare me. I just cracked up. I couldn't help it. She just shit herself. She looked so shocked, and if anything afraid. She could barely look me in the eye. She literally ran out of the theater and only sneaked back in once the film had started, and even then she pointedly avoiding looking at me and spent most of the film glancing over. I'm told I was by that point focused entirely on the Raiders film. After the film, we passed her and her parents as we walked out. She froze and just stared at her dad so as not to look at me, even though I said hi to her parents as we passed, and they really nicely said it back. She was absolutely terrified of me. Maybe that I'd say something. Maybe that I'd out her as a bully. I don't know. I haven't seen her since, nor have I spoken to her. I don't plan a thing as a friend. She wasn't supportive, she couldn't be trusted, and she was actively abusive. And she's afraid of me. It might sound sad to some, but I won. It won't matter what successes she might earn, because she runs at the sight of me. Back in middle school, I lived in the old money part of town, except my parents weren't old money. In fact, they pretty much had no money. The only reason we lived where we lived was because my mom had inherited the house we lived in. My parents had no money for things like designer clothes, braces, nor dandruff shampoo. This comes into play. There was this girl, pretty much the queen of our middle school, who fit every stereotype: tall, blonde, hot, and a complete beach. FYI, I'm a guy. She would harass me constantly about my appearance. Why are your teeth so crooked? Can't your parents afford braces? Nice Kmart shirt. Can your parents not afford to feed you? I was very skinny throughout middle and high school. Ooh, dandruff. It's called Selsun Blue. She called me that 4 years. Fast forward 10 years. I left home, went to college at fairly prestigious state university, had a job, a car, and had even managed to put on some muscle by working out at my university's fitness center. I was dressing better, looked better, and was no longer the skinny dork with dandruff. On a weekend trip back home, a few friends of mine and I went out drinking and hit up a strip club. There on the stage was middle school Beach. She did not look well, to say the least. Turns out she got caught up with the wrong crowd after high school, dropped out of the community college, got cut off from her parents, had a kid, and had pretty much fallen from grace. My friends told me all this and we left, without me getting a glimmer of recognition from middle school Beach. TLDR, I foretold the future for my bully. I had a rough time in middle school. Hormones, puberty, social hierarchies, and beachy girls. Most of my elementary school friends went to a different middle school, so I didn't know too many people at my relatively more affluent school. I was/am a very shy and quiet person, so making friends was hard. Once I did make friends, I/was extremely loyal to them. It took some time, but I made some fellow nerdy, shy friends and things became generally okay. There was this one popular girl who did go out of her way to bully me in the 6th and 7th grades. I was a tiny Asian girl, 4 feet something, and no more than 65 pounds, and this girl was a giant ginger, 5 something and stocky/thick. I have no idea why, but she chose to pick on me. We had all of our classes together, and she'd always make really mean and snarky remarks about the way I looked, my glasses, my clothes, etc. She'd steal or smash my lunch, scrunch up papers handed back to me, just generally annoying shit. I think she wanted to make me cry, but I never did. I just sucked it up and generally ignored and avoided that beach. Eventually, she got tired of making fun of me by the end of the 6th grade. Unfortunately, she decided to start targeting one of my really good friends. She's still one of my besties to this day. My friend is the kindest, sweetest, shyest person ever. One day, she shoved my friend and said some horrible things to her to make her cry. At lunch, she spots me playing poison or horse on the basketball court with some other friends and decides to bully me and take my personal basketball away. This was the day I grew a backbone. I snapped. I completely snapped. I could personally take her bullying, but there was no way I'd stand for this beach bullying my sweet friend. I threw the ball in her face and just verbally ripped her a new one. I screamed that there was no way she'd amount to anything, so long as I was in her class, because she'd never get an A if I was around, and she was too damn stupid to get anywhere. She'd be a loser forever, never go to college, and just fail at life. I went on and on and on until I was red in the face and literally screamed at her for about 5 minutes straight. I made that beach cry. 12-year-old me also demolished her popular status, because some scrawny Asian girl made her look really stupid. The popular kids were getting tired of her shit anyway. Eventually, she moved to another city for high school and I kind of forgot about her. I look back and think that was a big deal for my own development, though I was ashamed about what I said to her because it was cruel. Anyway, 10 years later, and Facebook is starting to take steam. My sweet friend and I were just goofing around seeing who from middle and high school we could look up. We went through our middle school yearbook and I saw Beach Bully's name. Found her FB, Friendster, and LiverJournal/Xanga/something. She got knocked up in high school, dropped out, started abusing all sorts of drugs, worked a minimum wage job, baby daddy drama, etc. I felt really bad for her. I also now feel horrible about saying such nasty things to her when we were 12. I'm the bully sadly in this case. It was only in elementary, which I know does not make it any better, but through middle school and high school I generally would stop bullies. Anyway, in elementary school I would pick on this kid a lot. He never did anything to deserve it at all. Before, during and after I picked on this kid just because. I don't know what happened to him after 6th grade because he didn't attend my middle or high school. It was my 21st birthday. I was just put on probation for underage drinking a week before my 21st, so I spent the day by myself. I went to the mall with the B-Day money I got and decided to spend it all on an authentic signed Steveism and Red Wings jersey. As I was leaving the mall, my mom called and said she was at the town's fair with my niece and nephews. Since I can't go out and drink, I decided to head that way. While walking around the fairgrounds with my nephews and niece, I seen the kid I used to bully constantly walking with his girlfriend. He looked exactly the same. I walked up to him and said hi. He was very standoffish and quietly nervous. I asked how he's been, and he just said, fine. He didn't even want to make eye contact with me, and I felt terrible. There were awkward seconds between our words, and finally I asked him if he liked the Red Wings. He said, yay. And I then handed him the bag that contained my signed Ism and jersey. He said, what's this? And I said, yours, and walked away. Haven't seen him since, but I hope he knows I'm sorry. Second year middle school. Got tormented for over a year by some douche white kid, his giddo friend, and some bogan looking fella over my skin color. They couldn't tell if I was Asian or Latino. Welcome to having Eurasian/Spanish heritage and living in London for several years. Does great to the skin tone. I was teased, called names, dropped to the floor when eating lunch, got my school bag kicked, got me kicked, pretty much taunted me like an abused dog being poked with a stick by the village boys. My mom forced me to huddle under my older brother's protection during lunch times. Shit got so horrible that we once tried filing to sue the school after doing jack shit when I got kicked so hard in the kidneys I peed blood. Hell, we had the evidence, we had the files, we had witnesses, but we didn't somehow. It was decided that I just moved to the private school somewhere halfway to the city. The other students didn't like me anyway, well, except for one of them, who I still keep tabs on. She began reconsidering to move to the school I went to, but was already signed in with a school further away. She moved houses 2 weeks later. Anyway, zoom into second year high school. Here I'm at the mall, eating a Big Mac, when suddenly, a good few old classmates show up. They all felt sorry that they didn't do shit, yada yada yada. I Jaff, let's get down to business, for I have food to eat. I became a cynical old shit after middle school. And I hear all these crazy things happening to that guy after I left. He gets totaled by some senior kids. He takes up drinking now. His family can't support him. He's adopted. He gets expelled for telling the principal to go fuck herself. So, that guy gets kicked out for you not taking slight verbal abuse, instead of when he and a few buddies sent a full 3:1 smack down on my ass where I end up bleeding internally while getting shouted obscenities at. What the fuck, beach? Now I feel like suing even harder. The other two didn't get it any easier, though. The kiddo got picked on by my older brother and his friends for trying to hide behind his brother, who's practically non-existent and doesn't even help him. He's just someone he looks up to, and the Boggan's dad was thoroughly abusive after. Back then, was a mild guy. It turns out to be true when I saw him a few weeks later, outside the mall. Me, in my prim and proper private school uniform, and I find him in rags, greasy hair, smelled like he hasn't bathed in a week. He tried to ask me for change. He knew who I was, I know who he was, and I declined hard. I said this. Point to his attire with a pencil, is what we call in the real world, retribution. You'll learn, little dog, it's Not my fault for being the monster I'm now. It's the man who torments first, who finds that he had completed Dr. Frankenstein's monster. During my freshman year of high school I was constantly bullied and picked on for being small. I was a late bloomer and literally thrown in trash can for that entire year. One guy in particular was the ringleader of my torment. We'll call him Bill, fake name. He took my money, knocked my books down every chance he got. On my birthday he and 8 other guys jumped me in the locker room before pep. It got so bad I moved to a different city. Time goes on, I grew up physically and mentally. After high school I moved back to the city, where I was bullied, because I got a great job opportunity, awesome pay, couldn't say no. I met up with one of my only friends back then, and that's where I seen Bill at the mall. He worked at McDonald's in the food court, and he was on lunch break. I was assuming this, because he had the McDonald's shirt on. Sitting there alone, so skinny that he looked like an African that one would sponsor. Turns out that he couldn't keep a job for more than a month because he has a drug addiction. I didn't say anything to him. I just passed by and that was that. Weeks later I seen him again at a friend's party and we talked for about 7 minutes until he tried to force me to give him my hard-earned money. When I refused he swung at me. Side note, after I moved my sophomore year I took Muay Thai classes for 3 years and was an average but still very skilled fighter. It led to me breaking his arm while I had him in an armbar. He pressed charges for assault, but I got off on self-defense. I haven't seen him since. I lucked out with my elementary school tormentor. We'll call him Mark. It was my sophomore year of college, and I was working the door at one of our fraternity parties. Everyone had to sign in, due to some campus regulation or some other horse shit like that. But what it did is allowed us monitor who we let in. Thus, we were able to keep the ratio of girls to guys in our favor. In a hoe, I see Mark approaching the house with a group of people. He's got some beer in his hand and was wearing a douche nozzle's uniform. For that matter, all of his friends looked like dickbags. You ever have one of those moments where the universe just seems to time things just right? Well, they get to the table and one of the guys starts to sign in. It was at this point that I calmly stood up, pointed at Mark and said, paraphrasing because it was a long time ago and I was a bit buzzed, "None of y'all are getting in." That guy was Dick in elementary school and he is not coming into my house. Folks, Mark did not like being called out in front of his friends and all the other people milling around outside. His face got red and he bowed up and moved towards me. It was at this point that Big James came around the corner of the house. Our national bylaws required us to hire an off-duty cop or a security guard for all of our formal parties. Big James was a big ex-Marine, now cop. He's just as chill as can be, but he is intimidating as fuck. When Mark saw Big James come around the corner, he tucked his wiener between his legs and left. His friends just followed behind, while the rest of the people outside just chuckled and laughed. Good times were had. Soon enough I was off door duty and was last seen starting a power hour with a few people out back in our volleyball and court. That's as far as my memory goes that night. It's one of my fondest college memories. Well, half memory, haha. I live in the country, so my high school was overflowing with rednecks. Now, given that information, I should also add that I was a late blooming female, terribly unfortunate in the looks department, until I hit 17/18, and I took my sister up on a dare to sport a full-on mohawk through half of high school. One of the rednecks who tormented me, we'll call him Mike, wasn't bad on the eyes. Generally his torment consisted of calling me rooster and crowing like a rooster whenever I walked into class or said anything. He called me ugly, an ogre, a troll, anything nasty. He used it on me. Fast forward to 1 year after high school, when my friends and I decide to crash a field party. Turns out, Mike was there hanging out with a keg in the back of his truck. Nothing is mentioned of how he tormented me, but we chat and whatnot, generally just having drinks and enjoying ourselves. So a few hours pass, and we're all drunk. Mike, still hanging out in his truck, has busted out a lawn chair and is sitting right by the keg pouring himself beer after beer. He calls me over and almost immediately I realize that he's flirting with me, which wouldn't be an issue if it weren't for the fact that one of his best friends has already called dibs on me. His friend, Eric, realizes what's going on and walks over, grabs Mike's cowboy hat off of his head and holds it over Mike's face. Later found out that this was apparently their way of saying, "Dude, she's mine." Almost immediately, Mike explodes into a fit of rage. They're throwing punches. Mike's still in the bed of his truck and Eric is standing on the ground. Mike goes to throw his cup of beer at Eric, but it misses and drenches me in the process. Punch, punch, yelling. Mike grabs his lawn chair and, yet again, goes to throw it at Eric, but it misses and hits me in the head. No damage to me beyond a bruised ego, thankfully. Sooner or later they stop. Mike leaves. The party winds down. I guess Mike got a lot of shit after that for his anger and hitting me with a beer and lawn chair. He enlisted in the army about a month later to get his shit together. 2 years later, Mike hits me up on MySpace with a message and friend request. He's still trying to bang me, but I whip out the old, "You tormented me in high school and later hit me with objects when you got into a fight at a party. I'll pass." He apologized profusely. We chat for a bit, but he leaves for deployment shortly afterwards. Years after that, after adding him on Facebook, he calls me out of the blue. I guess he got my number off of my profile. Anyway, long story short, we ended up dating for about 2 months. He was a dick, broke up with me twice to see other girls, disappeared into thin air after the second time. I guess he got me good considering all he wanted to do was fuck me, but I feel like I won because he's got a tiny penis. Like most Redditors, I was picked on as a kid. I grew up in small rural town that was full of families down on their luck, where most kids' parents were unemployed or lived with their grandparents because their parents abandoned them or whatever. So a lot of kids in my neighborhood had issues. Anyway, I now work as a technical consultant and one of my clients in the State Department of Welfare. I had a gig where I had to go to all the welfare offices in the state and assist in some new technical endeavor the ICE was making them take on. Well, the time came for me to go to my hometown's welfare office. I showed up dressed in a suit and all and had to wait in the main waiting area to meet the director. While there I looked over and saw this kid who used to torment me all the time as a kid. He used to hold me down in a headlock until I passed out and almost killed me a few times. I noticed him first and gave him the stink eye for a while and then eventually went up and said hello. He and I talked for a few minutes until the cop came to get me, and in that time told me about his addictions, issues, etc. and even asked me for a job. I think I should have felt good for his misfortunes, but instead felt pity and sad for him. I thought about hooking him up with a job or whatnot with someone I know locally, but had the realization that this guy is a class A fuck up and deserves everything that happens to him. If I hooked up him with a job, he would just fuck it up anyhow and make me look bad for referring him. I was a bully. I was physical brute who hurt people for no good reason. I was massively insecure and would make other people feel weak in order to make myself feel strong. I eventually grew up and began to deal with my self-loathing in a healthy way. I also moved across the country and didn't return to my hometown for about 10 years. When a family friend died, I returned for the funeral. Both my parents are dead, so I was on my own in a place that I had avoided at all costs for a decade. I went to a local diner the night before the funeral and sat at the counter on my own. As I surveyed the menu, I was approached by someone I barely recognized. After he introduced himself, I realized that I was speaking to one of the people I had bullied. He was at the diner with his wife and 4-month-old son. I must have turned bright red. I felt so guilty about how I treated him and was sure that he was going to confront me about my actions. I was already readying my apology when he invited me over to eat with his family. He said that no one should eat alone at a restaurant. We had a good evening and he and his gorgeous wife brought me up to speed on all that had changed in the 10 years I had been away. Gossip, new buildings, the new shopping mall, etc. We had a nice evening, and when the check came, I insisted on paying the bill. As we left the restaurant and said our farewells, I quickly and awkwardly apologized for being such a dickhead to him. He smiled and said we were all dumb in middle school. This one gave me some hope for humanity. Typical geek in junior high/high school. Big guy, a little overweight then, but blown way out of proportion as kids tend to do. Smart, into computers and RPGs etc. at a time when they aren't as fun and awesome as they are now. A new girl transferred to the school, probably a quarter of the way through the year. She was pretty, but hadn't found a niche or anything, and was lost around campus. Since we had a lot of the same classes at the same time, I showed her around, helped her with homework, talked to her, explained where things were at school and around the city. We weren't best friends or anything, but we were cool with each other. However, as anyone that has been through HS knows, that never seems to last. She got in with the popular kids, that whole pretty thing, and us low tier geeks were spite fodder for that type. Complete 180 in attitude towards me. While I found it a bit upsetting, life goes on. Just one more person that has an issue, because they don't understand, or because someone's different. Fast forward to about 2 years after HS. I finished college, majoring in networking, and I have a field-related job. I go in to get my haircut, and the only person there in the middle of the day at this little shop is this girl who had spent HS trashing me. I recognized her, but wasn't sure if she had me, but it didn't matter. I sit in the chair, explain what I want done, and she gets to it. It's quiet for a few minutes, then she asks if I'm insert real name here. I respond that I am, and that I remembered her, but hadn't wanted to say anything if she hadn't. She said she did, then got upset and stopped cutting my hair to tell me that she was so sorry for how she treated me, that the pressure from her new friends for her to be in their group was awful, and she felt that she had to go along with it. She talked about some of the problems she had after school, and that the world didn't work the same way, and that she had been wrong in causing so much trouble just because of those reasons, and now she did everything she could to treat people by how they deserve to be treated, and not because of something shallow. It was a pretty moving thing. We had a long conversation about it. I at least hope I made her feel better, that maybe she could put that behind her a little, since it seemed to be weighing on her pretty heavy, and made me feel better that people can change. TLDR girl changes attitude after learning life isn't like high school. So late to this thread, but I shall write my piece anyway. My family moved to a new city from just outside Glasgow when I was 8, as my brother's bullies had started physically bullying him, and when they realized I was his brother, picking on me. Moving to a new town was difficult. I didn't have an awful lot going for me in the genetic lottery. I was really small for my age, had terrible teeth, a speech impediment and a stutter to boot. Throw on top an incredibly thick Glaswegian accent and you have a bully's wet dream. I worked on the accent and faked the confidence until I could convince myself, but of course it still happened. I got bullied, but to be fair it was not as bad as it could have been. I learned to cope by being the funny kid, the sarcastic wishy who teachers hated. Safe to say that I didn't do too well at school. Around 15 years old I had decided that enough was enough. I was still the size of a 12-year-old and my voice hadn't broken yet, but I didn't give a shit. I had nothing to lose. I picked a fight with the toughest, meanest waste of space in my school and totally kicked his ass. The boy was an idiot who would use his friends to hold people down. I made sure of an audience of at least half the school, so that couldn't happen. I was eventually dragged off him, and he was taken to hospital, and I got suspended from school. It wasn't worth it. I instantly became popular, but realized just as quickly that I didn't want it. I hated it, just wanted to be left alone, but loads of other people thought that they had to challenge me. I got bigger, got tougher and got into many more fights, and turned into just the same kind of asshole as the bully I hospitalized. Until I started boxing and got it all beaten out of me 14 years later, and I'm a much better man, though I don't think I would be half the man if I hadn't went through those changes. Becoming the bully after being bullied for so long, I can understand the effects and causes of such behavior. For some there are a lot of underlying issues. Rather than punish the bullying, we should look into the why. Why do they feel the need to bully? Surely that would be more effective. This is probably a bit of a crummy story, and I'll keep it sparse. I was a massive nerd through all of my schooling. From the second I was in second grade until the day I graduated as valedictorian, I was the nerdy boy who got straight A's, screwed up the curve, and never let a kid ruin my education. I was picked on a lot. As in, I'd have to make a TLDR about my TLDR about the amount of bullying I received. Long story short, there were times when I had counseling sessions for writing stories/poems/etc. that gave off the edge of suicide. I was never suicidal, but I was definitely unhappy. Anyways, I graduated in a class of 16 kids who I've known since kindergarten, small town, with a 4.0 GPA. The next highest GPA was a 3.3. I went off to college, finishing it now, and have a full-time at the age of 21 for a large marketing company doing UI/web development for some of the largest companies in the country. I'm trying to keep slightly vague, since I'm not exactly classified to speak further than that. I make more money than my parents did together in 5 years. A girl who rejected me in early high school got knocked up by a fellow classmate, who decided to join the military to avoid being a father. My biggest bully, who was the second highest GPA, and pretty much my rival throughout my entire public education experience, is now working for his dad as a carpenter back in the small town. Others are in prison for drug trafficking. Another is having a kid with a girl who's cheated on him at least 20 times while living in Florida. The worst about his situation. A few others are working at a pizza place inside a Kmart. Only 2 or 3, and they were the nicer ones to me, are doing anything other than a whopping nothing. I have a cousin going through the exact same scenario as me, and he's constantly looking to me for answers on how to deal with life issues. I guess hunkering down, gaining a thirst for knowledge, and acting upon it is much better than spending every single night getting in trouble, drinking, and causing problems. Who knew? TLDR, never let your brain think that you can coast on life and never plan for the future. Many of my high school bullies thought they were going to be the biggest things in the history of ever, but so far have amounted to nothing more than a negative impact to society. I was in Scouts about 7 or 8 years back when this happened, and there was this one kid, I'll call him James, with about 2 years and 50 pounds on me, who consistently treated me badly. I don't know if he was doing it to get a reaction, but literally he would go out of his way to mock me and make me feel horrible about myself. I mostly just tried to ignore it, or just told him to shut up, but that never really seemed to faze him. He just kept doing it. Finally, one camp out, and one too many insults later, I lost it. Punched him full on in the stomach, and was going to go for more, except literally 3 other kids were holding on to me, and just barely managing to prevent me from beating this guy into mincemeat. Years of rage at all the verbal abuse I took from James came out in that one massive swing. The look on his face told me volumes about how, in that instant, his opinion of me changed. I'm not a violent person, but if the pressure and stress builds to a breaking point, best to avoid me. I'd like to have said that, since that point, we reconciled and became good friends, especially because I learned he and I shared a lot of common interests, but we really never did. He was definitely nicer to me, but we never made it a point to hang out with each other if we could avoid it. Worse for him, his dad, who was a good leader in the local program, died suddenly and early, and that sent him to a dark place for a few years. He eventually did make Eagle and dedicated his mentor pin to the memory of his father. Last I heard, he moved away for college and is doing better than he was. I really hope his life is okay now, because he definitely deserves to have a better future than the past he was dealt. There was a guy I went to high school with who was a massive asshole. He never picked on me personally, but would constantly pick on one of my friends who was dating a girl he had a thing for. My buddy was pretty small and wouldn't defend himself from this guy. I saw him one day smashing a cupcake, one of those Hostess ones with the white swirl on top, into his face with one hand and holding him down on the ground with the other. He was doing it in the hallway and everyone that saw it was laughing at my buddy. I faking snapped and ripped him off my buddy and kicked the shit out of him. We got hauled off to the vice principal/disciplinarian, and after I explained the situation and he confirmed it with some witnesses, he let me off with a few detentions. The bully ended up getting suspended. After he was back in school a few days/week later, he tried jumping me with his friends. Because he was an asshole bully, his friends were cowards, and as soon as they saw I wasn't going down easily they took off, and I kicked his ass again. He skulked away, and I told him I would fuck him up every time I saw him picking on my friend or anyone else. He was still a bully afterwards, but much less severe, and he completely stopped picking on my friend. Well, fast forward about 9 years, and I pull into a gas station with a nice new car that I literally just bought that day. I walked into the gas station store and came out to see two guys admiring my car and talking about how nice it was. Their backs were towards me, and one guy turned around and told me how much he liked my car. The other guy started saying the same thing as he was turning around and then stopped mid-sentence. He was the same piece of shit bully from high school. He had aged poorly, gained a bunch of weight, and lost a bunch of teeth. It was also pretty evident that he was a gas pumper at the gas station. I had a huge smile on my face as I told him to fill it up with premium and to not fuck it up. He looked super pissed and looked miserable. He filled it up without saying a word. He finished up, and I crumpled a dollar bill and threw it on the ground. All I said was, "Looks like you've done great things with your life, bro. Glad to see us hoes get what they deserve." He definitely looked like he was about to cry as I drove away. Might not be as great as the others, but it left me feeling good. 2 instances shortly after I got a pretty decent job, I went and upgraded my wardrobe to some designer clothes that actually fit and looked great, and I had just gotten a current year 2-seat convertible roadster and had decided to take a drive out to see my dad in my hometown. I was always nervous about going back because I don't particularly like seeing some people I went to school with, as I was bullied pretty hard in junior high and early high school, and even worse, a couple ex-girlfriends live out there. I ended up getting hungry and drove over to Sonic, top down, great day, well groomed, well dressed, and I went through the drive-thru, only to be handed my dinner by an ex-girlfriend who had dumped me like a bad habit. She was speechless. I grabbed my food, said thanks, and was gone with a grin on my face. Second one was about a guy who made my life hell. In junior high I was chubby and strange, but I tried to be nice to everyone and really stuck to reading books. In health class I was sat in the middle of the group, including this guy and his friends, and pack mentality kind of took over. He would hurt me every day and threaten me, and his friends all jumped in like a pack of hungry dogs. They would tear apart my books and laugh when I tried to piece them together, among other things. It got to the point where I begged my dad to move me schools and ended up telling him what happened. He talked to the teacher and I got moved to a different seat, but it still happened and they treated me like an arc after that. Fast forward to high school. I lost a lot of weight, was in athletics, and this kid had graduated a year or 2 before, and I did my best to stop thinking about all of it. I'm sure I've got some residual psychological issues. I graduated and went on to college and was doing some consulting work in my hometown to supplement income. I got asked by one of my clients to take a look at her friend's computer, and it happens to be the guy's mom. She remembered me instantly and apologized while telling me it was because her and her ex-husband had been going through a divorce, and now the bully was a raging alcoholic deadbeat. A couple years down the road, I'm dating the captain of the swim team that was in his grade, and we are walking through a casino that had great food. I see him and that same group of guys. They all looked like trash. Wrinkled clothes, drunk, dirty. They saw me, and I flashed them the pearly whites, laughed as they yelled my name, and got it wrong. At that point I realized they had never grown up, and I pitied them as I walked away. This is a little backwards in comparison to most stories, but here goes. Went to high school and college with this girl, and although we knew of each other in HS, we became close friends in college. The more we hung out, the more I realized the beach was nuts. Was dating a sophomore back in our hometown, and kept saying she wanted to get pregnant. All the while was faking around on him with a guy from our group of friends in college. I finally got tired of her crazy shit and stopped talking to her. She talked shit about me after and tried to get our large group of friends to all stop talking to me. Didn't work. Fast forward 2 years and I'm back home and going to community college and working at a restaurant, her favorite restaurant. She comes in, and although I wasn't her server, I walked by her table and we made eye contact. She gave me a mean look and apparently was talking shit about me to the people she was with. Her server told me, so I made it a point to help out her table more than the server, specifically her. If her drink was low, I'd take it with a sly smile and refill it. I never did anything to her food/drink, but I'd mind fuck her and give her a look to freak her out. When her food was up, I made it a point to help her server deliver the food to the table, and I had her order in my hand. I looked her dead in the eyes, smiled, and set her food down in front of her. She didn't touch a thing for the rest of the time she was there. Not even water. Sure, it was kinda immature on my part, but fuck, her beat was crazy. And both me and her server got a kick out of it. She never came back to the restaurant again. I had my 30th high school reunion recently, and even though I was reluctant to go, I went. I recognized everyone, eventually. Some had gotten heavy, some had gotten really heavy, but overall, I knew them all. Two things stood out. First, there was Jim, not his real name. In high school he was one of the cool kids, and I was, at best, a bit of an arts geek. I wouldn't say he made my life hell, but he definitely had this mocking tone whenever he felt inclined to talk to me. He was the type to say something to you and then turn around and try to conceal his laughter as he huddled with his friends. I had seen him a couple of times prior to the reunion, but all we managed was a hey. This time, after a couple of drinks, we both ended up outside in the smoking area. I was shocked to discover he'd become a properly nice person, so much so that any nagging resentment I felt just slipped away. He's married, has 2 kids, a nice, modest life, and he's really grown as a person. The second was a little different. There was a guy I hung out with in high school whom I considered my best friend. We were both kind of outcasts. He was smaller, very quiet, but funny, and we had a good friendship. Sadly, he disappeared after high school, and when I was heading out to the reunion I actually said to my friends, I just hope Bill, not his real name, is there. I was sitting at a table in the reception hall on the first night listening to one of my former classmates singing karaoke, and I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around, and there he was. He said, "You're Bok," and I shook his hand and said, "Hello Jim." He smiled and said, "You were my best friend in high school." We chatted a few times over the next few days. I met his girlfriend and had a chance to catch up. Who says high school reunions have to be horrible? Personally, I'm really glad I went. Will probably be buried and not really relevant. Growing up in my family, the number one rule is to always watch out for my brother. My parents never punish me if I get into any fights at school. And I have to admit, I did crazy sheets whenever he got bullied. From threatening to beat up the bully's 4-year-old sister in order to stop him from hitting my brother one more time. Shrug, I was 8. I didn't know better, to following the bully home and knock on his parents' door and yell at them what their kids did and tell them to be better parents. By the time my brother finished grade school, it was pretty common knowledge to the teachers and bullies that I will come after anyone who hurt my brother. Age and size never scare me, and I suffer no punishments from my parents. I have to admit, I didn't know better myself back then. But I guess there's some stories floating around within my group of friends of things that I have no idea of the things I did. Some of my friends have stories of their own of times when I stood up for them in various stages growing up. But I don't remember any of them. I guess it's a second nature for me by then to not tolerate any bullying. I guess what I'm trying to say is, to those who were bullied and needed a friend, I'm so sorry shit happened. I wish I had known you, because I would have pushed you behind me and fought for you, maybe give a black eye or 2 for you, and if you were going to be in a fight anyways, I would have fought with you. Be happy and have a wonderful day. Went to new school age 14. I was very small for my age, pale, pasty and sorta pudding shaped. On my first day, I run into this massive chap who starts kicking my rucksack as we leave class. I turn around to give him a piece of my mind and literally get punched across a table. I was punched in the head. I fell backwards onto a table and slide off it onto the other side. I lie in an ignominious heap on the floor trying to get up, but I'm too dizzy. I eventually stagger to my feet and get on with my day. He just about lasts the year until the school politely ask him not to return. In the meantime, I'm receiving occasional blows from this fellow and not really in a position to do much about it. Fast forward 15 years. I'm a policeman working in an inner city station. A short fat man walks into the station to report a traffic accident. He looks familiar. I take the details of the accident I'm convinced that I've seen him before, searched or arrested him or some such. I check his details on the system and realize that this is my friend of 15 years ago. I flick through his file. There's nothing particularly noteworthy there. He's not a career criminal, just a chap who has fallen foul of the law once or twice. I go back out to the counter and he's looking at me very oddly. "Hello, John," I say. It's been a long time since school. Thinking back to when I thought this guy was a giant. Now he's just a fat dad. I can see the dawning realization in his eyes. I smile, say it was good to see you, but I have to go now. God bless, and get back to work. Would that I could go back and tell my younger self that it gets better. Mine's not really as cool and satisfying as some of these seem to be. Little bit of a background, so it makes sense. I was born with a genetic condition called congenital myopathy, which basically meant I was physically able to do most activities, but not to the fullest extent of someone my age, and also meant that my muscles were going to keep degenerating over time. Okay, when I was in the 2nd or 3rd grade I used to hang out with a guy that was unanimously despised by everybody in his grade, forgot to mention, 2 years older than me in my brother's grade. He was constantly bullied and treated like crap. I was nice to him because I've always felt that shouldn't treat anybody like crap because you're not really superior to them. One day out of the blue, just when recess is about to end, the guy throws me to the ground and tells me that he will not help me up until I drank my entire bottle of water. I couldn't get up by myself because of my condition, and he knew that I wasn't going to finish that whole bottle of water. Don't ask me why, but I've never been a huge water drinker. To this day I only drink about 2 cups a day. I felt pretty goddamn betrayed by this guy whom I thought to be my friend. After about 5 minutes of me sitting there on the ground waiting for this bastard to help me up, one guy that saw the whole thing confronted him and helped me to my feet. I'm a pretty introverted guy, and not to ring my own bells, but I've always been really charismatic and nice to people. Suffice it to say, when people from my grade and my brother's grade found out, they unanimously wanted to beat the crap out of him. Of course, they always wanted to, but now their passions were inflamed. A couple of weeks later, my brother tells me about a plan to catch him just when he was leaving school and shooting his ass with basically a squadron full of those plastic guns that shoot those little plastic pellets that sort of hurt when you were little. I didn't really like the sound of that, so I told him what everybody was planning, and he managed to get away unscathed. Trust me, I'm not that big a saint. There's nothing more than I would like nowadays than to torture that bastard as he did me. Well, I have a couple small stories. I transferred school districts going into middle school and ended up having nearly all my classes with this girl. Let's call her BB. Would act nice to my face, but pick on me behind my back. She treated me as if I was dumb a lot too. The worst was once, she even spread a rumor that I was spreading rumors that she slept with a certain teacher of ours. I was 11 and still somewhat sheltered at the time and barely understood what it meant, but I nearly had a panic attack when I was called to the principal's office to explain it to them while she sat there pretending to cry. Once when my mum was picking me up, she pulled that act and told my mother I was a bad kid. That's when the school had to separate my classes from hers. Anyways, B ended up dropping out of high school before sophomore year, got pregnant, and gained about 50 lbs. The last I heard of her, she was being released from jail for prostitution. Bully #2, let's call her K, was a girl who I ended up being in classes with in high school. I went to a small private high school and she always tried to act like she was such a bad ass because she had friends from public school and brothers in the military. She liked to think that she could boss people around and make others respect her regardless of whether she chose to respect them back. She was 6 feet and 300 pounds and used her size as an advantage to scare people. She would hang out with my group of friends all the time and treat me so rudely, and unlike everyone who was scared of her, I grew really sick of it. At lunch one day was insulting me for having been a competitive figure skater and missing school a lot because of it, and calling it stupid. I remember just ripping her a new one in front of everyone in the cafeteria, which looked like the equivalent to a mouse yelling at an elephant, since I'm about 5 feet 2 and 125 pounds. She then turned all of my friends against me and she talked me on Facebook. The school ended up finding about her doing that and had to take action, which she blamed me for. I made better friends toward the end of my senior year, while she continued to be malicious toward me, attempted to run over my then boyfriend, also threw away a note I left on my favorite teacher's desk before we graduated. After I graduated, I felt liberated to know I'd never have to deal with her shit ever again. Half a year later, I got a message from her via a mutual friend. She was just talking to me saying that she was dead to talk to the person she hated the most in high school. I said to her, that's sad that you haven't forgotten about that. I've moved on, and I suggest you do the same, or it's really going to hurt you in life. I've never heard from her since. She ended up getting kicked out of the military and now weighs over 400 pounds. This is getting buried. I don't care. I went to a private school that was pre-K through 12, and in 3rd grade a new kid came. We'll call him Bobby. Well, 3rd grade was when social cliques seemed to form, and this douche canoe instantly took a disliking to me, and in the process, managed to turn all of my former friends against me. As luck would have it, this is the group that ended up being cool. High drama in the 3rd grade, right? From this point on, old Bobby goes about bringing me down every day in only the ways that spoiled rich private school kids can. It sucked. Not physical for the most part, but just those self-confidence deflating personal jabs, all the way through 8th grade. Cut to entering 9th grade and I convinced my parents I need to be more worldly and go to public school. I was super pumped to leave behind my old self and start anew in an environment where nobody knew me and I could mold myself into whatever I wanted to be. Problem: fucking Bobby came to the same public HS. We had a very good sports reputation there, though, so it makes sense that we would both leave the smaller private school for the advantages provided they're in our respective sports. Anyway, goddamn, Bobby pulls then same sheet in HS as 3rd grade. Only difference is that, since it's a bigger pond and we are both athletes, I really have a good circle of friends and have to deal with less of this scunt's shit. Still got at me any chance he got. Found out I was laying groundwork on a girl. Came in and beat me at it. I won a big race. He threw 3 touchdowns. I make a comment in class. He has some snide shit to say. Trying to get cheat from my locker. He shoves me out of the way and closes it. Fuck Bobby. Bobby ended up going to some smaller regional school up north and never cracked .500 in a season with the team. Threw a sheet load of interceptions, all that shit, and I went to a national powerhouse in my sport, won NCAAs 2X and conference enough to cover my hands in championship rings. Fucking Bobby still won most athletic prize senior year of HS. Anyway, I recently moved to my home city to start working after finishing my master's degree and bumped into him at a bar while was watching a soccer match. I had one of my championship rings on because shiny sheet with my school's logo usually ends in me getting wasted for free, and Bobby, not recognizing me, asks if it was mine and what sport I was. I told him, and his reply was, "Swear to God." "Oh, well, that doesn't really count." I replied, "I won more against better athletes in a year than you did in 4. Mr. .430 win percentage. Fuck you, Bobby. I could have handled that better, but fuck that guy." This story is more sad than vindicating, but worth sharing. Had a kid who was a year older than me that I went to school with since grade school. He was always overbearing and aggressive. Very typical bully as he got older. Broad shoulders, shaved head, beady eyes and all. I stayed under his radar on all but a couple occasions. He was actually the only person I ever felt tried to intimidate me, and even then it wasn't ever too severe. A push here, a stare down there, etc. Others weren't so lucky. Saw him beat the shit out of at least 2 people on school grounds and get into dozens of other confrontations. Fast forward a decade or so, and I see him on the news. He was now a cop for a small city north of where we grew up. Apparently, on their way to a wedding, he and his wife got out of the car to make a quick stop. He had left his loaded sidearm in the cuff holder and his young son and daughter were still in the car. While they were in the store, his son picked up the gun and accidentally fired it in the car. The bullet hit the older sister, and she died. This is definitely overkill as far as any revenge fantasy would go, and I haven't taken any joy out of it. It just happens to be a horrible story that involved the only bully I had to deal with. Also serves as a reminder to handle your weapons in a responsible fashion. He ended up being convicted of manslaughter. I don't believe he received any amount of sentence beyond time served though. I was a smart kid in a country town, which is the best recipe for a bad high school experience one can get. It didn't matter that I was a varsity athlete, nor that I was a good person. I dared to try in school, so I got bullied. Constantly. I was really small in high school. My senior year I was 5 feet 5 inches and 120 pounds. I was a wrestler, but nobody gave a shit about our sport, even though I was the first wrestler in over a decade to break 100 wins, so that didn't do much for me. Anyway, these 3 guys loved to make my life hell. I lettered as a freshman, so they stole my varsity jacket and stuffed it into the trash. They had names for me and fists as replies whenever I spoke up. They hated that girls liked me, not romantically, necessarily, because I was nice to them. They made fun of my rusted out car while they drove brand new vehicles their parents gave them. They also hated that I seemed to let everything slide off of my shoulders, but they didn't know that it ate at my insides, really creating some dark times when I was alone. But I got back at them eventually. When I was 22, I graduated college, bought a brand new Mitsubishi Evo X with my salary, became a successful wrestling coach, and found myself being talked about very positively in the community. I'm glad I chose to stay in my hometown, because one night I pulled into the gas station to fill up my new car and there they sat in one of the guys' rusted out Ford truck. 2 of them have done stints in jail for drugs and burglary. One thought he was going to be a quarterback in the NFL, but quit football 2 weeks into college because college coaches expect discipline on the field. All 3 are working dead-end jobs that they hate and spend their weekends at the bar rehashing high school point. And I got to walk by their truck as I went to pay for my gas, got back into my car, and headed home to get some sleep before waking up the next day to head to my good job with my good colleagues and all the confidence in the world. All throughout high school I was a big girl. Family ate poorly, and I have very low self-esteem. One day I decided that I didn't want to be fat and unhealthy anymore. I trained at the gym and lost about 20 kilograms whilst I'm still a bit overweight. I'm substantially fitter than many people and I love all kinds of training now. To help get me into the habit of training, I joined a netball team then a second one, and over the last 10 years, netball has kind of taken over my life a little bit. I've become quite good at playing, and at the start of this year I was poached into joining a rival team's netball squad in a district competition, and was also named captain of the squad. There are a number of girls who made my life hell during high school, and would pick on me for being fat, and would exclude me from group activities and sports at every opportunity they could. 2 of those girls were playing on another netball squad in the same competition. The first time around, when they were strategizing, and I only know this as I actually have a couple of friends on the opposing squad as well, part of the direction was to put their least experienced player on me, as I wasn't very good back then. So why would I be fit or able to play now? Needless to say, I ran rings around their players and dominated my part of the court as a result. They then switched one of their better defenders onto me, who I still tore up. Lastly, I actually played against one of them, me and Gab, them in GD. At the end of the game, she came up to me to shake my hand and expressed how impressed she was with the progress I made, and that she was sorry for the way she treated me in high school, which made my day. The other girl wouldn't shake my hand, but she was always a B_CH. I'm so late no one will see this, and it's my dad's story anyway, but I thought I'd share. When my dad was growing up, he had 2 older siblings, my aunt and uncle, and a younger brother. Tommy was a great kid, an incredible kid from all accounts. My dad told me he threw a perfect game in Little League and hit a grand slam that same game. Ridiculous. He was also a tremendous pool player, and would often hustle older kids and even men that he played. Well, he hustled an older kid, and it turned out to be a mistake as he was also a bully that lived close to their neighborhood. He would terrorize them religiously, so my dad would often confront the bully and take the abuse while yelling, "Get out to here, Tommy," and Tommy would tear off on his bicycle. This went on for quite some time, so you can imagine how this made my dad feel. Flash forward a few years after high school, my dad is a passenger in my aunt's car. She's driving along, and they're having a conversation, when he sees the bully point. Side note, whenever I think about this part of the story, I picture him flashing back on every time he took a beating, grinding his teeth as the feelings of helplessness and torment wash over him. On this day, he wasn't going to be the bigger man. Props to those of you that chose the high ground. He tells my aunt to stop the car. She's puzzled. He yells at her to stop the car. Still puzzled. He then kicks his leg over to the driver's side and stomps on the brake pedal. He jumps out of the car and kicks the bully off of his bike before my aunt can comprehend what is going on. He beats the living shit out of this guy while speaking in tongues. Think Ralphie from A Christmas Story meets Goodfellas. My dad left him in a bloody pile on the sidewalk and hopped back into my aunt's car, her mouth agape at what she's witnessed. Point, I've never been much of a fighter. We live in a different time now, and I truly believe there is no winner in a fight. However, I have to side with Pops in this story and feel his actions were justified. The things we do in life have consequences. Kind of a reverse meeting. I come from a small town that doesn't have a lot going on. We have a couple restaurants, a cheap movie theater and a bowling alley, but that's pretty much it. My high school wrestling coach was very much of an asshole and always called me stupid, fat, dodo, etc. And because of his position on the team, other kids did too. Most of the other kids he abused quit, but I stuck around for the love of the sport. To make things worse, he only gave his son, the 189-pound wrestler, any attention, leaving the assistant coaches to coach the rest of the team. His kid and I were both good wrestlers, and since I was in the 215-pound weight class, I shoulder sparred with him in practice, but the coach wouldn't let us because he was afraid I'd hurt him with my bad form and retard strength. After 4 years of constant torment, I started to think I was stupid. My good grades dropped slightly, and I just didn't enjoy school, life, etc. I was happy to finally graduate and move on to play football in All Stars, where I was a captain and most inspirational player. I went on to play college football on the defensive line. I lead discussions in class, and I'm appreciated for both my mental and physical abilities. All my insecurities have been laid to rest, and I love where I'm in life. I went home to visit and cheer on my old team a while back, and his team was 0-8 at that point. He was also the football coach, and most of his star wrestlers quit. Turns out, he was a bully in high school, received his diploma, and stayed around to be a bully, never fully graduating mentally. I'm proud to say I'm doing great things with my life, while he and his kid are stuck in that town. Point, TLDR school bully stuck around to coach at his high school, continued to bully his athletes, and karma served him right. I'm probably late to this, but I'll post anyways. I'm on my phone, so I apologize for spelling and possible bad grammar. Well, I had 2 bullies in middle school. I was a very tall and skinny guy, 6 feet 4 inches, 160 pounds. Also, extremely nerdy dude with only a few friends, one of which was a hot girl that didn't give 2 sheets about my socially awkwardness and said she loved me. Also, all the other girls hated, which added to my drama. Anyways, both kids were in the 6-foot range like me but were bulky. One was fat, the other was muscles. The first one, I'll call him Bullier, was fat, heavy into drugs, and I assumed dealt drugs as well. That's why he was popular-ish. He would regularly make verbal comments about how gay I was, I'm not, and how one day he's going to beat my ass. A good bit of drama was stirred up one day that I was talking shit about him. I defiantly was not. I was too scared to even talk shit behind his back. He actually approached me and asked me if I was talking shit or not. I of course told him I would never act like a bussy and talk behind anyone's back. He agreed that talking behind his back is what beaches would do, and if he found out I was doing it, I would be dead and no one would trace it back to him. Nothing ever came of this other than in verbal abuse. Well, the semester ended, and we all went on Christmas break. Second semester started, and I was called into the front office, asked if I wanted to go to the next grade up early due to my straight A's and my age. I was a year older than most for my grade. Well, of course I accepted, and went to the next grade up. Well, now I had a new bully, Bully B. He sat behind me in 2 of my 4 daily classes and was in one of the remaining classes. At first he was cool with me because I would give him my homework before classes so he could copy, and during tests he developed a way to cheat without getting caught, which was me giving him the answers. Well, I soon found out he did almost zero work, and it pissed me off he was making high grades. So I started writing down intentionally wrong answers, and right before turning in my work I would correct them. Well, apparently around this same time he was pulled aside by the teacher because he had the exact same answers as I did, so he decided to intentionally get a few answers wrong to try to prove he wasn't cheating. So he was now taking a few to prove he wasn't cheating, and he was losing more because I was feeding him bad information. Our teacher would sit on HW and tests for weeks. So when she would hand it back out he realized he was now failing, and I was still getting A's. He quickly caught on that I was feeding him misinformation, and then took to daily hazing, from holding sharp pencils in my back while in class to making death threats to me and my family if I told anyone. I know I went into a deep depression and my grades dropped dramatically. I began smoking and stealing alcohol from my parents. One day while I was sitting in my chair in the one class I didn't have with him, he and a few of his friends walked in. No teacher. The other guys held me down while he shoved his fingers in his ass and shoved his fingers up my nose. I apparently screamed. Teacher walked in, kicked them out, and asked me if I was okay. I said no. She asked if this is a regular thing, and I told her it was. I asked her not to do anything except talk to the other teachers and have me moved away from him in my classes I share with him. Well, they did even better then, that they rearranged my classes, so I didn't share any of them with him. I don't know if he ever caught on to why I was moved out of classes with him. To clarify, I had the same classes just at different times of the day. Well, I went on to HS and more or less forgot about them both. Well, one day I'm talking to a kid I knew back in middle school, and he randomly brings up Bully B. Apparently over summer break after middle school he decided he was going to rob some old lady and steal a car. Well, as he was fleeing from the police he ran a red light, or couldn't stop fast enough, and went under a semi-truck trailer, and it decapitated him. I 100% felt no sadness, but only anger, that he didn't die in some painful agonizing way. Still do when I think about him. Well, after HS ended I joined the US Marines, and made a small life for myself. I went back to the town I used to live in. Father still lives there. I stopped at a Sonic drive-thru, and seen the Bully A. Still far, still stupid as fuck looking, didn't get to talk to him, but it felt kind of good knowing has still a nobody living in the same town. Well, now, almost 12 years later, I find out has in jail for rap and murder of some girl. I feel horrible for the chick that died, but nothing I could have done would have stopped it. Also, I'm now 6 feet 7 inches and 220 lbs. I have a successful career as a systems administrator and will fairly soon be doing my dream job. Again, I apologize for the grammar and spelling. I'm trying to correct as much as I can. TLDR to bullies. One is dead, the other in jail for life. When I was in 5th grade my family moved from the big city to a small town in another state. My first day at my new school I was being shown around by one of the students who I could tell just didn't want to be doing it and taunted me for being fat. Now, I was a big kid no doubt, but I was also around 5 feet 10 and had been fighting with my older brothers since I could remember, so I knew I could take the abuse and a hit or two if it came to it. I asked him to stop and he wouldn't, just called me names. Down the hall comes this other kid who immediately came right at us and started making fun of my tour guide. He just took the verbal abuse and then a few smacks and started crying. Now, with my brothers I knew that standing and taking abuse just encouraged them, and it was clear this kid, like most bullies, was loving the tears. He went to smack my guide again, and I just dropped him with one punch with no warning. My guide looked at me still crying and just didn't understand what had happened or why. I walked away leaving them both in the hall, went and told the principal what had happened, and got suspended for 2 weeks. When I went back after my suspension I was immediately very popular and everyone was amazed that I had done what I had. Turns out the kid I hit was the school bully and most people were afraid him. He wasn't very effective as a bully after that, I suppose, and eventually moved away. Q to university, and who was in my first class sitting a few rows away in lecture, but the old school bully. I moved a bit closer to him and eventually caught his eye, and he came over to me after the lecture ended. We talked for a bit and he came around to thanking me for stopping him that day. He said he was just a very angry kid, didn't really give a reason, but he seemed sincere. We hung out a few times, ended up rooming together sophomore year on, and became really good friends. 2 years ago I was the best man in his wedding, and last June he was the best man in mine. Sometimes, I think we just need to shine a mirror on people's behavior, and it can be enough to plant the seeds of change. Sometimes a moderate amount of violence can work wonders. TLDR, new school, got teased on day 1, stopped my bully's bully by hitting him. 15 years later, bully's bully is my best friend and I'm still glad I hit him. Also, typed bully so many times it looks weird. Bully. See. A woman moved from Belgium to America to teach French to elementary kids. When I was a kid, I wasn't a mean-spirited kid, but I was active and talkative and very hyper. I also wasn't the nicest all the time. I think lots of kids can be this way. Anyway, I remember making this lady cry when I was in 5th grade. She was complaining about us not learning or something and calling me out on some behavior, talking too much or something like that. I think I said something along the lines of, well, if you were a better teacher and had anything interesting or worth learning to teach, maybe we'd pay attention. I thought it was quite buzzing and super witty, etc. Well, she just looked at me for a long time and then left the classroom. She didn't teach for another week or so. Turns out she left the classroom crying and another teacher talked to her about it. She was shaken up to the point that she wanted to quit, etc. My mother worked for the school board and the other teacher eventually told her about it. I had to write a long apology letter and go talk to her and apologize with my mom and dad in tow. This was 17 years ago. Apparently she married one of my cousin's good friends. My cousin is 15 years older than me. I was home on leave from the military and went over to my cousin's house for a New Year's party. I saw this lady there and it all came rushing back. I felt terrible and I was hammered, so it was a bad combination. She recognized me and came to talk to me and was still the nicest lady ever with a slightly less prominent accent. I think I started getting a little teary-eyed because I started apologizing profusely to her about making such shitty statements to her. I don't think I'd ever really thought about how terrible the things I said must have made her feel. She said it was no big deal. I was a kid. But I remember, she must have already been struggling with self-worth or her calling as a teacher back then. Why else would something a 9-year-old told you make you leave the classroom crying and take off work for a week? TLDR, I made a teacher cry in 5th grade. Met her 17 years later at a New Year's party and pretty much broke down trying to apologize for the shitty and grateful things I said as a kid. I had a tormentor of mine who caused me endless grief in school from the 4th grade through high school. He was the leader of the cool dudes, and I was always the kid from the wrong side of the tracks. He was the nephew of the local car dealer. It was a pretty small town, and he never let us forget it. I joined the army after high school and didn't return to that town until my 15th high school reunion. Things had changed a bit. I had just returned from Desert Shield, the first Gulf War, and I was a helicopter pilot in the 101st Airborne Division. One of the distinctions of the 101st, they are authorized to wear jump boots with the Class A dress uniform. So I went to the reunion in my dress finest, pilot's wings, and war medals prominently displayed. Wow, you would not believe the reception I got. War veteran, army officer, pilot. It was nice to be welcomed as a returning soldier. 3 months after the war ended, the best was saved for last. I meet up with my former adversary, learn he is now the town drunk, and he is so envious of me. He drunkenly blabbers of how he had tried to enlist and was turned down, even in the National Guard, and how much he respected me for what I had done. He even gave me a very touching salute. I was finally past the wrong side of the tracks stigma, and I even felt some pity for him in his own personal hell. I went back for my 35th reunion recently, and he wasn't there. I did learn that he'd joined AA and was sober for 2 years, but couldn't bear the thought of coming to the reunion. Open bar. So it appeared the even my nemesis was finally getting his life together too. I got my revenge in junior high school against a bully, and as it would have it, heard stories about the bully later in life. I was being bullied by a specific burner. This is in the late 80s, early 90s. Long hair, metal shirts, ripped jeans. Let's call him TB for tall burner. He would always talk shit and I wouldn't fight, as I did not want to miss any soccer or wrestling matches. I was small, maybe 5 feet 0, 110 lbs. He wasn't huge, just a few inches taller. His little buddy, let's call him Megabyte for midget burner, was the one talking shit. I mean, this kid was 4 feet 8, 80 pounds soaking wet. Imagine the little sidekick bully from A Christmas Story, almost a clone with long hair and black metal shirt. Well, Megabyte was the main aggressor. I finally said I would fight outside of school. Later that day, there is a knock on my door. It's a gang of 5 burners, TB, and Megabyte included, on BMX bikes actually knocked on my door and told my dad they wanted to kick my ass. My dad asked if I wanted to fight TB. My dad actually stayed outside to make sure it was a fair fight. Moved to the front yard. I took the kid down with a double leg takedown. I punched him 5 or 6 times. I really faked up the right side of his face. I think he only got 1 punch in. Never bothered by them again. Edit. I forgot the funniest part. When they stopped at my house, my little brother was jumping around like Scrappy Doo, screaming let me at him, let me at him. 10 years later I heard he got into drugs, heroin, and tried to commit suicide. Spent time in jail for assault and robbery. He is actually a deadbeat dad to a girl I knew in grade school. TLDR beat the shit out a bully in junior high. Later in life, he is jail with drug issues and hopefully getting us wrapped by 300-pound guy named Tiny. So my bully story is not a fun one. I honestly wished it had a happy ending, but it doesn't. So in 5th and 6th grade this one kid tormented me to the brink of suicide. Then he randomly moved after stealing one of my favorite bracelets. I was pissed, held a lot of resentment, and even sent him some messages because he made most of the school hate me. So skip forward into 9th grade. I'm walking around the town where my rival school was. My friend and so decide to walk around the school and hang out with some people we knew. Well, guess who we run into? That piece of shit who made my life hell. Well, I could lie and say he changed, or I could tell the truth and say he changed. He did change in some ways, like he was even meaner, he was full of himself, and he got bigger. He was still an immature shit though, which wasn't too surprising. So he looks at me and laughs. He called me fat and started pushing me around, laughing about how he's in football and I'm in marching band. He cracks his knuckles and says, I bet I could take you down. 1 hit. I'll let you throw the first punch though. I just kind of laughed and said no. Then he got mad, called me some names, and threw a punch. Here's where the story gets good. So after he threw that punch, a wave of adrenaline and years of hate pushed me to grab his fist. His eyes opened really wide, and he tried to pull back, but I was too strong for him. I punched him in the face, which knocked him out, and I just walked away. That was the last I heard of him. Either he grew up, or he's scared of me now. Either way, I was the bigger man, and I didn't just kick his ass right when I saw him. He, on the other hand, didn't grow up mentally at all. Change of pace here. I didn't have a bully in high school. All my tormentors were in middle school, and I managed to avoid 4 more years of this when my family moved, sending me to a different high school. The person I'm referring to in this one was actually my best and closest friend in high school. We had the best times together, but after I moved away for 4 years and came back, he changed a lot. Long story short, he became the judgmental douche that everyone else thought he was when we were friends. Only now he had turned it on me. When I first moved back, I lived with my dad and my car was on the fritz, so I would take 2 hours worth of public transit, bus, to train, to light rail, to come down and see my friends, and this asshole could never make time for me, always in pursuit of a bussy that wanted nothing to do with him. It was pathetic and it hurt that he chose that. We finally came to stop being friends 7 years ago as he was being all high and mighty about me smoking pot now, even though he drinks every day, and I told him to fuck off. Fast forward to now, I have a decent job that pays well, and have been living on my own for the past 6 years. This Korksuka is an assistant manager at Target. I was shopping with my girlfriend when he came out of nowhere and starts talking, trying to puff up about how he's still in college and bragging about his 06 GTO. But he still lives with his parents LMAO. After he was done talking, he asked me about me. I said I was fine, and we went and purchased our things and left. I think that he's now 29, still living with his parents, working at Target, and his crowning achievement is a car. That was enough for me. His delusional success is all the satisfaction I needed. There was a pompous head on my swim team growing up, from age 5 to 14, that treated everyone on the team like shit. He was the fastest swimmer in the county and he knew that he was hot shit. After practice each day we would take a shower in a big communal shower area with our swim still on. This kid, let's call him Dale, would always bully us into giving up the best shower. There were like 3 showers for 8 kids, so you had to wait in the cold if you didn't get one. Anyway, Dale liked to take ice cold showers after practice, I guess to show how tough he was. One day he was being an extra big asshole and treating us like shit during practice. Afterwards we all hit the showers where he promptly claimed his shower, turned the water to cold, then left the shower telling us, "I'll be right back. If you take my shower I'm going to kick your ass." He walks out of the shower area and I immediately go to his shower and turn it from all the way cold to boiling hot. The plumbing was horrible, and you would sometimes get lightly scalded if someone in the bathroom flushed a toilet. Shit was hot. Anyway, Dale comes back into the shower area and immediately jumps into the stream of water, expecting it to be ice cold. I don't know if you've ever dipped your hand into extremely hot water before, but it feels somewhat cold for a second. Dale was fully submerged in the stream when he realized that it was scalding his skin. He let out a blood-curdling scream and threw his body out of the water. He cried for about an hour and I actually felt pretty bad. The best part was that I was never caught and Dale wasn't very threatening after seeing him cry like a beach. I don't know if I really qualified as an adult because it happened when I was fresh out of high school. But the summer I graduated I got to experience this over and over again, and it was so sweet. Until 10th grade I went to my public school my entire life. It's a small town school with maybe 100 kids per grade, so everyone knew everyone. But somehow once high school happened people forgot who their friends were. My freshman year my closest friends abandoned me. I was going through a rough time, friend's death, diagnosed with depression, just all around miserable, and my friends decided to just make fun of me because it was easy and it made them cool. I have never felt as isolated I did freshman year. Luckily I transferred to the private school my dad taught at, and I had an amazing time there. I matured and sorted out my personal problems, and I had 3 great years there. I made great friends and did well in school and get into a great university. The summer after I graduated I started getting invited to all these grad parties of the kids who were my friends from my old school because they were friends of my dad and whatnot. At these grad parties I began finding out that all of the kids who treated me like shit my freshman year either didn't get into college or were going to the local community college. Their reasoning was either I'm not really sure what I want to do, or I feel more comfortable staying at home. However, one of my friends who was always nice to me told me that the real reason all of those kids were going to junior college was because they were caught up in being the cool kids and got awful grades and test scores. Now I have no problem with people who choose to go to CC, but these kids wasted their potentials and probably won't change because they will all be together next year too. I guess success is the best revenge. Ironically I saw my bully at the bar. He was sitting alone. He didn't know who I was, so, as we were the only two at the actual bar beside the bartender, so I sat down next to him on purpose. After a few minutes he took notice and started telling me that I looked familiar and etc. We actually drank for a long as well and reminisced. I did end up telling him how much he made my late school years a living hell. Now, it could have been the alcohol, but he just laughed. About an hour later I had had enough of listening to him and took my leave. By this time the late night crowd started meandering in, and the bartender asked us if we wouldn't mind cashing out my tab. So, I decided to take my leave using that as an excuse. Now, I had waited to see if there was any remorse for all of those years, but no. I don't know what I expected, but maybe even a, yeah, I'm sorry about all that, in his drunken state, would have been nice. So, I got up, put on my coat, threw my cash on the counter, and put my hand on his shoulder as if saying, take care. In all reality I was actually about to grab onto his shoulder, so he couldn't move, and then I socked him, square in the back of the head. His head responded by cascading forward, and rebounding off the bar. The ever-pleasant sound it made alerted the bouncer guard and he ran over, and grabbed me. The bartender just said, let him go. That faker deserved it. I had completely forgotten how long we had been there. After 4 to 5 hours the bartender had started listening. I just went home. So there was this girl in high school that was always trying to ruin my friends and my lives. She constantly took it too far, beyond the regular rumor starting and whatnot. A few years later I became friends with her sister. She had clearly not grown up yet because she started this shit again. She even told her dad lies about me in an attempt that he would try and prevent her sister from being able to hang out with me. She even caused a fuss to my boyfriend's friends in another failed attempt to get him to break up with me. Anyways, a while after I was camping with some friends and my boyfriend, she shows up with her boyfriend, who is friends with mine. She tries to be nice to me and pretend she hadn't been a total beach for no reason the past like 8 years. So as the night goes on she keeps trying to be nice. I left my phone on the table at a point and walked away. Apparently when I was gone I got a text from my friend, her sister, and she looked at the message when I was gone and then starting insulting her sister when I got back. I then told her off as to what a beach she was, how I would have even looked past the high school sheet if she hadn't have acted like a 13-year-old. I forced her to apologize to me a few times until it sounded sincere. Then I called 2 of my friends from high school and made her apologize to them. About a year after her boyfriend broke up with her, big surprise, and I'm still friends with him. She is still trying to get back with him and hacks his Facebook in an attempt to delete girls he may be seeing. Anyway, she's miserable, and I'm happy with my boyfriend and a lot of friends that used to be hers and no longer talk to her. I was a fat little freshman and the girl I was infatuated with was hooking up the senior star football player. My bro was a senior, and I knew he had a girlfriend. I talked some shit to her about just being used by him, and he found out. At a party he called me out, began threatening me at every party the entire year. I never backed down, knew I'd get my ass kicked, but also knew I was gonna fight like hell if he ever tried anything. Every party he was at I stayed sober, and he would harass me. He always ended with "You're lucky I know your brother." After threats for the entire year I called him out and told him let's go outside. He said he wasn't going to kick my ass because of my brother. I told him one day it'd be bigger than him and he better hope I don't run into him then. He laughed. A few years later at a party I saw him and his friend cheap shot a guy and this dickhead pummeled the guy. I mean with no remorse, he threw punch after punch in the face of a defenseless guy who was knocked out by a cheap shot. Dude's face was swelled up beyond belief in the matter of 30 seconds, and he was unconscious while being punched. One of the unconscious guy's friends pulled out a Derringer-sized gun and shit got crazy. They pulled their buddy up and put him in the car. As they sped away they fired shots at the house. No one was hit. The cops were called. The cops came and found the bully/dickhead and asked him to come identify the shooter. In actuality they brought him to be identified as the aggressor/assaulter. Dude was in a coma for 3 days. He was arrested, did a few months, and I heard he got 5 years probation. When I turned 21 I saw him and his girlfriend in a bar in Vegas. He tried to say what's up to me and I told him to fuck off. I was in great shape, 50 pounds heavier than him and a few inches taller, and I liked to fight bullies. I had been in many fights because I grew up the fat kid. I was not scared to throw, and I was prepared to knock him the fuck out if he acted like a dick. He apologized and said he knew he was a dick back then, but had changed his life and was studying to be a lawyer. I said good for you, laughed and walked away. The next night at the same bar there was a huge melee. People were fighting everywhere. I saw a guy on the ground getting kicked, punched, and stomped by 3 guys. Without thinking I ambushed the group full speed with a 20-yard head start. Cloths lined all 3 guys and they went down with a quickness. I grabbed the dude off the ground and pulled him out of there. Lo and behold, there he was, the bully, after freshly getting his ass stomped. I pulled him out of there and drove him to the hospital. He had his front teeth knocked out, and my girlfriend actually drove back and was able to retrieve his teeth. Haha. He was in pretty bad shape. I didn't feel good that he got his ass stomped. No one deserves that. But I think he must have been the same dickhead after all. Calm as a beach. Full circle. I'm surprised at how many of these posts are reconciliations. I was the fat kid in elementary school and people were freaking awful to me. None of them have ever apologized. In fact, I'd have to say that basically nobody has really ever apologized to me for anything. Don't get me wrong, I can see where people would be confused in my case. Partly for sports, and partly to stop people from bullying me. I lifted like a machine, and got gigantic by high school. High school was a mess of freshmen mouthing off to me, because I was a dork, while the prom queen went to prom alone, because she thought I was going to ask her, when I went with a friend, because a friend from the wrestling team told me that the different girl who I wanted to ask wasn't cool enough to come with our crew. I'm pretty sure that all but like 6 of the hardcore local kids don't talk to each other now, out of a class of 400. Edit. Also, I'm sure that there are many people who I owe apologies to who I never apologized to. Edit. Side note. I decided to apologize to someone who I owed an apology to. She'd had a crush on me, and I didn't know how to respond. So, she said something nasty, and I said something nastier, and we never spoke again. We friended each other on Facebook years ago, and I just never messaged or anything. Despite being really pretty, she had problems, and was friends with like 0 people from our high school on Facebook post graduation. Anyway, I get why people don't apologize. It's hard, not only admitting that you were wrong, but fearing that people will take advantage of that admission and do harm to you. I'm surprised at how many of these posts are reconciliations. I was the fat kid in elementary school and people were freaking awful to me. None of them have ever apologized. In fact, I'd have to say that basically nobody has really ever apologized to me for anything. Don't get me wrong, I can see where people would be confused in my case. Partly for sports, and partly to stop people from bullying me. I lifted like a machine, and got gigantic by high school. High school was a mess of freshmen mouthing off to me, because I was a dork, while the prom queen went to prom alone, because she thought I was going to ask her, when I went with a friend, because a friend from the wrestling team told me that the different girl who I wanted to ask wasn't cool enough to come with our crew. I'm pretty sure that all but like 6 of the hardcore local kids don't talk to each other now, out of a class of 400. Edit. Also, I'm sure that there are many people who I owe apologies to who I never apologized to. Edit. Side note. I decided to apologize to someone who I owed an apology to. She'd had a crush on me, and I didn't know how to respond. So, she said something nasty, and I said something nastier, and we never spoke again. We friended each other on Facebook years ago, and I just never messaged or anything. Despite being really pretty, she had problems, and was friends with like 0 people from our high school on Facebook post graduation. Anyway, I get why people don't apologize. It's hard, not only admitting that you were wrong, but fearing that people will take advantage of that admission and do harm to you. I moved to a new town between 4th and 5th grade and met a guy who fits this thread. I wasn't bullied by this person, really, but he was known as one of the bullies, or a meaner / more nasty guy in general. Actually, I went to one of his birthday parties, although his friends kinda weirded me out, so I didn't stay for much longer than a few rounds of video games and cake. Anyway, I went to elementary and middle school with him, but different high schools, and after 4 years in separate school systems we obviously weren't much in touch anymore. We each moved on, and went out separate ways, and I didn't think of him any more than any other classmate. The first hint of his future life I came across when I was working as a part-time employee at a gas station after graduation. Looking through the drawers, I came across a stack of fake IDs confiscated by the attendants over the years. Naturally I flipped through them, and somewhere in the middle I came across what looked like his legitimate ID, entirely real except for the date. Since he and I graduated the same year, I knew he would have been born within a year or so of my birthday, but his ID suggested that he was 3 to 4 years older than he really was. That fact, and given that his ID was in the middle of a stack that had been accumulating for some time, meant he most likely had his fake ID as early as 15 to 16 years old, which didn't really surprise me knowing his past. The bigger surprise occurred a year or two later. Looking at a local news site, I saw his face in a sidebar and wondered what he had done that was newsworthy. Checking out the story, it turns out that he had been arrested in connection in an armed robbery in which a gas station attendant, just down the street from the one I had worked at, had been stabbed. Security camera footage was taken, cash stolen, and the police had been stumped until they started asking the attendant for more information on the robber. They started noticing inconsistencies in her story and turned their attention on her. Around the same time, the doctor who treated her noticed that around the site of stabbing there were hesitation marks, usually indicating the wound was self-inflicted. Ratcheting up the pressure, the attendant cracked and told the story of what really happened that night. Her boyfriend, first name of Brandon, came up with a brilliant plan. Use her position as the inside woman for a routine gas station robbery, letting him know when to come in, and withdrawing as much cash from the safe to stuff in the register as possible before the robbery. She texted him when she was ready, and he and a friend entered. The third accomplice, who might have actually been related to an incident I was falsely accused of, grabbed the security tape, having been told where it was in advance, while Brandon actually stabbed his own girlfriend in order to make it look as real as possible. It was a perfect plan. Looks very real. Great payout, little evidence. All went well until his girlfriend had to have not minor surgery to repair the damage to the kidneys/intestines he caused. Oh, and all the cash withdrawals from the safe were recorded too, so it was no secret that she was keeping several $100s in the register at a time she was supposed to have less than $50. All told, they got the three of them on pretty severe charges, the specifics of which are lost on me through time. She lost her job, Brandon served time, and I'm pretty sure the third one had to do community service or participated in some sort of program. So, even though I didn't directly confront this person, life did it for me. I found this story online with minimal details corroborating the tale above, but unfortunately I can't find anything more detailed. I was a bit of a bully in high school, nothing very serious but enough to make me feel bad about it now. When I think back, point used to be two guys I picked on sometimes. They always stood out to me as being weak or annoying. No justifiable reason to piss them off the way I did. Used to walk up to them and say something like, "Hey guys, you know what day it is today? It's beat up name day." Then I would smack them behind the head or punch them in the stomach. Being popular, it was inevitable that another 4 or 5 guys would join in and smack them for no faking reason. I remember one of them wanted to play on the rugby team once too. Instead of being a good guy and encouraging him, I singled him out and messed him up one session. He never trained with us again. Anyway, I ended up meeting the guy at a BBQ a few years ago. We started talking, and it turns out we were really similar. Going to different universities, but both studying things in finance. I was economics, and he was accountancy. He made a joke that all economists are just assholes anyway, and that I should fit right in. I never laughed so hard all night, just because I never expected it coming from him. It was a total curveball. He had turned into a really cool guy. I made a point of apologizing for being such a dick to him for years as we finished talking, and bought him a drink as recompense. He shook my hand and immediately repaid the favor by buying me one. I hope he is doing well for himself. If he graduated by now, he probably has a better job than I do at the very least. This might get buried, but early on in high school I was in honors classes, but pretty self-conscious about it. I didn't feel like I was smart enough to hold my own with the other students. I became friends with a couple of the guys in my class. I'm a woman, and continued to hang out with them in and outside of class the next year. One of the other guys in the class, who I was familiar with, was pretty cocky, very smart, Every time I'm chatting with the guys that he's also friends with, he cuts me down, makes a point of telling me why I'm wrong. I always though, what is it with this guy? Maybe he sees that I'm not as smart as I pretend to be. He was also very shrimpy, same height as me in 10th grade, so I thought maybe it was short man syndrome. This goes on all year. Summer comes and goes. 11th grade starts. I actually dropped out of honors classes because of those experiences the year before and am in normal classes. But I end up having Spanish class with the same asshole and some of my friends. I see him a couple of times at mutual hangouts when I try to catch the eye of one of my longtime guy friends. He totally thwarts my attempts to do so by making me feel stupid and making fun of me. I thought, what the fuck is this guy's problem? Anyways, I go on a date with the guy I was interested in, and the next day he fucks some other girl. I was pissed and upset obviously, and thought I would show him by dating one of his friends. I started hanging out with the guys more frequently and having heated arguments with the asshole from 9th and 10th grade. As time goes on I realize that I kind of enjoy this guy keeping me on my toes, and he's gotten taller and much cuter. We have some weird chemistry going on and end up dating, much to everyone's dismay. No one could believe we were together. We became best friends and have been dating for 7 years. We still have heated debates and arguments, only now they end in sex. Knew this bloke in school who used to pay me out for going to a Christian private school before the school where I met him, a public high school, called Jesus Boy. Despite my being a Buddhist at the time, he would constantly go out of his way to pick on me by calling, bashing me, or at times go further. He got my first girlfriend drunk and more or less rapped her to say she wants me, cunt, an act that lead to her having a severe case of depression and refusing to get help out of shame. Fast track 5 years and I'm military. I went home for Anzac Day to march, and afterwards whilst drinking I immediately recognized him as a beggar. I wanted to spit on him, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to. When he asked for money I refused. Feeling guilty, despite his atrocious character, I bought a sandwich and bottle of water from a 7-Eleven, gave them to him, and he burst into tears. Turns out he was a victim of abuse as a child. He told me he had so much regret over the last decade that he often thought of suicide as he couldn't undo so much. Somehow his road had led him to heroin, and he found himself truly at rock bottom. I have never felt so much sadness for someone who the word filth was all I could use to describe. It made me truly wonder how horrible it must have been to be him. Edit. She wasn't the only one, and I tried to actively do something, but every time I tried to report it, she'd deny it, saying it was just rumors. When asked why, she always said that she couldn't face the shame and just wanted to forget it. I bumped into her recently, and she's been getting help. Not a typical bully story, but I went to high school with a guy we'll call Scene. He was your typical good-looking alpha male type in high school, not a big jock, or even big, but generally aggressive and prickish. I was no shrinking violet, but I was really skinny and a bit cheeky. We had several classes together, and he would occasionally frog me in the arm, try to make me flinch, or make a disparaging comment at my expense, but he generally did this to everyone. A few years after high school, I hit the gym, and filled out at 6 feet 2 inches 210 lbs. One of my friends from high school was getting married, and me and a couple of other friends went to the wedding together. Place is packed, over 400 people, and we are in the last balcony row in the corner. Looking down, I notice that Scene is a groomsman. I hadn't seen him in years, and I turned to my friend and said, "Hey, it's Scene. Man, was that guy a prick in high school?" And my friend agrees, and I follow. I wonder if I should go punch him in the arm for old time's sake. I feel the random girl on my other side stiffen. During the service, I notice that girl is awful louncy and notice that she's wearing a wedding ring, but apparently sitting with her parents and no guy. Surveying the other groomsman, who I knew, it hits me that this chick has gotta be Scene's wife. Sure enough, during the reception they come in arm. My friends are laughing because this woman got an earful about her husband, and the best part is that I now had about 50 pounds of muscle on the guy, so he didn't even come within 20 feet of me, although his wife kept giving me nervous glances. This is sort of an indirect story. When I was in grade 8, there was this guy. I wouldn't call him a bully as much, but he could be a real jerk sometimes. Other times he was okay. However, I generally avoided him best I could. He never physically came at me, but he would mock me and try to be the funny guy. I think the worst thing he said was in grade 9 science. I just remembered this, that just before class started, he yelled out, "Hey, G8KPR" was the sperm his mom didn't swallow. Out of the blue, no provocation. I was timid, and he was bigger, so I just slunk down and ignored him, when I should have shoved his desk into him. Luckily most people seemed to have ignored him. Anyway, I met a mutual friend of ours after high school, when I was in college. I had lost touch with that guy sometime in grade 11 or 12. Not sure what happened, he just wasn't around anymore, and I honestly didn't take notice as he wasn't in my group of friends or even acquaintances. So this mutual friend tells me, "Did you hear what happened to him?" I said no. This mutual friend and this jerk were both on the same soccer team. The jerk's dad was the coach. Oftentimes the team would go back to the jerk's place for snacks or even dinner, often ordering pizza and talking about the game they just played or stuff they need to work on, etc. Well, there was one kid on the team that the jerk's mom often paid more attention to, asking if he got enough to eat, if he wanted anything more, etc. My friend said that it was noticed by some of the other players, and they used to bug this other teammate that the jerk's mom has it for him, and he was the mom's pet, etc. Apparently towards the end of high school sometime, the father comes home from work a bit early, walks into his bedroom to see this kid, the same age as his own suck, faking his wife in their bed. Of course the father freaks out, and shit went down. My friend said that it tore the family apart. The jerk and the father moved out immediately, and the mother and her youngest son, who I believe was like 6 to 8 at the time, stayed together. I can't recall if this kid kept seeing the mom or not. I think so, but not sure on that. My mutual friend said after that, he didn't see the jerk anymore for a long while, then bumped into him at the mall. He was in a terrible state, even after quite a bit of time. He had apparently turned to drugs and was showing it. He was a jerk at times, and even said some mean things to me and others. His constant need for attention was irritating. Still, I wouldn't wish that shit on anyone. TLDR, mild bully sort of jerk has family torn apart when fellow soccer team member fucks his mom and gets caught by dad. This is one of my favorite stories. Flashback to 2001. It was only about 9 months after high school, so we hadn't matured into full-fledged adults yet, but felt we were on our way. My best friend Amy, name changed, and I were at a local tattoo parlor for what we felt was a rite of passage. I was sitting in the chair getting a Celtic moon tattooed on my left shoulder when he came in. Mark, also changed name. How I hated him. For the past 5 years, in between football games, he made our lives a living hell. Mark would go out of his way to torment us in all the classes we shared, as well as any time he passed us in the halls. Amy and I shot daggers with our eyes as we saw him enter the parlor with his friend Bill, another football player. He recognized us as well. We could tell by the look of surprise. His countenance seemed to shift, saying, "Well, there are those losers again. Guess they aren't so bad. It takes balls to be in a tattoo parlor." He awarded us with a sheepish semi-apologetic grin, to which Amy turned away from him to me. Got blue. I hate him so much. I know, Amy. Doesn't matter though, he's the one that has to live with himself. Amy sighed. Yeah, I know. Just so many sharp objects. I would hate to see him get stabbed in here. The tattoo artist, sensing our discomfort, changed the subject, while Mark was escorted to an adjoining room to get his tongue pierced by the other employee there, a tiny woman, about 5 ft 2 inches. Bill sat in the waiting room leafing through a magazine and looking a little bit embarrassed. After about 10 minutes or so, Mark returned, going to the counter, about 15 feet away from the chair I was in, to pay for his new piercing and look at the tongue rings he may want to purchase to use after the swelling goes down. Bill joins him. Over the sound of the tattoo gun, I hear Mark say, "Man, I feel weird. Kinda dizzy," as he grabs the counter. The artist assisting him asks that he goes to sit down and she will bring him some juice or something. looking at us with fear in his eyes, not wanting to show any kind of weakness in front of the girls he tormented. He says, "No, that's okay. I'm okay." He stands straight, turns half around, as if preparing to leave, and Amy and I watch in glee as his eyes roll back in his head, and he starts to go down. Bill and the tiny little woman attempt to haul his now dead weight 6ft2 in frame back to standing. His limp body sways back and forth like a marionette abandoned in the wind. Bill is trying desperately to lift him and move him to the couch in the waiting room. Mark's arms are flailing about as Bill grips him around his torso and strains to lift without dropping Mark or get hit in the face. The artist assisting him, who has zero chance to haul Mark alone, is trying to lift his feet so they can carry him instead of Bill just dragging him through the parlor. Amy and I are laughing uncontrollably. I'm trying to stifle it as it's causing my shoulders to shake, and the guy doing my tattoo, also laughing as this plays out, is having a hard time. Tiny tattoo lady finally gets one of Mark's legs picked up under her arm. This results in Mark's head rolling forward into Bill's neck as Bill moves his head to the side just in time to avoid a broken nose. At that exact moment, perhaps due to the angle of Mark's head, he lets out this contented gurgle noise. AUUMMMGH. Tiny tattoo lady tells Bill that they need to just lay him on the floor instead of hauling him to the couch. Amy and I are now laughing so hard we are crying, and my tattoo artist declares a break until I can get myself under control. Mark comes to a few seconds after being laid on the floor, blinks in surprise as he is staring at ceiling lights hearing us laugh and snort, and asks what just happened. Amy, unable to control her glee, points at him and yells, "You gurgled." Then again explodes into laughter. Mark exits as quickly as possible, chased out by the knowledge that, as a result of him using his size and popularity to torment us for the previous 6 years, we have developed a much higher tolerance threshold for pain and embarrassment, which he never needed until today. I have not seen him since. If I did, I would thank him for providing an awesome memory. Let's face it, this would have been funny, even if I hadn't known him. That was just the icing on the cake. TLDR, ran into high school tormentor at tattoo parlor. Watched as he passed out. After getting his tongue pierced, he gurgled into his friend's neck while out. I'm a little late to this party, but here goes my story. So I used to be friends with this kid, let's call him Ant, from around 5th grade until around 6th grade. Summer of 6th grade comes along, and I get sick, still don't know what it was, and was hospitalized for 2 weeks literally at the beginning of summer. It just so happened that I missed his end of the year party. For this crime my sentence was 2 years of non-stop bullying. I was a fat kid these days and he would constantly make rude comments on my weight. His dad was super rich and donated obscene amounts of money to the school, so administration dismissed my complaints about him. Well, fast forward to high school, we went to different schools, and I'm talking to one of my friends about our old school and old friends. We remember Ant was an asshole to both of us. We do this in front of my friend's mom. This matters later in the story, because my friend's mom was friends with Ant's mom, and kept in contact, until she moved out west. His mom filled us in on a lot of this info. We go on Facebook and look him up, and what follows is nothing short of the universe giving payback. Point. Ant had been involved in hard drugs since the beginning of high school, and had gotten arrested for robbing Best Buy of all places, with meth on him, and had to go to rehab for 2 months as part of his sentencing, and dropped out of high school. Ant's dad had been arrested and sentenced to 4 years no parole, something to do with embezzling money from his job. Ant's mom had quit her job, moved to California, and was now waitress by day and a dancer by night, and had had a kid with another guy and now lives with his grandparents. Honestly great loving people, and has to take piss tests once a month, and doesn't work, go to school or socialize. He spends his time playing Portal 2 every day. Friend has him on Sparkslive, and has always online. Moral of the story, if your friend gets sick and misses your end of the year party, don't bully him, or the universe will fuck you in the ass. Edit. Forgot to mention Ant now weighs probably 300 pounds, and is probably 5 feet 8 inches tall. Payback. I was a big kid in high school, but was a skateboarder, so that automatically made me an outcast. 8 is time frame. Well, this one kid started bullying me, literally getting up in my face saying that he was going to kick my ass because we used to call him Fat Flannery in freshman year. This kid tortured me, wouldn't let me leave campus for lunch, generally really scared the shit out of me. It was my first and only time that I was bullied and had a pretty deep emotional impact on me for years. Not only did I never call this kid the names that he suggested, I can't recall ever even meeting him before the bullying started. I was so confused as to why he clearly remembers me picking on him, but I did not. It didn't even occur to me that he was just a jackass looking to kick my ass for no good reason. We talked to the teachers, the principal, even tried to change my school, but to no avail. Until he actually touches you, we can't do anything, was the response. Over the course of a few weeks, he finally stopped tormenting me, and I eventually dropped out of school. Well, time passes and memories fade. Next time I saw this guy's face was at my 20th HS reunion. It was a picture of him, included with the 7 or other people who had died since we graduated. Found out at the event that he committed suicide. I had a really weird feeling about it. At first I was stoked and thinking, but fuck that guy, which quickly turned to shit, that guy had a miserable life. I'm bummed for that guy. I had a really good friend in manuscript who moved to my school from another city due to the fact that her dad got a new wife who lived in my neighborhood. She told me that she admired me and my family a lot because we could always trust each other and talk openly about things. When me and her started partying and being intoxicated, she drunkenly told me that she doubted if her parents even loved her, and most of the time at home she just felt like a slave, which was why she always stayed at my house. At the time she always had a problem with headless as well, which is also why my mother decided to call her dad. When I told her what she said, she told her that he should take proper care of her daughter, otherwise she would call social services. I don't know if she would have, or she just wanted my friend to feel better at home. After this, things were pretty good. She got rid of the lice. She also admitted to me that she had had them for years, and it was the reason she got a short haircut each year. We got pretty close after that, but then we went to different schools for 2 years and moved to different cities, and things just died out. 2 years later she moves into my dorm room and started at the same college as me. It was my second year and her first, so I already knew a lot of people there. However, she started a lot of rumors about me and basically said my mom was a nutcase because of the things she said. She also started hinting it when I was around. Obviously my best friends did not believe her because they already knew me, and some didn't care. But there was also a lot of people who started doubting if I was a lying weirdo. I still don't know all the things she said. Some of the first years did also believe her. It made a really bad impression, and because of it a lot of people still look at me like I'm a mental person. This was only 1 year ago. She soon dropped out of college though, and I saw her a couple of weeks ago. Turns out she is pregnant with twins and her boyfriend of 3 months. The father is doing drugs. I talked to some of my old friends from HS, and it turns out her mom is the one with mental problems, not mine. I know she wasn't a horrible bully, but she just went from being such a good friend to saying my family was crazy. It hurt, and it felt kind of good that everyone can now see that me and my family is not the crazy ones. This is pretty faked up, but until I went to college I lived in a small town, and this group of kids that would constantly torment me and my brother, beat me up, steal my stuff from my garden, vandalize my parents' cars. One even threw a quarter stick of dynamite at me when I was working with my father in the shed. They were always able to intercept me because I lived close to the school and they all knew where my house was. This went on from when I was 6 or 7 years old until I was about 12. The older bullies passed on the torch to their younger brothers when they aged out of primary school. Anyways, my family moved out to the countryside and myself and my brother went to a school outside of this town. So after a while the bullying stopped because they just couldn't get a hold of us. 5 or 6 years later I searched some of them on Facebook to see what they've done with their lives. One of the main ones was on the run in Australia after police found a large quantity of cocaine in his apartment. Made all the juicier by the fact that he wasn't a citizen, so he was also on the run from the Immigration Bureau, has since been caught, and is in jail. One of them is serving time for aggravated burglary, another is a heroin addict who has 3 kids at the age of 21, but the last one in a cocaine-fueled rage, stabbed, beat and strangled his best friend's grandmother. Him and his best friend were literally never apart. Tried to rap her, then stole her purse and car, bought drugs with the money, then, while still coked up as hell, drove home and killed himself. The thing is though, this guy was an evil little fuck from the age of 5 or 6. He was the one who threw the explosives at me when I was working with my father. I was around 9 at the time, him the same. He would regularly torture animals and thought it was hilarious to throw live cats and dogs on the village bonfire at Halloween. Everyone knew something like this would end up happening, and he probably had a very bad upbringing. Now I don't wish death on anyone, but I don't have a problem with this sick sadistic little sheet being gone. Of course, everyone speaks of him fondly and never mentions the seriously faked up sheet him and his lack is wood to neighborhood kids. Most of my bullies are doing perfectly well with their upper middle class, Lily Pulitzer-clad lives, but I have a petty revenge story. This one girl, who was student president, super popular, and super rich, decided that I was stalking her. I'm a girl, all throughout high school. She made sure I couldn't get into any elective classes that I wanted, like yearbook, because she claimed that I would harass her after high school. I was waiting tables at a sushi restaurant in town, and she and her sister were sitting at the bar. I walked past them, making sure not to acknowledge them, when I hear her say, "That freaky bitch is still stalking me." I turned and looked at her, and they both dissolved into giggles. Another time, I was stuck waiting on her table, and she would whisper her order to her boyfriend, who would then repeat it to me. Fast forward a few months, when our small town was holding our annual festival to celebrate the opening of hunting season. Pretty redneck, yes, but thousands of people come from all over the country for the artwork, gun demos, dog races, etc. So needless to say, the restaurant was packed. I'm hosting that night, and feel a hand on my arm. Who could it be? Oh yes, stupid beach. All of a sudden, she's sweet as sugar, rubbing my arm, and telling me how good it is to see me. Is there any way I could squeeze her party of 4 into the already packed dining room? So I pulled a table out of storage, made room for her group, and informed her that I would personally be waiting on them all evening. I could see her struggle not to lose face when she realized she would be stuck with me for the next 2 hours. Yeah, I've got one. In elementary school, there was this bully named Stephanie. She constantly made fun of me and oftentimes hurt me physically by throwing balls at me and asking to play tetherball with me as an excuse to beat the shit out of me with the ball. I got made fun of even more for getting bullied by a girl, him a guy. We went to the same middle school, where it got worse. She would do things like pants me during PE, basically pull my shorts down and throw my lunch on the ground. She even made me cry once, in front of everyone in class. I skipped school for a week after that point. Well, Stephanie ended up being that one person who ended up going to the same middle school and high school with me. In high school she was actually the only remaining person I knew from elementary school. However, in high school, while I branched out, she was more of a loner who never made many friends. She never tried to bully me in high school, so we never spoke until one day in 11th grade. She called my phone. She got my phone number from one of my friends and told me that she got kicked out of her house by her stepmom and needed help. Said that I was the only person left that she knew from elementary and middle school. I politely refused and wished her luck. They found her body behind a dumpster about a week later downtown. Killed by some gangsters or some shit. I was invited to the funeral, but didn't go. I wish I had a news story or something to confirm this, but I honestly never even bothered to look. I didn't care much, to be honest.